Good morning. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls about politics from people on TikTok Live. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you can find a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first call starts, as well as some more detailed timestamps in the description. And we did it, everybody. This is episode 100. How fun! How exciting! It doesn't really mean anything. I kind of ramped up my streaming when I started in February. I would do a night here or there, and then it got to the point where it was like making a couple dollars, so I really tried to get as many in. And then I think it was the beginning of March. It was like March or April. It was like April 1st. I decided I'm going to try to stream every single day. And then I immediately caught a ban. So that didn't work out. I had a 3-day ban, which meant there were 2 calendar days where I couldn't stream. And because of that, I like missed a couple of days. But I'm pretty sure that other than a couple of days where I didn't do the show and instead I went and live streamed a protest or something, like I did live coverage, I think I've done every single day. Well, and then there's the Hangover episode that was 22 minutes long because I needed to go to the bathroom. So yeah, yeah. I put it on the sign today because the TikTok stream thing doesn't really show the title as much, but today is episode 100. It was like 2 weeks into April that I thought, okay, going every day is working, trying to get 2 hours every day is working. So I thought I'm going to start numbering them. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to be ambitious. I'm going to be really ambitious. And when I do all the graphics, when I do the thumbnails, when I do all the default titles, I'm going to use a 3-digit number so that everything stays consistent. And here we are. We are using all 3 digits of the number in the episode title. So thank you, Kronos. He's quick with his first $20 donation of the day over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, congrats on episode 100, Oscar and team. It's been great. Can't wait for more. W Oscar, W Jesse, W Raven, plus all mods and viewers. Thank you, Kronos. And yeah, definitely W team, because it's been a very different beast over the last month, and the fact that I'm able to go 4 hours, what feels like most days these days, like over the last week, we're kind of...
Yeah, we've been really trying to push that 4-hour mark.
Good morning, Raven. Got Raven in the producer's chair today.
Good morning, friends. Happy episode 100.
USB-CD 360 sent $5 to say W100. Thank you very much. Oh, and you know what? I should thank some Venmo donors. I got like a random stray Venmo donation from Jerome, because he sent $50, and I thought, oh my God, that's an unusually, you know, I get like the odd like $5 here or there when I'm not live, but $50 was a lot. And then I ran into it. There's a Facebook comment somewhere where Jerome was like, just donated, and I saw that, and I like sent him a little message because he said, for being the dude, keep fighting the good fight, Oscar. Thank you, Jerome. Yeah, it was fun to like get to see the source. That I always wonder when somebody sends in a random donation. I'm like, what were they watching? What episode? Were they a VOD watcher? They on watching a clip somewhere? Christine sent $5 to say, sorry, I can't afford more, but I thank you for what you do. If you can't afford more, don't send me money. I appreciate you very much, Christine. But in general, seriously, don't stress about sending me. If you want, I do like read my messages. So if you do just want to talk to me, you can just send me an Instagram message and I'll get to it eventually. Might not respond, but I do read all of them. Mason sent $10 to say, you were correct. It's Mason. Oh, got it right. For the start of today's show, can you just remind everyone that Jesse's song is called? God, they can't remember. They say, JK, love it so much. It'll probably be in my Apple Music wrap up for this year. W Jesse, W to the whole team. If anybody forgot, Jesse's new song that released the other night is called Fall by her band Sensing Agony, for which she is the vocalist. You can Google it. It's on Apple Music and Spotify and stuff. Jesse very much appreciates that people are keeping the shout out in rotation using the donations. It's very much appreciated. But that's enough housekeeping. No, it isn't. We have to get the backup account in the corner. Then after we're done with that housekeeping, we'll get to some calls. Enough about me. There we go. Let's get Oskar Quentin. What are we doing today? Oskar Quentin music? Yes, that's the one. Go follow Oskar Quentin music if you're watching on TikTok. All right, other than that, we're going to talk to Cade, and we're going to see if we get a nice debate with MAGA started right away. That's what I would like on this 100th episode of my show. Hello.
Yo.
Hello. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why is that?
Well, I just don't like gay people. I think it's a mental illness. Well, no, let's not say gay people. I'm more leaning towards transgenders.
Let me just ask very broadly.
Yep.
Do you think that people are capable of doing anything in the privacy of their own home that affects you?
No, I'm saying I don't care when it doesn't affect me. You can do whatever you want. You can be gay. You can do whatever. I'm just saying whenever they're trying to push agenda on kids and this and that, I don't think
What does
it's
that
right.
mean? Push agenda on kids.
Like in school, they're like, "Oh, you can do this and that." Like people saying, "Oh, like I saw this interview and it was like they were asking people, can a 10-year-old get a tattoo?" And they're like, "No, no way, a 10-year-old. His brain isn't developed." But then they're saying, "Can a 10-year-old get gender reassigning surgery?" It's
No,
like, come
nobody's saying that.
on, bro.
So I think you're mixing up gender affirming care and gender reassignment surgery. Do you know what the difference is?
So it's like testosterone, and then it's like actually getting.
Well,
your
no, we
shit
don't.
chopped off.
So that the testosterone is a type of gender affirming care, but it's not the sort that we offer to people that young.
So what do you offer? I'd like to be educated.
We have some hormone blockers, which mostly what we're only willing to do with people who are minors is delay their puberty so that they're not as likely to end up going through body changes that they wish they didn't go through later. That way they can make a decision when they're an adult about what additional gender affirming care they want. Maybe hormones, like you said, testosterone if they're a trans man, or estrogen if they're a trans woman, or possibly some surgeries if that's what they choose to do with their bodies as adults. But no, the right has really pushed this idea that we're trying to do gender reassignment surgeries for children, and no.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was the right that just pushed that. That's just what I've been seeing. Like
I think the
I'm
reason
not
you've been seeing it is because the right pushes that, because nobody but the right pushes that. So if you are seeing that, it's because it's being pushed by the right.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I just think it's kind of weird, bro. Like, you just see a transgender person, like, they're like, some of them are chill. Like, I've met a few, but like, it's just like sometimes they do weird stuff. And
Hold
a lot
on,
of
I
them are
don't.
pedophiles.
You called in concerned about gender reassignment surgeries for children, and you're kind of failing to acknowledge that that's like a made-up non-issue.
What's a made up non-issue?
The idea that we're giving gender reassignment surgeries to children. Do you recognize that that was wrong? Do you believe me? Do you believe what I told you?
No, I did. That's why I wanted to be educated. I'm not here to argue.
Do you
or
think?
anything.
Well, because I
I'm
just want to. You kind of. To be straightforward, this is kind of a show where you call in and argue. I'd prefer a polite debate, but you know, like we are at odds on
I'm
this.
just trying to
So I
debate you,
want to know your feelings about the idea of delaying puberty for somebody so that they can maybe have a better path to transition later. Because I want you to understand that if you're a male, if you're biologically a male, if you're somebody with a Y chromosome, but
This guy sucks. He's been on live before, dude. I've never been on this live.
Eyes up here. Just the chat will be
All right,
distracting shortly, but anyway, what the issue is that if you have a Y chromosome and you're going to go through male puberty, there's some body changes you're going to go through. You're going to develop some muscle mass. Your bone structure is going to be a little bit different as you grow a little bit bigger. You're going to have these things that then later become harder to undo in a way that is really unpleasant for people who, after they're 18, decide to transition, because all the estrogen in the world is not going to undo some of the things that going through male puberty does to your body. So for children, we say, okay, it's a little too big a decision to give you that estrogen and let you do that, but we can stop the male puberty from happening so that you can make a decision later. And the worst outcome that we might have from this is that somebody might then decide, you know what, I actually don't want to go through with my transition. I do want the male puberty. So they get off the hormone blockers. They go through their male puberty, but because that essentially forces them to be a very late bloomer, right? Because maybe they're going through puberty at 19 instead of like 12 years old. Are you following all this?
Yeah, no, I get that. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Well, I was just gonna say, that person might not be as tall as they otherwise were going to be. They might have not as deep a voice as they would if they had just gone through their male puberty at the biologically expected time. So I just want, do you think that that's a good solution for children who are trans?
I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay, because you called in saying that you have a problem with the way that this is all being pushed, and once again, I just really want to reiterate. Nobody on the left.
You're educating me, so I'm glad I called in. I'm just saying, from obviously there's propaganda everywhere about what you hear, right saying this, the left is saying that. I'm not on either side really.
Good.
Some of the stuff I just don't agree with. You know what I mean?
I guess the reason I'm being a little stiff on wanting to make sure that you acknowledge and understand the misunderstanding that you called into my show with is because it's not just like a matter of. It's not that you called in uneducated about it, which is fine. I'm absolutely not going to fault a caller for being ignorant on something. That's not the way I run my show. The issue is that you called in being misinformed. You had the wrong idea completely about what somebody like me might want. And that to me is very concerning. And it's not your fault. I do think it's propaganda. I do think it's misinformation on social media. Somebody got the idea in your head that people like me, people on the left, want to give gender reassignment surgeries to kids, which would be really harmful. We for reasons that are really obvious to doctors, we all agree that would be bad under almost all circumstances. There are some very, very rare circumstances, like handful of cases where there's super special circumstances where there might be an exception. But across the board, that is just not what's going on with us pushing for trans rights.
Can I add in a little bit? This is the producer, Raven.
Yes.
A very important part of children getting gender-affirming care is that they show, I think there's like 3 or 4 C's that the therapists look for over a long period of time. It's consistency, congruency. There's 2 others. I'm just blanking on it right now. But they have to display over a long period of time that this is what they want, that they're consistent with it. They don't show, back and forth between what they want. And then after a period of time, then their therapist will allow them to get these hormone blockers or, so be it.
Yeah, I mean, see, that makes sense to me. I'm just saying because, on social media, you see a lot of, it can get anybody. Like, you see something, you don't know if it's true or not. Like, sometimes I would see stuff where it's like 12-year-olds are changing their genders, and it's like now, see, makes sense because they're gonna see if you're consistent with it, and if that's what you want with your life, that's fine with me. You know what I mean? But I want to ask you something else.
Yeah. Just so you're aware, I am a trans woman.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to ask, what's your guys' opinion? Like, who did y'all vote for? Like, you've obviously probably voted for Biden and Kamala. Like, what's your stance on if Hunter Biden were to run for president in 2020? Whatever, 2028 or whatever.
Before we move on, can we talk more a little bit about this trans issue? Because besides the point that you came in misinformed, you also came in with an attitude of just they're weird. And I'd like to dig into that a little bit, because as soon as Oskar kind of proved that what you had was, misinformation, you kind of just defaulted to, okay, but they're weird.
I mean, I don't think everybody's weird. I'm just saying people can be weird, whether you're transgender, whether you're straight, whether you're gay, it don't matter.
So why did you bring it to the conversation?
What?
Why did
I bring it to?
Yeah.
I just think that there's a higher rate of people being weird if they're transgender or gay than if they're straight. That's just my opinion.
Have you considered that they're just different?
Well, I was going to say, if you define weird as just something that's abnormal or different, then if you're not gay or trans, then yeah, on average, a gay person or trans person is going to be weird compared to you, because they're going to live a different life.
Yeah, and I think I don't think being weird is a bad thing, bro. People have their niches.
You said it with a certain validity, or not validity, volatileness.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't want to pile on you. I try not to 2v1, but I like to bring Raven in for these topics. But you did start the call by saying that you wanted to talk about gay people, and then you kind of cut yourself off and said, I want to talk about trans people, and we went down this avenue about kids where I think you were a little misinformed. But like, why did you bring up gay people? Do you have a problem with people being gay?
No, not at all. My thing is, I just wouldn't want if that's what my children want from me, I'm gonna love it. That's what my children want. Like my child, like my son turned out gay, daughter turned out gay.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, that's not a big deal with me. I mean, I don't fully agree with it, just because I want my kids to be able to have kids. You know what I mean? And I understand that they can still do that through the options, but it's just, to me, it's just not the same.
Well, let me tell you. I appreciate it. I detect that it seems to me like there doesn't seem to be very much deep hatred in your heart. That's not what I sense is going on. I think that maybe you have some concern about some societal things that, based on how the conversation about gender affirming care and all that went. Forgive me for making some assumptions, which is why I'm just gonna lay this out slowly, and I really do want you to stop me if I get your thinking wrong. My concern is that you feel like maybe, because this is propagated so much by people on the right, that people like me want to urge kids to explore if they're gay in some really direct way that's more likely to have them turn out gay. And there's really 2 problems with this. And one is that society has learned we don't get to choose who's gay. They don't get to choose if they're gay. Some people are gay. And trying to force it in any way is a problem. And that brings me to the second point, which is that I'm quite frustrated by the fact that the right accuses the left of wanting to impose upon people who they should be. You should be gay, you should be trans, you should be this, you should be that. when in reality, what I genuinely feel like is happening after sitting here for 100 episodes and talking to my opposition about it is that the right wants people to be some kind of way that maybe feels a little more normal to them in the way that we just described about you maybe thinking that gay people are weird or trans people are weird. And the left just wants people to be who they are. And sometimes that's something weird. Sometimes people are weirdos, and that's okay. You said yourself it's okay. So we're really just pushing for openness. We're really pushing for people to become educated about all the different weird types of people there are, so that they know it's okay to be one of those types of weird people if they are such a abnormal person in some way or another. And that extends beyond what somebody's gender identity or who they want to have sex with. I mean, that's the same thing about I feel the same way about all that as I do the type of music you like or the type of food that you want to eat. We should just let people do the things that make them happy, as long as those things don't bump into other people's rights. That's very basically a good social policy for letting people be who they are. So people are concerned on the right about these sorts of weird, uncomfortable things becoming more present in the world. But they're not, things like being gay and being trans aren't becoming more common because they aren't a choice, but they are becoming more visible because these people don't need to live in hiding. So that's my general assessment of the state of affairs, left and right. So I didn't really ask a question there. I didn't really make an accusation about what your perspective is on it. I just laid out some of the concerns I have that maybe you're swept up in some of this thinking about, oh no, we don't want to expose kids to gay culture or something like that. So I just want your thoughts on kind of the way that I've laid all that out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense for sure. I think it's perfectly fine to be gay, do whatever you want. I mean, everybody has the right to be happy and to, do what makes them happy. But I'm just saying that it's not completely something that I completely disagree with, and it's just how I was raised. Everybody's raised different, and I definitely feel like parents can have an effect on how their children think.
I was raised in New York City. I lived there for 20 years, and I went to elementary school at Public School 3, which is the Sesame Street elementary school. It's on Christopher Street, which is like what Sesame Street's supposed to be in the West Village, like the gay neighborhood of New York. Yeah. And historically, in decades before I went there, this particular school was what the gay community called the safe haven school, because a lot of people were concerned about gay teachers, being pedophiles or, a bunch of made up bullshit. And they didn't want them around their kids. They were concerned they were going to make their kids gay. So a lot of teachers ended up at this school. And even though in New York, it became much more accepted by the early 2000s when I was there, the effect lasted. Most of my teachers when I was in elementary school were gay or lesbian. Or had a couple of trans people working at the school. I was exposed to it a lot. It was hyper normalized for me, such that when I got to middle school, I thought it was as normal for a man to have a husband or a wife in just the same way it was pretty normal for a man to have blonde hair or brown hair. It was just a thing about a person. So when I got to middle school and the bullies would use words like gay as an insult, I thought how strange. What a strange thing to call somebody. Yeah. How bizarre. Because who gives a shit if you're gay? Like I just had that really foundational people are people who gives a shit attitude towards everything, and I kind of had to learn that the world was a meaner place than that. Growing up in that, for me, it gives me this frustration when I see people who are averse to that, but I know it's because my upbringing is one that exposed me to it, so that the discomfort that you feel, because I think it's fair to say that you feel some discomfort around these topics. Is that fair?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So I grew up without that discomfort because it wasn't different. It was just normal for people to be like that. So I grew up to be, I don't have to deconstruct any of that discomfort. I don't have to learn that discomfort is harmful to other people and try to change my perspective. And doing that's really hard. Like if it makes you, if you feel it's icky for someone to be gay or trans, there's part of me that says that you probably don't control whether or not you feel something is icky. So I can forgive you for that as long as you intellectually recognize that that's kind of shitty as a response to have to a person who's just trying to live their life.
Yeah. Well, it's just everybody's raised like you said, you were raised there. Like I grew up in Texas. I grew up in DFW, so it's different. It's big red state. Whatever. So I just didn't really grow up around. I didn't grow up around any gay people.
Well, I want to offer an analogy to you. I hope you're not racist, because I want to use race as an analog. which is that there's this issue with humans, which is we have this thing called xenophobia. Have you heard that term?
No.
Xenophobia just means, it's phobia, like any fear. It's a fear of people who are different from you. And the one of the things that has so greatly plagued humanity is that we have this instinctual xenophobia, where back in the plains of Africa, if you believe in evolution, which I do, we evolved to be, concerned about the people who live on the other side of the hill. However different from us they may be. Maybe they wear different, types of clothing. Maybe they sing different songs. Maybe they speak a different language. Whatever it is that makes us different, we have this instinctual aversion to things that are different from us, which back like 100,000 years ago was pretty important for safety when we were basically just animals, primates. We still have that. It's still baked into us. And it's one of the really unfortunate things about human nature, but it has this amazing fix. There's this really obvious thing that fixes it, which is that you're not programmed to know what's different from you. You are just programmed to not like what's different from you. So if you are exposed to a lot of people who are very, very different from you, you don't develop xenophobia. So we see that the greatest cure for racism is for the children of people who are racist to go to school with people who look different from them. It does not matter how racist your parents are. If you play with blocks in preschool with a kid who your parents hate, you will not hate them because you will just see them as a peer. And that's what happened to me, both with races in New York, because it's the melting pot, and with people with different sexual preferences and gender identities and other issues of these like social identity issues that have become huge wedge issues. I grew up in an environment where I didn't have xenophobia. It just didn't get, my xenophobia never got triggered, because if I look at the circle of people who are in my tribe from having grown up in Manhattan, it's fucking everybody. And that's something that I have to carry with me when I talk to somebody like you, because you can't just create that history for yourself. Some of us are stuck with some racial bias or some bias against gay people or trans people that was baked into us because of our childhood. And it's each of our own civic responsibility to be aware of those things within ourselves and not act on them.
And if I may add, just because you feel these things now doesn't mean that you are doomed to feel these things forever. I myself was pretty transphobic back up until my early 20s. So
Well, I suppose I should add, it's not like there's a day where your ability to rid yourself of this xenophobia turns off. It's just like everything else. If you're learning a language, you can do it like that in preschool. If you're trying to learn a language when you're 20 or 30, it's harder work. And it might be harder work to get rid of the xenophobia that you have towards people who are different than you in some way or another. And it might require a little bit more conscious effort. When you learn a language when you're little, you don't have to pay attention to the fact that you're learning a language at all. You just learn it through exposure. If you're trying to learn a language when you're 25, you might have to sit down and learn some grammar. And that might be the sort of thing you're doing right now by sitting here and learning from me some of these things so that what I hope for you, because I've detected some xenophobia from you, is, which again, I just want to clarify, is kind of a natural thing for humans to do based on what their experience have been. So I'm not mad at you for having some xenophobia, but I do think that's the problem that's going on. What I hope comes away from this call is that in the future, when you have those thoughts about the different group, whether we're talking about gay people or trans people or whoever, I want you to think, I think that might be that xenophobia that Oskar taught me about.
Okay, wait, can we touch on some other things, or do I gotta go?
I can give you a nice bridge to the politics if you want.
Okay, go ahead.
So one way to look at this is you brought up whether or not we would vote for Biden or Kamala or, the other side. My views on it are that the left is trying to make laws to stop people from being an asshole, whereas the right is making laws to stop you from being anything but what they want you to be. So the left may put up laws that restrict, your expression of Christianity, but it's only meant to reduce harm that you're causing to others. And then the right says that the left is trying to kill Christianity, whereas the right is literally trying to make trans people not exist by ways of ending their lives, or if my predictions are correct, they're going to start rounding us up pretty soon. So it's not two sides of the same coin here.
Though? Yeah, nobody would let that happen, though. You really think that they're going to...
It's already happening to immigrants.
Well, hold on. I just want to point out something that you just said, that I know you're young, but you just said like an alarm bell phrase, that no matter the context, doesn't matter what we're talking about, doesn't matter whether we're talking about immigrants or trans people or gay people or whatever, when somebody says they will never let that happen...
well, they would, but I'm saying people would protest and stuff, just like how you guys protest ICE and do all that stuff.
I'm
I mean, it
sure
still
you're.
goes
I'm
on.
sure you're familiar with the Holocaust.
I mean, most definitely, yeah.
Why?
Wait, oh, that's another thing I want to touch on.
How did people let that happen then?
I mean, they were just overpowered by the government.
So when we talk about the government growing and becoming more powerful and arresting people who are organizers in our movement to defend these sorts of rights, like the fact that I don't need to get into details, but I have some reasonably legitimate reasons to worry about like the FBI knocking on my door, which I've talked about openly on the show. I'm not saying that there's like a bunch of secret shit that I just don't want to get into all of it right now. When we see the government looking at people like me and Raven who can do the work of making sure that people understand that these people are being subjugated in a way that's not fair, when they see them going after us, it shows, okay, these are the early warning signs that the government is growing in such a way that, as you just pointed out, it might become too powerful for the people to fix the problem by protesting. That's what happened in the 30s and 40s in Germany. It wasn't as progressive a society because it was, almost 100 years ago, and it was a different set of social issues that they were worried about. But the fact of the matter is, people did let the government round up their neighbors for fear of the government coming for them instead. So when we see that now, and we see these early warning signs, the groups that watch for things like genocides say, hey, this government has done 7 of the 10 things we look for a government to do before we declare it a genocide, and the last 3 are really bad. And people like me, who are as concerned about this as I am, calmly say that now is the time for us to raise the alarm bells, not after we start rounding them up. So as big a leap as it might feel to go from this conversation about like maybe some people having some xenophobia and some people on the right leveraging that for political clout, it might feel like a big leap to those people then being rounded up in the backs of trucks. But I would point out that that is to a degree already happening with some other groups. We're already seeing some erosion of some basic rights. I mean, there's a Supreme Court ruling that allows ICE agents to detain people based on just the color of their skin or the accent with which they speak English, which means you can be...
that's obviously ridiculous. Like, I don't agree with that at all.
So
but listen, there's a lot of things I don't agree with. I don't agree with a lot of stuff on the right. I don't agree with a lot of stuff on the left. I would vote Democrat and I would vote Republican. I turned 18 a few months ago. I'm now going to be able to vote.
Well, welcome to the fucked up party. It's you got some decisions to make now. Yeah, so I sense a little bit of defensiveness, and I'm not trying to jump down your throat. I'm just saying that it's not enough to say I'm not okay with the rounding up. It's that we need to look at this pattern of history. We need to look at the ways in which a government becomes powerful enough to, in the way that you yourself offered, becomes too powerful for the people to resist what it's doing through protest and democracy. Like we need to keep an eye on that, and we can't just say, oh, this one thing's too much. I don't like that they're rounding up people. I don't like that they're detaining people just on the color of their skin or the way they speak English. You have to say, what is this system? What is this machine where the next step was saying that we can detain people based on their skin color or the accent with which they speak English. And what's important to say from the lens of history is not that you're not okay with that step. It's that you're not okay at all with the machine for which that step was the next step. You need to look at the whole thing and say, this is bad. Why are people trying to do this? And that's what I try to teach about on my show, because I don't think that most Trump voters want any of that to happen. I think that the people in charge do. And I think that that's why, unfortunately, young people like yourself can call into the show not just misinformed, because I don't think it was an accident, but disinformed that, for example, we're trying to give gender reassignment surgeries to children, which we're not. That's just one example, but I just really want you to know that, like, these people who want these bad things to happen are trying to convince you of some bullshit that will make it easier for you to accept whatever that next step is. And I need you to take a step back and look at the whole process as a whole.
No, definitely. And then I want to go back a little bit. I like how you touched on the different people being raised different, because I grew up in Texas, and then I moved to Denver, Colorado, and it was a whole different thing for me, and it really opened my mind. And now I just moved back to Texas, and like the difference is insane. You know what I mean? Because I moved to a small town in Texas now, and I used to live, in the big city. And I think it's definitely different the way you grow up, because I see people in Denver open-minded, they're like, just let people be happy. And people down here are just like racist, homophobic. And it's like, it's almost like, it's kind of disgusting to be around, because like, I don't want to say I'm not homophobic. I'm not racist. I do have my own opinions on stuff, but I'm not going to push out on other people. And I'm not like, if I see a transgender person, I'm not going to openly hate on them or anything like that. That's just not who I am. But it's really different across the country. But I also want to touch on something I don't think we've talked about yet. How do you feel about Israel and Gaza?
I think what's happening in Gaza is really terrible, and I think that politicians on both sides of the aisle are very much guilty of supporting Israel for political benefit for themselves because Israel offers a lot of money to our politicians. I do think that right now a blue vote is still better when it comes to that topic than a red vote, but that's one of the things that we really seriously need to tackle about the structure of politics in this country because when people say that the right and left are both bad, we've spent about 30 minutes talking about ways in which that's not true at all. The right is bad and the left is really just trying to let people live their lives. When it comes to Israel and Gaza, I do think it's perfectly fair to say that the left and right are both bad.
Yeah.
I will
Okay,
say
why-
the only people that I hear denouncing Israeli money in politics, though, is the left. Although that
Yeah,
could be my
well,
own biases showing.
yeah.
There's a
I also
small
thought Candace
there's a
Owens-
small enclave of people on the left who are so vehemently against Israel that I can point to that little island and say I like these politicians, but it's like it's a single digit percentage. It's a very small
Yeah,
number of them.
because I really don't like Israel, and I think what's going on in Gaza is super fucked up. And I think that um, just Israel has so much impact on, like, it's so cringe, and it's like we can't even think for ourselves. Like, they have so much impact, whether it's through money, like it's just everyone's scared of Israel, and it's just like, dude, like, fuck, man, when are you gonna stop listening to what Israel wants and just like defend people and like try to save people's lives? It's like kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And I think that, when the people who are farther left than me, like the really extreme far leftists that want to like completely redo how we do government because they think the whole system's completely broken and useless, which, long term, they might be right about that. My whole thing is that I don't think that we as a population, we the people here in America are going to do a very good job holding our government accountable on the world stage if we're worrying about these domestic issues of genocide and protecting people's rights. I think it's really, really important that we get our shit together in terms of that stuff because I really don't see a path towards us making progress on treating the global south better, on having a better set of relationships with countries in the Middle East. I don't see a path to divorcing our relationship with Israel that involves Republican control. The leftists will say that the Democrats are doing the same thing, and I will just have to always point out, not all of them. And the people who are growing in popularity fastest right now are people who are around my neighborhood of the political spectrum or farther left because we're fed up with this shit. We don't want to be giving money to Israel. We don't want to be funding armaments that are being used to kill children overseas. But right now we have a president who's using our own armaments to kill children overseas by bombing a school in Iran and lying about it, which is one particular war crime I can make a dig about. But at the end of the day, I just really believe that we the people have no control over our influence, our relationship with Israel until we get shit under control over here. And right now the federal government is growing in a way that's dangerous, especially because it's not just getting bigger and more powerful. The way that the power is structured in it is being rearranged in a way that's very, very dangerous if you know your civics. I don't know if you do know your civics. Are you familiar with like the three branches and the division of power? Like
judicial. No, I don't know. I just know judicial.
Yeah, just in super duper fast forward, we have these three. We call them the three co-equal branches of government because like it's a little bit like how I don't know if you've ever had a girlfriend, but
Wait,
if
legislative, judicial, and the third one's on my tongue.
Executive.
Executive.
Yeah, it's a little bit like how if you have a girlfriend. I don't know if you've ever had a girlfriend, but you get stuck voting on what movie to watch because there's two of you. And maybe it'd be a little easier if there were three of you to vote because then there could be a majority. So we have three co-equal branches of government that have slightly different jobs. Actually pretty catastrophically different jobs. But the idea is that not one of them is able to run rampant in terms of what the government does because the other two will keep it in check. If the president's misbehaving, the legislative branch can change the laws. That's all of our congressmen and women. That's our representatives. They can write laws that change what the president's allowed to do. If the president doesn't obey those laws, the judicial branch, the courts are supposed to be able to order him to follow them. But if there's like an emergency that we need to respond to and the courts aren't fast enough and we can't write a law fast enough to deal with it, the president can execute executive authority to do something quickly, commanding the military to do something or an executive order or something like that. So there's a system that makes it so that for all these issues that we have to deal with in the government, there's a branch that's supposed to deal with it, and if they fuck up at dealing with it, the other two branches are supposed to stop them. But what we're seeing right now is that there are some very conspicuous ways that Donald Trump is overreaching his power. And I could just sit here and list examples, but I don't need to overwhelm. Great, you agree. I don't need to overwhelm you with a list of 20 ways that he's done it in the last 2 months. But he does it a lot. And what we see is that there are enough Republicans in the legislative branch who have this grievous critical error about how they look at politics, which is intentional. I don't think they're doing it by mistake, which is that they honor and respect Donald Trump more than the founding document that sets up the rules to make sure that this system of control keeps everything in check. And that's the Constitution. A Republican, any party, Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever, a sitting elected official, a congressman, man or woman, or a state representative, somebody in Congress, it's their job to think, is the president obeying the Constitution? Therefore, should I vote for impeachment or against impeachment? Are they committing high crimes and misdemeanors? These very specific things. And what we're seeing, plain as day, shown in the first 2 impeachments that Trump had in his first term a few years ago, we see that the Republicans are perfectly happy to close their cover their ears, close their eyes, and say, no, I don't see anything illegal. I'm going to vote for President Trump to stay in power. When it's very obvious to anybody watching the news that they're not voting for what they think is constitutional. They're not voting to preserve the separation of powers. They're not voting to keep the executive branch in check. They're voting for Donald Trump. And that's very concerning because now with Republicans in control of Congress, they're voting for whatever Trump says. That means that Trump, as the seat of the executive branch, now has complete authority. For the most part, there's a couple issues where some people dissent from him, but he's got way too much control of the legislative branch where he doesn't work.
Yeah, can I touch on a few things real quick?
Of course, I've been talking a lot. I know I'm giving you a ton of information.
I don't want to interrupt because I'm just not trying to be rude.
I appreciate it.
Off the show. I'm trying to have it.
No. I'm not going to kick you. You're listening, and I really appreciate the conversation.
I want to touch on something. So the way people say blue no matter who and how MAGA people only vote for red, I just think it's like, how close-minded are you? Like, you can have your own opinion on stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I just think that some people are so closed-minded, they just think left good or right good, and the other side is bad. You know what I mean? It's like you have to do your own research. And then I also saw somebody say, sounds like this dude's on the left. I don't think I'm on the left or the right because I disagree with stuff on the left and I disagree with stuff on the right. I'm just trying to make what's going to be best for me whenever I want to vote, so I can understand who I want to vote for.
A few months ago, I was saying blue no matter who, and I've stopped saying the phrase because I got some pushback from my own audience and actually just from some people in real life, like some people who know me, because I didn't realize that when I said it, people thought I meant it forever. People thought that I was saying, like, the Democrats will save us. We have to vote Democrats forever. The Democratic Party is like the next thing in American politics. If the Democrats control American politics for the next 10 or 20 years, we'll be fine. When really all I meant is in 2026, in November, this whole thing that I just described to you about how because there's too many Republicans who are loyal to Donald Trump in Congress, and then that makes it so that Donald Trump right now really effectively controls 2 of the 3 branches when he's only supposed to control 1 of them. I'm just talking about that. I'm just saying we need to make it so that ideally in the Senate and the House, the 2 chambers of Congress, ideally we end up with a majority Democrat and a majority Democrat on each of those respectively, because that will stop Trump from having that control, which will mean he'll be able to cause a lot less damage during the second half of his term. So when I used a phrase like blue no matter who, I was talking about this year, this November, nothing else. And there's also the asterisk on it of that, like, I don't like absolute statements like that. You can present to me a Democrat so reprehensible where I'll say, okay, we shouldn't elect him. What the fuck was his name, Raven? The guy from Maine, like Plattner, right? Plattner was a Democrat who was running in Maine, and thankfully he's backed out because he was the exception. I'd say blue no matter who, except Plattner's got some allegations with women that I can't co-sign, and I think maybe we need to give up. I think we need to give up a seat and not elect him, which is a hard dilemma, especially in consideration of the fact that we're trying to win seats to stop the Republican Party, from supporting people who've committed sex crimes. So it's like a sex crime trolley problem to say whether or not you should vote for Plattner. But he backed out, so I don't have to worry about that anymore, and I can just say that the votes that are going to address this problem of the president having undue control of the legislative branch, they are blue votes, just as a matter of fact. But I'm not gung-ho about that. I'm not excited about that. I think maybe you've detected, particularly from the part of the conversation where we were talking about Israel, that I'm not happy with establishment Democrats. I'm not excited about voting blue in November in the same way that I wasn't even a little bit excited to vote for Biden. I was certainly not excited to vote for Kamala Harris. I was made a little bit more excited by Tim Walz being on the ticket, but because he's my governor. But I've lost favor with him because he's made a lot of mistakes in the last year or so. I'm not excited about any of this, but I think we need to, these midterms are going to be important because they determine whether or not this machine that I was talking about earlier, this machine where maybe the next step is to say that people can be detained based on the color of their skin or the accent with which they speak English. That machine is going to keep accelerating and keep getting bigger and more powerful if Trump maintains control of the legislative branch. So that's my focus in terms of politics right now. And you as a young voter, it's straightforwardly what I would urge you to do. I think you said you live in, are you in Colorado or Texas right now?
I just moved to Texas about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. So you actually, I mentioned some of those like farther left-leaning candidates that are like ones I'm actually excited about. You've got one on your ballot. You've got James Tellerico. He's a Democratic senator candidate for your state, and he doesn't take any money from Israel. If you're concerned about that, you've got an option.
I mean,
yeah.
And he's
I'm
a
just
staunch
saying,
Christian.
I'm just saying, like, I am Christian and I do believe in God, but only for the purpose of I'm just still trying to figure out what does life mean without some higher power. I don't know if it is God, if it is Muslim, the Muslim God. I don't know. I'm just saying what is life without a higher power. I think that something brought us into the world, and I honestly think that the government probably knows by now, but they're just not going to say shit. You know what I mean? But all I'm saying here, I just want to touch on one last thing. If y'all want to get somebody else in here, I understand. But
this is among the more valuable conversations that have ever happened on this show. You can have as much time as you want. I might have to read some donations in a little bit here because they're piling up. But I run the show seeking these types of conversations, regardless of how well they perform, because I know you're listening, and that really warms my heart.
Yeah. I want to touch on something. It's a touchy subject, but I want to touch on something where I feel like people say that other races except for white people can't be racist, and that white people should be ashamed to be white. And as a white person, I'm not racist, but I'm also not ashamed to be white. Like, this is the skin color I was given at birth. What am I supposed to do with that? Now I'm supposed to be ashamed that I'm white, or I'm supposed to think that I don't have culture? Well, what is English? What is Europe? Like, I don't know what to, like, it feels wrong.
I've demonstrated to you, hopefully, that I'm perfectly capable of being critical of my own team. I think I've done that a couple times in this conversation. So one thing that I'll say is I am pretty disappointed with some of my neighbors on the political spectrum, some people who are on my side, some other hosts here on TikTok, because I don't think it's helpful to make people like yourself feel that way. I want to give a response to that. I want to give a response to the idea about you being ashamed about being white and about racism. You mind if I read my donations first?
Go ahead.
I appreciate your patience, because they have been piling up. A lot of people are excited about this being the 100th episode of my show. So I gotta thank Snake for $20 for the super chat over on YouTube. He said, "Happy 100, love what you're doing, and as always, glad I can be a part of it." Snake is a big part of it. He helps. When I say that I don't have to read the news much anymore because somebody delivers the news to me, I'm talking about Snake. He's in my Discord and he keeps me educated, so I don't have to. The staff saves me time, the mods save me time, but Snake saves me a lot of time because I trust him on what if something is important to get in front of me. Snake sends it to me, and like fucking W Snake for that. And of course, also thank you for the dono. Kronos sent another $5 to say, "Bro, in the first 5 seconds, what agenda? Trying to live." See how stale that donation is? We've come so far from that in this conversation. Thank you, Kronos. Ubiquitous Bitch sent $20 to say, "Congratulations on the 100th episode. I've been watching since you joined Dean's stream and ended up watching a bunch of your previous streams because of it. I thank you for everything you stand for. You are appreciated." Thank you so much. And thanks everybody over on TikTok. I do see Emily sending the Galaxy. I feel like I've been getting a Galaxy every day from
somebody.
I think it's
Is it
Emily.
Emily every time?
I think I've been getting more, but I think Amazonian sent one earlier, but yeah, I know Emily's always sending a Galaxy, so I totally appreciate that.
Big W to Emily in the chat.
Big W's for Emily, and I know I see Emily on Venmo. I'm pretty sure that's the same Emily. And Kronos sent yet another $5 to say, "You think anyone would actively make someone gay? Anyone who's queer will warn others about how hard it is for us. Why would we want more pain on others?" That is, at the end of the day, it's like, it's okay to be gay, but if you could choose, most people would choose not to be because they don't want to be subject to all this subjugation. High Life Drifts sent $10 to say, longtime listener, first time donating. You are so effing eloquent. I absolutely love it. I'm here for education just as much as I'm here for support, and I thank you for helping me argue more eloquently. Thank you very much for that. Canadian Princess sent $10 to say, this donation is for Raven. Appreciate you, girly, and you being a voice for our community. It's hard out there, but love will win. Trans rights.
Thank you, Canadian Princess.
Yeah, and you've got the production Bible over there, so write down that one was for you. So I don't forget. Buttmuster sent $5 to say, just wanted to pop in and say happy 100 episodes from Joey and I. Noodle supremacy. Yes, free noodle. Hashtag free noodle. Longtime watchers know that inside joke. Rico Suave says, for $2, says, what's up with the phone? I did buy the phone, so we're going to do the phone connection thing. I'm not going to explain the whole tech reason we're doing that. I think it's arriving today. Raven, we might have an errand later today to go get the new production phone so we can take calls.
Copy.
If we have time for it today. Kronos sent $5 to say, did he just say the government knows what God is real? W Raven.
Dude, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't want to open the religion can of worms. Maybe we'll do that another day.
I don't want to fully go into that. I was just saying, like, dude, who the freaking... I mean, the government knows so much. They're so powerful. They have so much power over the people. If they knew, they probably wouldn't tell us. They'd just keep us wondering. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying...
We don't need to get too sidetracked by that.
We might got a little conspiracy theorist in us.
I might get a little sidetracked by Kat, the Inquisitive, who sent a $100 YouTube super chat, dropping $100 for the 100th. Congrats, Oscar, Raven, Jesse, Mods, and chat. Thank you for being the change. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, Kat. I run out of words to say it when somebody takes a big chunk like that and decides that they're going to pay for a chunk of the show. They're going to pay for a chunk of the labor that makes the show happen. If you're listening enough to care that this is the 100th episode, I think Kat knows the ways in which I really seriously appreciate the fact that I get to make my life about this. I get to make a couple of my friends' lives about this because I've got 2 staff members who are pretty mostly full-time at this point, right? Like,
I definitely got a nice paycheck last week.
You worked a lot of hours last week.
I did.
Yeah. W staff, W Cat. W's in the chat for Cat. Lucky Phil sent $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say congrats on 100 episodes, mostly sponsored by Taco Bell. Again, that one's an inside joke. Thank you, Lucky Phil. All right, I'm so sorry, Cade. We're almost done, but it's the 100th episode, so people are being really, really generous today. Nurse Elliot sent $5 to say congrats on 100. Here's to 100 more. Thank you for the $5. Shauna sent $20 to say happy 100th. Thrilled to have found you. Thrilled you're here, Shauna. Appreciate the $20. Nicholas sent $2 to say, hi, Oscar, any updates on the phone number? Yes, as I just said, the phone, I believe, is being picked up this app. I think it's supposed to arrive at an AT&T store today, so I'm going to go get it. Maybe I'll spend some time tonight getting it set up. He said, would love to see it get pushed to non-TikTok MAGA supporters. For everybody listening, we're trying to get a phone number that people can call to join the show instead of just joining through TikTok, because a lot of opposition don't want to have TikTok on their phone, which is valid. So working on that. Jeffrey sent $2 to say there's a podcast and book called Making Gay, and then Venmo cut it off, so I have to refresh it, called Making Gay History that I recommend everyone listen to. It covers history of the LGBTQ plus rights movement and gives you a perspective on how we got here. Also, why doesn't MAGA realize that there are LGBTQ plus MAGA supporters? I don't know if there are very many. I'd be interested in talking to one. Jesse sent $10 to say another donor to make sure you keep that 4-hour format. We're gonna keep trying. I think we're gonna say to expect 2 hours every day, but we are trying to push to 4 when we can. And then Jake sent $10 on Buy Me a Coffee to say happy 100th. So glad I found the show. W Oscar, W moderators and producers, and I guess a small W for the show mascots. Yeah, I should get the Scout cam up on YouTube, because Scout's here sitting next to my computer mouse, as she often does. Okay, I'm very sorry, Kate. That was a long pile of donations. I just didn't want them to pile up any further as we kept going here. But to remind everybody where we are, we were having a really productive conversation with a person who just got their voting rights a couple of months ago because he just turned 18, and we've turned to this point where I want to levy a criticism against my team, against the left, for making my caller, Cade, feel like he's supposed to be ashamed for being white, or that there's this definition of racism floating around that makes it so that you can't be racist to a white person, or that somebody who's not white can't be racist. And I want to talk about that, but I want to start by addressing this issue of you being ashamed that you're white. It's not that you should be ashamed of being white. And if anybody tells you that you should be, that's shitty, because you shouldn't be ashamed of who you were born as. That's fundamentally what that's very fundamentally against everything that I'm for, is asking a person to be ashamed of who they are. But it is important that we recognize that some of us are given more privileges by who we're born as, and you have to walk through life in recognition of that privilege. So I, as a white person, am not ashamed of who I am. That'd be silly. But I do recognize I've had an easier go of it than other people. I do recognize that I have an easier chance in any job interview just for being a white guy. I recognize that I was privileged enough to be born in a place where I had a really good public education. I'm really articulate. I'm really good at yapping. Maybe it's part of my white privilege that I get to run this show because I had an upbringing that made me somebody who'd be good at running a show like this. And that might have to do with the color of my skin, and that might have to do with where on the planet I happened to be born, into which family I happened to be born. So I don't want you to be ashamed of who you are. But I do think that there is something that there's a responsibility that comes with the undue power that white people have in our society because of institutionalized racism. I know I just talked a lot and I gave that background, but you're still with me, Cade, right?
Yep, I'm still here.
That cheesy old phrase, right? With great power comes great responsibility. What is that from Spider-Man?
Spider-Man.
Yeah, I like that phrase. It's like, yeah, right? Like if it's like me, I'm pretty good at changing tires. So when I see somebody struggling to change a tire, I have power that gives me responsibility to be a good citizen and go help them. So I do. What I think we have to recognize is that being white gives you power whether or not you want it to.
Well, yeah, for sure. But I also think that it's not the same for everybody. Like definitely if you're, I don't know if it's just being white. I think it's maybe that can be a part of it. Don't get me wrong. That can help you get a job or whatever. But I also think the way you look have you ever heard of the halo effect?
Mm-hmm.
The way you look can help you get people are more acceptant of you if you are a 6'5" good looking man, or if you're a 5'9" woman who looks like a model, than if you you know what I mean?
Well, there's lots of things that can influence, because I could point out that there's a white person who's had a rougher go of it in this country than some particular black person, right? Like a black person could be born into a wealthy family that sends them to Harvard and lets them become a lawyer or whatever, whereas a white person might be born to a teenage mother who's addicted to substances in a trailer park somewhere, and that disparity is there. But you can put those two people in the same clothes, in the same car, and it is still the black person who has to be much more afraid of getting shot by the police if they get pulled over in that car than the white person, regardless of what that background is. There's this background of privilege that you have just walking out into the daylight, regardless of what the circumstances of your life are. And we have to consider that on average, the circumstances of your life end up being better because of that privilege. So we just need to not be assholes about the fact that we're playing this video game called life on a easier difficulty than other people. That's what people are saying when they, you shouldn't be ashamed of being white, but you should recognize that you're white, and you should recognize that just turns down the difficulty slider on your life. All else kept equal. That doesn't mean that there aren't other things making your life difficult.
No, yeah, I definitely agree with that. I like how you put that, because like you said, a black person can be raised and go to Harvard. I think I just have a different outlook on it because I was raised, with two parents, and I have a good home supporting parents, but my dad didn't have that. His parents were divorced. He came from nothing and he made himself a CEO. So it's like my dad didn't, whether he's white or not, he had to make stuff for himself. You know what I mean? I think that is how it is with everybody, whether you're white or if you're black. I do think you have a better chance if you're Hispanic. It doesn't matter. I do think you have a better chance if you say you look good, or if you look at either you're white, you're black, you're Mexican, whatever that is, or I do think you have a better chance if you are white, but I don't think it's that. I think nowadays, I do think that was something in the past, but I think that as times change, I think that it's still there. Don't get me wrong, it's still there, but I think it's starting to fade away, and I'm happy about it.
I would agree that the disparity between that slider, the degree to which your dad's slider was cranked up to easy mode, I agree that it's gotten better. I think it's worth recognizing the places where there has been progress, but it is important what you pointed out, that it's still there. It's not a matter of it being a thing in the past that isn't the case anymore. It has gotten better, but it is still very bad. And then when you take in consideration the fact that that there's this disparity in the races still because of institutionalized racism, and there still is that white privilege. You put that against a background of the fact that separately, the division between the poor and the wealthy has widened. It's made it so that in a lot of ways, even though that racial disparity has closed by society becoming less and less racist over time, which I'm happy to admit that it has, even though a lot of people say that it hasn't, and I might get in trouble for recognizing that there's been progress in some domains. Even if there's progress there, we're very much regressing on the divide between the poor and the wealthy. So the difference it makes in your life that there's institutional racism might still hurt the same or perhaps worse because of other things that are going on in society. But what's important to recognize is that it's not gone, and it is still an enormous problem. Because you said that your dad, didn't start with much and then ended up much more successful. And there's a phrase for that called social mobility. Have you heard that phrase before?
I've not.
It's just it's the technical term that an economist or a sociologist would use when they're describing somebody changing wealth classes or societal classes. Like if you lived in a trailer park, but you made sure to really iron your clothes and fake it until you make it in this like nice office job, and you get a nice house and you move up in your social class. That's social mobility, and social mobility refers to how easy it is to change classes. And one of the consequences of institutionalized racism is that white people, by default, all else kept equal, have greater social mobility than people who aren't white. And that's one of the ways in which that little difficulty slider on the video game that is our life is just made a little bit easier for white people. So I don't blame your dad for being successful. I'm happy he was successful. I'm happy that he got to raise you in a secure home. That's really, really great. I think that you honor the society that gives you that easy life best if you recognize that it was made a little easier for your dad because he was white, probably.
Yeah, no, I don't ever want to dismiss that. I mean, it's so obvious. You know what I mean? It's definitely not like if my dad was black, it probably would have been like, not to be racist or anything, but it would have been a tougher time for him. You know what I mean? Just because
that's just fair. Because when people say that it's racist to pretend that you're colorblind, you can say, oh, race shouldn't matter. If we ignore race and my dad just worked hard.
Yeah.
We just don't know. It's all about averages, and everybody's life is different. And maybe if he was black, everything else would have been the same, except that time when he got pulled over when he was 22 and reached for his ID because it was in the glove compartment. Maybe the cop would have shot him, and he wouldn't have had you at all. That's a really extreme example. I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm just saying that
extreme, but it's common.
Well, yeah, that sort of thing does happen, and it happens disproportionately to people who are disadvantaged in the ways that we're talking about. So really when I don't, I'm going to just keep saying I hate it when people say that you should be ashamed of being white or whatever, because the idea that you should be ashamed of who you were born as is just seems so utterly, inherently counterproductive to me. But I think it's very productive for people who are born with privilege to recognize it and try to walk through their life in a way that corrects for it. Because we can use that power to elevate those around us, or we could take advantage of it to make our own lives better. And I'm just a much bigger fan of behaving in society in a way that's more like the former of those two ways than the latter.
Can I offer some context real quick? That's kind of important to the conversation. So one of the things that you've talked about is like presently it's better than it used to be. And while you're right, what a lot of the problems is today is that we aren't looking at how we still need to improve it and how we can do that. And to understand that, we also do have to look a little bit back in the history and see that Black communities have thrived in the past and been torn down, sunken underwater, burned down. Systemically, Black people have been oppressed for a long time, and it has caused generational wealth disparities and, socioeconomic, quote unquote classes. And so today what we have to be looking for is how do we find the equity that can bring them back up and be on the same socioeconomic level as the rest, and then we can look at making things more equal instead of equitable.
Yeah. And yeah, no, I like how he touched on that, because like my dad told me where he grew up, there was one side of town that was Hispanic and Black, and then there was a different side of town, and that's just how he grew up. And I do think that's why I'm not dismissing that there's white privilege in the world. There definitely is. I'm not dismissing that, but I also want to I'm going to go away from that for a second. I want to touch on something that happened with Charlie Kirk. I wasn't educated on Charlie Kirk. I never supported him or didn't support him. I wasn't, when he was really going off and popping off in the social media thing, I wasn't 18 yet, so I didn't even have a right to, had a right to think what I wanted. But I didn't. I wasn't able to vote, so it was kind of
Sure.
just.
I,
Yeah, I
I,
was
I
just
really
there.
I really don't blame children for not being politically involved. So you don't need to
Yeah,
explain
yeah. I
yourself
wasn't
there.
politically involved. Exactly.
That's fine.
But I do think that it's a little bit crazy to just. I understand, it's Charlie Kirk memes. Sometimes it'll get you a giggle, but it's also like that is somebody's life. I would respect it even if it was a black person, a Hispanic person, an Asian person. Like it's like, come on, guys. Like we're really gonna make fun of somebody for getting shot in the neck. Like I mean, I get
Well,
it if
so
you
here
don't
I'll
agree
be
with
I'll
some
be
of the stuff he's
straightforward.
saying.
I'll be straightforward. I make fun of my dad for drinking himself to death. I'm okay
Yep.
making a dirty joke about something terrible. It's kind of just the sort of household that I grew up in. So, I'm capable of making fun of myself in that way. I'm capable of making fun of my own team in that way. I'm obviously capable of making fun of the president in that way. I did it just the other day when Lindsey Graham died. I pulled up a tweet where Trump had celebrated somebody dying, and I just read the tweet but changed the name to Lindsey Graham to show that I was celebrating that Lindsey Graham had died in the same way that Trump celebrated that Robert Mueller had died. I used his words so that people couldn't be mad. Trump supporters couldn't be mad at me for saying it that way because that's how Trump said it about Robert Mueller, which was a joke. It was a gag that I did on this show for entertainment because it was funny. It wasn't the most nuanced thing I said about Lindsey Graham because I was reading Trump's words, and that's funny. My issue is that nobody should be so sacred as to be free of to be impervious to that sort of criticism or humor. And I think that there's something very special going on with the way that the right recoils from that sort of language around Charlie Kirk, especially in consideration of the fact that he is not even close to being the most important example of political violence in the calendar year 2025, because during the calendar year of 2025, this is something that I would guess you're probably not aware of. Melissa Hortman, one of our representatives here in Minnesota, was murdered in her sleep with her family, her husband and
No,
dog.
yeah, yes, I know.
I'm super glad that you know that happened. That assassin tried to kill other representatives, but he was apprehended. He did manage to shoot another one of them who survived. Yeah. So when people talk about Charlie Kirk as this like pinnacle example of political violence in America, as a Minnesotan, I think they shot one of our elected representatives, and you guys are more concerned about a podcaster. And I sit there,
No,
I
yeah,
sit
no,
here saying
definitely.
that as a fucking podcaster. So, like,
Yeah.
I can even recognize that, like, me being shot would be way less important than somebody like Melissa Hortman being shot, regardless of how popular I was. So my issue is really about the disparity. Like, if do we believe in free speech or not? Because free speech should it should be equal. We should have equal protection under law. We should have equal protection for these things. And the idea that there's this sacred halo around Charlie Kirk is very, very disgusting to me.
No, yeah, I don't think there's some. I just think it's the most obvious to. I just want to get people's perspective on it's the most obvious to the left wing and to the right wing. It was just, like obviously I don't want to say any of those murders were less important. A life is a life, but I'm saying that what I'm getting at is it's the most it turned into a meme after he died. You know what I mean? It's just like, come on, guys. It's somebody's. I was just pointing out the point where it's somebody's life.
It's tragic that his wife and children were present for that.
But I
obviously wouldn't wish that sort of experience on any children. And I might hate Erica Kirk with a passion, but I can recognize how horrible it must be to see somebody you love blown away in front of you. I think, people are mad at Parker, the streamer. He was present when Charlie Kirk died. He was there. And people make fun of him for having trauma around that, and that's fucked up because it's just such a human.
On that too.
Yeah,
I think it was. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please, you go ahead. I've been talking too much today.
I think it was. I don't know if it was Dean or if it was Parker, but one of them was like, "This is really bad. If you support this political violence is bad." But then they came out and they apologized about it, like they were in the wrong for saying that this something gave them trauma and that it was bad. And it's like I just think that's literally like the pinnacle of just
look
violence.
at that. I fell for some misinformation because the chat is lighting up that his family wasn't there. Thanks, chat.
Yeah,
The right tried to say that he was slaughtered in front of his family and daughter, and that was just straight out false.
Look at that. I'm not perfect. I'm a human. I get things wrong on the show all the time. Thanks for the correction,
yeah,
chat.
no, I'm just.
Parker was there though. I've heard him talk about that,
I think I saw a video. He came out and he was like, "This is horrible. It should have happened to anybody, no matter what they said." And then he came out and apologized about it. And it's like,
I think
dude, you
what
don't have to
Dean was
apologize for having
apologizing for
feelings
was his
and seeing somebody
remarks.
die.
he was apologizing, I think, more for his remarks that if he receives criticism for those remarks, that he's going to just go to the right.
Yeah,
He
I
said
mean,
that. Yeah, I did
and I
see
think that that's the sort of thing that, like, you know, Destiny got in trouble for saying something like, "Oh, I should just be a Nazi because my fans are so mean," or whatever, and people hear that and take it so literally, and it's like, we can say that the president's joking when he says he's going to eradicate everybody who lives in Iran, but if somebody says like a quip out of frustration, it's as people act as though it completely defeats everything else they've ever said on their platform. And Parker, straightforwardly to my audience, Parker and Dean, as my audience knows, are like acquaintances now. I've been on Dean's show. Parker's popped on this show. Dean's been on this show. They both follow me. Like, it's exciting for me that they're like supporting what I'm doing. And I do have some serious, honest opinions about it. And I'm very frustrated with the way that people go after people like Parker and Dean for reacting to Charlie Kirk in the way that they did. Because, you know, when Dean got in a lot of trouble for the way he reacted live to finding out live on the air that this happened and that Parker was there. And again, why are we going after people for having human responses to violence? Like,
I'm saying,
like
I'm just saying, like, violence is violence, man. Like,
when Dean said he got in a lot of trouble for saying something to like, he referred to Charlie Kirk as something of a coworker. And I, as somebody who's getting more and more popular all the time, I know exactly what he was talking about. When he says that it's like a coworker of mine got shot, he's not saying that, oh, my buddy, my friend. He's saying, holy shit, somebody at my workplace, the internet space where people argue about politics, got shot. I'm one of the most famous people in that space. Of course that's terrifying. Of course that's real. Of course that has weight. You don't understand. You don't understand what it's like to be a human being who has reach if you don't recognize that that's obvious for somebody like Dean Withers. I have a taste of it. I have a smidge of it. I have 100th of that amount of reach and influence, and I recognize that it's scary. I know what it's like to get death threats, and then to see some, when I wasn't making content when Charlie Kirk was alive, so I only started this calendar year, so I can't relate to what it felt like, but I could imagine now that if even somebody who I hate, I can't even take one of my regular callers who's a monster, like those people are monsters. I'm not going to mourn their death, but I'd be terrified and frightened about what's going on in America if one of my regular callers got killed, or one of the opposition debaters got killed. Like that would terrify me. I'd have an emotional response to that. If I found out about it live, I might sit here and cry about it. So I think that people just forget that we're humans too. And I say all that in clear recognition of the fact that I hated Charlie Kirk's guts, and I don't mourn that he's gone.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I also think that there's a lot of sketchy stuff around that. Listen, I like my own conspiracy theories, but I do think that Erica Kirk is a sketchy person, man. Like, she's got some sketchy stuff going on, and I also think that, her ties to Israel and that stuff, like, it's pretty sketch, man.
You've been watching Candace Owens?
I mean, I don't watch her, but I mean, some of the stuff she says is a little bit concerning. I listen to everybody and I hear what everybody's got to say, and she was pretty darn close to Charlie, so
yeah,
you know what I mean. And it's just like, I think that it's so crazy how Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens and Erica used to all be in the same space, and then he dies, and then they split into two. Where Erica's so quick to forgive the person who killed her husband, and then Candace is asking questions, and now she's like the enemy, which is like, I don't agree with everything she says, but also it's kind of like, well, we have our right to ask questions about stuff that goes on.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, I think that's enough about Charlie Kirk. I mean, at the end of the day, well, here I'll maybe add this one thing that I like to say about it, is that because I don't actually look at political violence in this country as all that like left or right an issue. I think it's an obvious fact that the right is more guilty of it than we are. I think that the whole problem that we have is that they're pushing ideologies that result in violence. They're trying to redefine violent things as non-violent things to get people comfortable with the idea of rounding people up and putting them in the backs of trucks or whatever. But the thing I always fall back on is, it's like, I'm less worried about whether or not the next deaths are people on the right or the left. I'm just worried that there's more violence coming, because when the Constitution's not being followed in a country, when the government's not following the rules, when there's these alarm bells being rang about groups that watch for the patterns that lead to genocide in countries, when those things are happening, I can just ignore the fact that we're talking about my home country. I can ignore the fact that we're talking about my party versus somebody else's, even though I'm not excited about my party. We can ignore all the individual details and just say that this adds up to a situation where violence will be on the rise. And that breaks my heart. And that's what I'm worried about in the coming years in American politics if we don't get some of this under control. I think we can stave off some of that violence and give ourselves a little breathing room to work on some of these issues if we make sure that the Republicans don't maintain control of the legislative branch after November. I think that's, in the immediate fight, I think that's important.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then there was one last thing I wanted to touch on, but I forgot what I was going to say. I was reading some of the chats and it just completely...
There is actually just one thing that came up a little bit earlier before we got onto Charlie Kirk about racism that I just want to broach with you, because it's something that I have a little bit of the same frustration that you have with, which is the way that people define the word racism. Just that if you look racism up in the dictionary, there'll be two definitions. And one of them will say that it's just having a belief about somebody based on their ethnicity, based on their skin color, their race. That seems a pretty straightforward definition of racism. Oh, I think people with your race like playing this particular sport. I'm going to assume that you play this particular sport because people of your race, I think, play that sport. Like, that's very textbook definition racist. And then there's this other definition that is becoming more and more important to people and more prevalent in these conversations, where there is a necessary system of control that you're benefiting from when you act in a racist way. And there's a very, very good argument for the fact that that second definition, because it better reflects what's going on in the country right now, is the one that we should be using. But I acknowledge the fact that a great many people, probably including yourself, consider that first definition. And I've kind of admitted defeat on this. I think enough people think it's important enough to only use the definition that reflects that there's this system of institutionalized racism that white people benefit from that other people don't, at least in the context of this country. And we can say that the word bigoted applies pretty well. It's a pretty good replacement for the other definition of racism that just has to do with somebody. Maybe you can't be racist against a white person according to that second definition, but you can be bigoted against a white person.
Or prejudiced.
Prejudiced, yeah. There are other words for it. So I recognize the frustration there, because I think if a black person thought something distasteful about a Hispanic person because they're Hispanic, my reflex is to call that racist, but it doesn't meet this other definition. This other definition is maybe the important one these days, though.
Yeah. I just think these days what I see the issue with on vote, like, I'd obviously have to look into both candidates before I made a vote on whatever it is. But what I'm saying is I think the fundamental, like, the root of the issue of me voting Democrat is more of just, once again, I'm going back to trying to make me feel bad for being born white, or trying to say, like, I understand that I have white privilege. I'm not racist. So it's like, now what's the issue? Now it's like...
Can I offer a little perspective on this?
Sure,
and like, no, I don't know. What do you think Democrats are going to do if they get power in relation to this white shame? Do you think that they're going to enact legislation that forces you to feel shame? This is just propaganda by the right to get you to doubt the left.
I know, I understand that some of it is propaganda from the right, but I also see the clips, like Jasmine Crockett, kind of that thing, where I kind of see some clips of her, and it's like,
but see, that's the problem.
I'm not racist, and you're trying to make me feel like a racist just because I'm white?
The clips are probably lacking context, specifically intended to make her sound crazy.
Yeah, well, and then that's just all I'm saying is that's just my biggest issue. I don't make people feel ashamed for being black. I don't want to.
There's maybe another definitional thing that I can teach you that'll maybe quell some of your feelings about this. And I will first say that I think a lot of the people who come after somebody like you probably themselves don't recognize what I'm about to teach you, if it is something that you don't know. Do you aware of the difference between, like, racism and racial bias?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. For the audience, it's just that there's a difference between consciously saying, like, oh, I don't like black people because of this or that reason, versus the uncomfortable example I like to give is that you might be walking down the street in the middle of the night and see a person walking towards you on your side of the street, and you might decide whether or not to cross the street and not walk past them so closely based on some things. I don't blame a woman for seeing a man walking towards her at 1 a.m. and thinking, maybe I should pretend I'm going that way and walk on the other side of the street so I don't have to worry about this guy catcalling me or something like that. But I'd recognize that it's a little racist to do that if to not do that for a white guy, but to do it for a black guy, to cross the street because there's a black guy walking towards you instead of a white person. Like, that's the sort of thing that people are upset about. That's the sort of behavior. But I, in full understanding of all these issues of xenophobia and such that we covered earlier, I recognize that for a lot of people, it's not racism that leads them to do that. It's racial bias. It's this involuntary response to these biases that develop in a person from growing up in a racist society, in a society that has institutionalized racism. Somebody who might feel that urge to cross the street might not even realize they're doing it because of the person's skin color. And that's bad. That's behavior that needs to be corrected. That's the same thing that might lead, like, a law enforcement officer who thinks themselves to be not racist at all to maybe be a little happier on the trigger when they're engaging with somebody who's not white. But the reason I value the difference in definition is because the solutions to these are very different. The type of character of a person who's openly racist and thinks, black people are dangerous, I should cross the street. That's so different than just feeling a little concerned and crossing the street and not knowing why.
I have an example of that too. My sister got robbed on the street about 2 weeks ago. She's in college and she goes to Kansas State University. Mm-hmm. She was downtown and she got robbed, and she hates Trump just as much as I do, because I wouldn't say I hate Trump, but I don't agree with a lot of stuff he does, just like I don't agree with stuff Kamala does. And it was by a white dude. So it's not about and she doesn't cross, she's not racist. She don't got a single racist bone in her body. So it's just like, I think there's a double standard of saying.
It's all based in racism. There's people in the chat saying that, the outcome is the same though. But my issue is that people see that the outcome is the same, and then they think, because that makes me upset and because I'm righteously angry about this, because I think it is righteous to be angry about that outcome, what they fail to recognize is that the solution is different, because telling somebody they're racist for doing that isn't going to be effective at getting them to not do it anymore, to realize that it's a bad behavior, to become a person who doesn't feel the need to do that anymore. And maybe going directly on the offense and saying, that's racist, you're a racist person, is right for a racist person, but it's not actually the right solution for a racially biased person, because I think we all need to recognize that we have racial biases. It's just a matter of being aware of them and conducting yourself in society where you give that check of saying, like, am I about to do something biased? Am I behaving fairly here? Is this the way I should behave in this moment? And that's one of my big criticisms of my own team. We need to be much more open with people who are willing to be open and understanding about this stuff, because you can be mad at racists all day, but it might not be that might not be very helpful if we're trying to solve racism, if we're trying to make racism not as big a problem in the country. Making people feel the way that you felt when you initially called in isn't going to help you get up to speed on all this stuff.
Yeah. Dude, I don't get why I'm getting hate in the chat, bro. I was in the racist bone thing. It was just like an example, a metaphor. I was just, you know what I mean? Like saying that she's not racist a single bit. That's just kind of what I meant.
That's a prime example of how the left is, not always the most graceful.
I would push back and say I think everybody's probably a little racist, and I think definitely everybody's a little bit racial biased at least. But I would politely point that out to you as an 18-year-old who's sitting here and openly learning about these things. And I think the people who are in the chat who are being mean to you about it aren't helping.
Yeah, no. But, okay, last thing I want to touch on. I want to get some other people in here because I'm taking up a lot of time. But,
like I said, I really don't mind you taking up the time, but we can cover one more thing quick and I'll move on.
Yeah.
And you're welcome back anytime. This is a very productive conversation.
Appreciate it for sure. I also want to touch on something. I want to touch on a little bit of slavery. So I obviously nobody denies that is awful and it shouldn't be something that ever happened. But white people get a lot of shit for that. And I also want to point out that this is probably really touches some people, but a lot of people that owned, like mostly everyone who owned a slave boat that was transporting slaves were Jewish. And so I want to just
is that true?
Yeah,
I don't think
check on that.
I don't. Well, here what I'll say. I don't think that's true. I also don't think it matters because we're talking. We haven't had slave boats since the 1800s in America, unless the prisons have boats, because we do still have slavery in the country. It's allowed for prisoners. But what I would
Jewish
say
is different than
Christian. What I would say is, like, I can hear you. I can sympathize with the way that you feel about people coming at you, because people come at me for what my ancestors did. and I'm a first/second generation child of immigrants. So my people didn't, like my immediate ancestors didn't participate in American slavery, like at all. So people come at me and I'm like, what do you, for one thing, even if they did, like even if I was the descendant of a bunch of plantation owners and my, starting with my great grandpappy and his grandpappy before him, and all of them were a bunch of horrible slave owners. Like, again, that just goes back to what we covered earlier in the conversation. I don't think you should be ashamed of who you are. I don't think you should be punished for the crimes of your parents or their parents or anything like that. But what I think the people who come at you about that sort of thing are right about is that you do have to recognize what we covered earlier, which is that you live in a society where you get to have some privilege because of that history. And it's important to recognize that. It's important for me to recognize that, even though, like I said, my family didn't participate in slavery in America. So I don't care I don't care who did all those bad things. I care what the current state of affairs is. And the state of affairs is one where you and me as white people need to recognize that we're playing on easy mode, which means we need to work hard to make sure that our friends who aren't playing on easy mode get a fair shake at having a good life.
And Amazon said I need to recheck my sources. Well, I have checked my sources. I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't see that that's what I'm just, listen, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. That's in the past. All I'm saying is that it's a little bit, I just want to point out that it's a little bit different. Like my ancestors didn't own slaves. So it's like,
but I would point out that even if they did, that wouldn't change my opinion of you, because you're you.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I just think that it's so in the past, and that it's still used against certain people.
So I'll cheekily throw somebody a bone in the chat for saying in all caps, it's not in the past. Watch the all caps though. It's against the rules for non-mods. But when they're saying it's not in the past, it's this place of common ground we have to find where we can say that the original wrongdoing is in the past. You don't own any slaves. You haven't traded any slaves. You haven't taken anybody out of their homes in Africa. None of that happened. But that problem is not in the past. That is still a thing that's very present in America because the effects of that institutionalized racism, the fact that maybe if my grandparents did own slaves, I would maybe live in a nicer neighborhood because of the fact that my dad grew up in a house that grew up in, where his dad grew up, where his dad grew up, where his dad grew up, where there was this process that was set forth by my family having prosperity in the 1800s, which it didn't for those who just joined. I'm a more recent immigrant than that in my family history.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Saying Amazonian saying you're fatigued, that seems like a racist remark to me. I don't know why you would say you're fatigued with any race. You're saying that you're
I'm not understanding. Are you reading something from the chat?
Yeah, I am.
What did it say?
I'm fatigued.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's meant by that.
It's a counter joke because the right has been using that as racism, black fatigue.
Yeah, that's literally racism. So I don't know Amazonian. I don't know.
And so the left has taken it up. The left has taken it up by basically just saying white fatigue. It's
racist no matter what. It's like, what are you talking about, Amazonian? You weren't talking about the convo, homie. Like, I get it. Listen, I don't want to dismiss everything that happened in this conversation. I learned a lot, and I think it was good. All I'm saying is that, come on, bro. That's blatant, literal racism. That's what you talk about. Not one.
Well, right. So, and I, for the first time in an hour and 17 minutes, I really feel like you're back on your heels about that. But what I will point out to you is that I can have a level-headed conversation like this in front of you. Would you agree that this has been a really chill, level-headed conversation about a bunch of difficult, important shit?
Yeah, no, for sure. I just think that was. So
what I'm going to point out to you is that there are 1,000 people watching, and you can't please everybody. No, there are people who are never going to watch my show again because of the way I behaved in this conversation, and that's okay.
No, I think that you've done just fine. All I'm saying is that.
But not everybody's going to think that.
Yeah,
there's too many people watching. I can't please everybody. There are people who I'm going to get hate messages later for not handling this differently, for not having a different co-host up, or for whatever reason, right? But I could also argue that, especially with Raven chiming in, we're already kind of teaming up on you, and that's maybe would be a less productive conversation if I brought a co-host up who maybe has more personal experience with this than me, because we already have, like I said, we already have kind of a 2v1 going on. So I can sit here and navigate the way I handle this conversation in a way that I think is best, the way that I think is most productive, and the way that I think is going to not piss off as many people as possible, because we're trying to not piss people off is kind of the whole plan with my political perspective, is just make people happier, live happier lives.
Yeah.
But I, you're sitting here having a very intimate, serious conversation in front of 1,000 people. somebody's going to be mad about it. Somebody's going to be mad about the way that you phrased something. There have been times in this conversation where you phrased something where I've gone, alarm bell. There's that disinformation
exactly,
sneaking in. There's that bias coming out. Maybe a little bit of that xenophobia. And I try to point it out and have a conversation about it in a way that's productive. But I think it's unreasonable for somebody in the chat to expect you to have a conversation like this with me for an hour and a half or whatever it is without saying something that rubs us a little wrong, because the whole point of this conversation is to turn you into somebody who does rub us wrong, doesn't rub us as wrongly in the way that you talk about this, because I think your heart's in the right place. You've just got a little deconstructing to do. That's my assessment of you.
For an 18-year-old, this has been such a wonderfully productive conversation. So chat, please do keep that in mind, that they are 18 and that the only way they're going to grow is with grace.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm still learning. People come up here and say slurs. Like I'm just trying to learn on what I can improve on so that I can make an educated decision on who I want to vote for when stuff comes around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, no, I definitely agree. You can't please everybody, but I had a great time. Unfortunately, I got to go. I appreciate you guys having me in here and speaking to me.
Thanks for coming up.
I really do appreciate you coming up, and please call back in, after you've had time to digest all of this.
Yeah, for sure. I'll drop a follow. Don't worry.
Appreciate you, Cade.
All right, see you, man.
W's in the chat for Cade. Hey, Raven, do you want to take the air for a moment while I use the restroom?
Sure.
All right. We're not going to do the speaker thing. You can just, because there's nobody here. We don't even need monitoring. You can just talk for a moment. And all of your donations.
Okay. Hi, chat. How's it going? The grace thing is something I try to preach a lot because I've made a lot of progress in conversations just in my day-to-day life by, holding in those emotional reactions to obviously inflammatory things that they say, and just, that gray rock stoic approach with the grace of trying to at least give them the room of validating, the fact that they could be wrong. But that gets a lot more progress than just blowing up at somebody and calling them racist, calling them transphobic, all that stuff. I deal with transphobia almost daily. And if I got mad at everybody that was transphobic, I would end up in a very bad place. So we have to learn to control our own emotions a little bit and offer grace to people that are willing to have good, productive conversations. Also, thank you for the compliments. This is not his girlfriend. I am the editor. But, yeah, I'm Raven, Raven's Blossom on TikTok. You'll see me pop in on my days that I'm not in the studio to chime into conversations sometimes. But yeah, hi everybody. Yeah, any questions? While you got me, it will be quick. But my favorite go-to food, Vietnamese food is my favorite. I always say I like Vietnamese food so much that I made my last name Vietnamese because I married a Vietnamese woman. But yeah, I do the editing stuff. I've been doing it for 2 months roughly. I don't know. I feel like I joined in about episode 60 something. But most of the clips that you'll see from here on out are mostly me. Raven feature on Sensing Agony track when? Well, I did send Jessie a video of me screaming, so we'll see how she feels about that. My favorite band, right now the band is Sensing Agony, but my second favorite band is Like Roses. It's a female vocalist pop punk band that just goes hard, for pop punk. But yeah, Oscars. Are you ready? Or are you, Oh, cool. All right, a couple more seconds of me. My TikTok I'll put it in chat. Make sure I typed it right. Oh, it didn't. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Bam. That's me. All right, Oscar's back. Thanks for having me, chat. Love you.
Thank you, Raven. Okay. What a lovely way to start the show today. That was an intense one.
I loved that conversation.
Yeah.
Even though it obviously came at me a little bit in the beginning.
Well, I feel like it ended on the right note, which is that a conversation like that is just never going to please everybody.
Right, and not only that, but it's a prime example of like the transphobia that I face every day, and just have to handle it with grace.
Well, and it's that I wouldn't blame you for not handling it with grace, but it's because you handle it with grace that we are able to make the world less transphobic, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Right? Like I don't blame people for being so angry that they're not productive about things, but I'm just like, that's the whole point of the show, is that like people say like, how do you do this all day? How do you stay so level-headed? It's like, it's because I'm level-headed enough to decide how to navigate the conversation in a way that I think is either productive or like, I don't think, sometimes when I do it in the entertaining way, when I please the audience by showing that righteous fury, it's because the caller's a fucking lost cause. So the product isn't what happens to the caller. It's what happens to everybody who watches the show and sees the clips and stuff. That wasn't the case with that caller. Like, that was like we got a live one call where it was like, let's have a serious conversation with this kid. And somebody said that in the chat that they don't care that he's 18. And I think that's nonsense, especially in consideration of what COVID did to education. That is a kid who didn't go to middle school because of COVID.
Literally.
That is a kid who's probably behind on reading level compared to somebody who's had his access to education in years past. And that's just worth considering. Like, I just got done being a high school teacher. That was my job when I started the show. I had to keep that a secret, but I resigned at the end of the school year. So I get to talk about it now. And I feel like after 10 years of educational experience, not all continuous, but I've had a lot of experience with high school age students. I just feel like an 18-year-old today is the way that I thought about a 14 or 15-year-old not that long ago, just before COVID. So I really try to, people who watch the show, you don't have to watch my show much to know when I'm in teacher mode. And obviously I was in teacher mode there. And I'm in teacher mode sometimes with like kids who are like not that
We had
young.
a 27-year-old that you had to go teacher mode
Yeah,
with
I mean, I go
recently.
teacher mode on some people twice my age, but like in general, where it's like, oh, you're new to all this, I want to hold your hand and teach you some stuff. I find myself doing that with like 22-year-olds, like pretty frequently. But I think we should read the donations and get on with another call. Cosmic Travesty gifted 5 gift memberships, which means that that's 5 more people who get to participate in the members only stream that happens usually Sunday evening, but potentially also some other times over on YouTube. So thanks for doing that. Cronus said for $5, Oscar, do you really don't want to talk to a gay MAGA? They are full of self-hate, and by the end of the conversation, they usually either break down or slur. Could be interesting, though. Arnold Gallows sent $2 to say, can you go vegan on the 200th episode? If you go vegan on the 200th episode, I'll give you $2. I quibble with veganism. Maybe I'll be vegan by episode 200. If it's the right thing to do, I hope I would do it sooner than that. And Arco Heathen sent $5. No message, just thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. And then Kronos said, only a third of YouTube watchers have liked it, liked the vid. Get to it, people. I'm not sure, I'm not as nice about it as the other mods, but I'm also a Titan, so I have other excuses. Thank you, Kronos, for reminding people to hop out of the stream and properly drop a like on the live stream, not just one of the screen tap likes. It does help with the engagement. Andrew Vincent sent $7 to say, I'm not ashamed to be white. I recognize the atrocities of my white ancestors, and I almost feel a debt to their victims. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, where it's like, fucking least I can do to like pay back to the world for giving me a life that was on easy mode for no reason other than who I was born as, where I was born. And that's just something we have to consider. I don't even know what type of currency this is, but we looked it up. It's like, $5 or $6 or something. So thank you very much, Mini Dorak, for the $5 or $6, dropping a big peso per episode. Thank you.
Pretty sure it's Mexican peso.
Oh, is it Mexican peso? Yeah, I just didn't know the symbol. MX $. That makes sense. Well, thank you for the pesos. Thank you for being such a reasonable voice in the midst of a wave of anti-literacy. Big respect. W to everyone involved in making the show possible, but #FreeNoodle. Though I do appreciate the free noodle hashtags. Maybe we'll get her training in order that she can be back in the studio for the show. Chronos sent $5 more to say, W dead family member jokes. Can't wait till they are made about me. LOL. Yeah, I hope some rippers get told at my funeral. Hi-Fi Mike sent $2 to say W Raven. I don't know what for because these are a little behind, but thank you. Liaga sent $10 to say, like roses are awesome. Great shout by Raven W. Thank you very much. And Metal God sent $2 to say, W producer Raven, Merlin is safe from being eaten. Ah, dude, we're all inside jokes today. Where is Merlin? We need to show proof of life of Merlin. He's missing like Mitch McConnell. Where did he go? If you spot Merlin today, do you see him?
I'll send him up.
He'll let you pick him up.
Yeah.
You can bring him over here. He just doesn't get on camera very much. Anyway, Jesse David sent $5 to say, if you aren't familiar, look up the Veil of Darkness study from Stanford. It's a comprehensive statistic breakdown of black people getting pulled over day versus night. It's more complex than that, but it's one of the most extensive studies on inequality in modern history. Would you write that down, Raven, so I can check on the Veil of Darkness study from Stanford? You just put that in the production Bible. Oh my God, more donations. Holy cow. David, different David than non-bitch David. This is a different cool David than the normal cool David. For $3, he said, recent viewer, congrats on your 100th. I'll be able to give more once I get my raise in a month. Don't sweat it, dude. You know, if it's about your own finances, don't worry about it. But I do appreciate the support. And then David Collins sent $50 to say Vietnamese food for Raven and Oscar. Maybe when we run errands later, we'll get some lunch.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the $50, David. I appreciate you. Jared sent $5 to say, will you talk about the newly released audio in the Nolan Wells murder cover-up? I am unfamiliar. Let's get that one written down too. Nolan Wells.
I can talk about it real quick.
Yeah, if you
like.
want. Yeah, just give it a quick background. I'm not educated, but definitely put it on my notes to get better educated about.
So Nolan was, or they kind of like improved the audio, I think, of a 911 call. And you can hear the kids in the background like, Nolan, wake up. Oh, is he already dead? So.
Okay, well, I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Joseph, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. You said, happy 100th. So proud of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is exciting, guys. It's cool. I felt a little silly setting up the title 001 when I did the first numbered episode. I thought, like, I'm probably going to have to stop doing this and go, like, work at McDonald's or something. So, no, I do this every day now. And that's very, very exciting. Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, you could have started the call with, okay, douchebag, camera on. Kudos on choosing to give him the time of day, some intellectual, sincere conversation, and yes, some grace, all of which I fear is lacking from many of his generation. I am just generally far less likely to ask a young person to turn their camera on. That strategy for quelling, like, people who are concerned, it's just not the route I take, and I don't think that would have been a productive route for that caller. That might have scared him away. David, who's Rogue Ghost in the chat, said, Fall has been on repeat in my car. It's very catchy. Fall by Sensing Agony. Jessie is not in the producer's chair today, but she will be end of the week. But Jessie just released a song, Fall, by her band Sensing Agony. She's the vocalist. Hello, Scout. All right, do I have all the donations? I think I read all the things I was supposed to read, but it's getting fucking hard to keep up. I think we're good to go. Let's pick a new username in the chat. I don't think I've spoken to Donald before. I hope it's Donald Trump. That would be interesting. That'd be exciting. How old are you?
I'm 20. So do I have to turn on my mic my camera to be up here?
No, it's that when people say things like if you told me that you don't think women can lead, like right off the bat, I might be like, all right, camera on, just because it filters out some of the trolls. Generally, when people have like polite, reasonable conversations with me, I don't require them to turn on their camera. It's really just bigotry, like open bigotry, that I will request you to turn your camera on for.
Oh, then you might be asking me to turn on my camera. Hopefully not.
Well, we'll fucking see. Well, how old did you say you were?
I'm 20.
20. Okay. You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Is it because of open bigotry?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, why is it then?
I think there are cultural norms and societal norms that I don't agree with that the progressive left is taking. And I think that in order for us to maintain our values of what it means to be American, we need to go against what far left people are currently doing.
What values?
And I think that Trump stands against that.
What societal values are important to preserve for Americans?
I think limited government is important. I don't think the government stepping in and deciding what makes a family or not should be decided through the government. Like, I don't think that the government should have the authority to withhold certain pieces of information from parents within the education system. I think that's horrible. I think like the government going out of its way.
I know we're getting to trans issues right away there, because I just want to point out to you that I don't think that the way that you consider what the schools should do with a child's information is necessarily like a good or sensible approach. So I actually just want to zoom right in on that, because I think it's slightly novel and I want your thoughts on it. Straightforwardly, do you think a school has an obligation to tell parents everything that they learn about their kid at school?
Everything, no.
Okay. So you recognize that there are some things that, even if are important and serious things, perhaps, the school should maybe not immediately phone home about that. Would you agree to that, like, additional leveling up of my point, that maybe even if it is an important thing?
It'd have to be a case by case scenario. I don't know what you mean by important, so I'd have to look at it case by case.
When I was young, I, in like my English classes in school, would write about my life. The assignment would be to like write a page about what you did this weekend, or like write a few pages about what you did this summer, like that sort of thing. And they detected some concerns about my father. So they didn't go to my mother. They didn't go to my father. They brought me into the guidance counselor's office and they tried to figure it out. They thought something's going on with Oskar. We need to sort it out. We need to figure out what it is so we can make sure that he's as safe as possible, because I wasn't safe because my father was abusive. And that's the sort of thing that was, without me even knowing, I was just a kid writing about what I did that summer. The adults reading my notebooks were like, this is some fucked up shit. Like, what's going on at home with Oskar? So they used some secrecy in order to make sure that I got the care that I needed during that chapter of my life. Do you think that that's a sensible approach that the school took?
Yeah, because I think it's important for you to have long-term comfort. Like, I think that what they were doing is in your best interest.
Yeah.
I think that when you're withholding certain information that's not ultimately in the kid's best interest behind their parents' back is when I have a problem with
Yeah,
it.
and there are some experts who make careers out of figuring out the best way to handle that very, very difficult situation. Like, when exactly do we call child services? Like, what are exactly the warning signs that are appropriate? And they did end up getting child services involved for a time, and that actually stopped a lot of the bad behavior from my dad. He was kind of a success. I'm one of the rare success cases for that sort of outreach. They got him in trouble, and it scared the shit it scared the shit out of him. He was afraid he was going to lose his family, so a lot of the abuse stopped. But they were able to do that because they listened to what the experts said about what I was going through. There's people who go to school for it. There's people who like study and make policies where it's like, if a child tells you this, you're a mandated reporter, you have to elevate it. Or like, maybe if it's not that severe, you can use your judgment because you know the kid better. So it's a good thing that we have experts who study these things and make policies that as time goes on, the schools get better and better at catching these sorts of issues and handling them in a way that best serves the safety and prosperity of the child. It sounds like we're on the same page about how all that went.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think that there's also a big distinction on what it means if someone is living in an abusive household and there's authorities who can go and check it out, who have specialized information within a certain topic.
Yep.
However, I think there is a big difference between that and a teacher withholding information about a student's current gender identity. I think that anyone has the ability and capability and should be allowed to transition after the age of 18 freely. You can do
Great.
whatever you want.
Great.
I'm saying,
I hear you, and you saw where I was
Okay.
going with it, but I can just sense that the tone in your voice changed in such a way, and I'm just going to leverage the social skills I think I have, the communication skills to think I have. I'm going to make an accusation about why I think your tone changed, and I want you to respond to it. So I'm not trying to like blast you. This is just what I think based on what just happened. I think a moment ago you were perfectly comfortable saying that it's the experts who decide how guidance counselors should handle these sorts of situations. It's the people who write the textbooks that those people read when they go to school to get their jobs that should make decisions about that. And I think we moved over to this issue about how we should handle a person who's facing being trans, which I'm very glad you recognize. Once you're 18, it's like fair game for people to do with their bodies as they please. I'm really glad we have that common ground. But I think what happened is we switched to a topic where for some reason you don't respect the experts because your tone changed, and it sounds to me like you feel like you're the expert.
Yeah, I don't rely to the experts on every single situation, and I think that's one of the situations where I would not rely to the experts on. There's probably other circumstances I could give you.
I can't
where
think
the
of a
experts'
situation.
opinions-
I can't think of a situation where I don't rely on the experts. I wouldn't call somebody an expert if they're not somebody I would rely on when it comes to such a
Oh yeah,
thing.
that's true. So
do you think
I
that
think,
there
I think
aren't
my,
there aren't experts when it comes to issues of gender with minors?
Yeah, that is true. I don't think that there's experts when it comes to issues of genders when you're
What
under the
happens
age
to a trans person?
of a-
Do you think that there are medical experts who handle the path forward for adults who are trans, who you said you'd be okay with getting whatever care they seek?
Yes. So let me make the distinction. That would take like 10 seconds. So what I'm trying to say is I think that after you reach a certain level of mental capacity, you have the ability to make those decisions for yourself. However, before you reach that stage and you're just a child, you do not have the mental capacity or brain structure to formulate those big of decisions. So that's where I have a problem with it, because I think the
Oh,
experts
dude.
can come in
I'm gonna throw
and
you a
stray
bone.
those.
I'm gonna throw you a bone.
I
'cause
think those experts can stray.
The experts,
those
the
kids'
experts
choices.
agree with you. And that's, if we look at the type of gender affirming care that we offer to people who are younger than 18, it's mostly in service of what you just said, which is to procrastinate the decision until they're 18, so that if they're going to do something very permanent to their body, they can make the decision as an adult. That's mostly what.
And in those circumstances, I would say that I would agree with that then.
Well, I
But I'm
want
saying in
to
the
talk specifically.
circumstances-
This came up with the previous caller. I don't know if you're listening. You might not have been in the.
I was not.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just earlier in the show it got mentioned already. So I will say that what we do generally for people who the doctors are sure have persistent enough, who persistently enough are identifying as a trans person, what we do is we procrastinate their puberty by giving them hormone blockers so that they can just make a decision about whether they want to go through a puberty caused by estrogen or a puberty caused by testosterone after they're 18. So you just said that you agreed, but I just want to make sure you understand what you're agreeing to. That's the sort of treatment that we're talking about. Do you agree with that sort of approach?
No, I thought. No, I don't agree with that because I didn't know that puberty blockers would be part of postponing it until the age of 18. I think that puberty blockers have very detrimental long-term effects to to the use overall development.
That's what I want to talk about, because
hormones.
it does sound to me, I'm sure many people in my chat disagree, which is why they want you to turn your camera on, but I don't at this time. It does sound to me like your heart's in the right place. It does sound to me like you're really concerned about what that treatment might do to those children. But I'm just here to tell you that if we listen to the experts and we look at the data that they've collected about the outcomes, it sounds like you're concerned with outcomes. You don't want somebody to have a bad outcome from that treatment. Am I correct in assessing that?
I don't want them to regret their decisions
Right.
and them to be in a worse off place if they haven't done it.
Right. But what I think you're missing is that the data shows that issue of regret is much greater if we don't offer this sort of gender affirming care. And it's shown in a very specific way that it's a little hard to talk about on TikTok because TikTok does not like discussions about self-unaliving. But offering children that sort of gender affirming care greatly reduces the likelihood of them self-unaliving or attempting to self-unalive or having to go to a therapist to deal with ideation about self-unaliving. If we want to address the concern, the biggest concern that we have for trans kids, which is that they are very likely compared to a normal member of the population to self-unalive, if because society is so horrible to trans people is like mostly the reason. If we want to address that, this approach of procrastinating puberty until they're 18 is the most effective way that the experts have come up with to prevent those sorts of grievously bad outcomes. So if you're concerned with those outcomes, you are correct that it is possible that a person can regret having that sort of care done. But as a matter of fact, that's a very rare side effect of this situation. It's very rare for a person to turn 18 and be mad that that's what was given to them. It's something like less than 1%. And those
fact check on that. The studies say somewhere between 97 and 99% success rate. So even if we're looking at the high end of regret rate of 3%, that's a medical miracle among medical procedures. Knee surgery is like what, a 30% regret rate, and yet
lower back surgeries have really terrible regret rates as well.
And nobody bats an eye about that.
Yeah, we recognize that some medical, or physiological or mental situations are so difficult where like some percentage of people who go through it are going to be unhappy, and some people who get the treatment that we offer for it are going to be unhappy with the treatment. But we just have to look at the averages.
Can I have a question on that study? Is that like a social transition, a surgical transition? Like
medical
what kind
transitions.
of transition is that?
Medically sanctioned transitions. So some of those studies do include like paths forward where the medically sanctioned gender affirming care doesn't happen to be chemical. It happens to be some other approach to it. But no matter how hard you dig, you're not going to find a regret rate for hormonal changes or anything like that sanctioned by a doctor that does anything but pale in comparison to the percentage of these patients who have self-unaliving ideation. We're not talking about a few percent here or there. We're talking about tens of percentages. We're talking about 20, 30, 40% of people going through some sort of either attempt or successful attempt or ideation about it. And that is such a bigger problem for the well-being of this group that we can accept that there's yes, potentially the side effect that somebody might not like the treatment they get. But when you go to the doctor and you have a sickness and they say, hey, you have Lyme disease, we're going to put you on this really aggressive antibiotic run. You might not get your Lyme disease cured by it, and it will be miserable because going on the sort of antibiotics that treat Lyme disease is miserable. I've done it myself. It's horrible. Did cure my Lyme disease. Yay. But I knew the risks. I knew that I might go, oh, I regret taking this medicine. It didn't fix me and it made me feel terrible. And now my Lyme disease is more resistant to this, to these antibiotics, and we need to do something more aggressive, or I might have to deal with this chronically forever. I accepted the risk that the treatment I was being offered was one that might not fix me forever, but that's not the most likely outcome. And we're going by what gives me the best shot. And I'm a success case when it comes to Lyme disease. But I just recognize that it's the same sort of reasoning that we're using for gender affirming care for minors and for adults, with careful consideration for the sort of permanent decisions a person should only be making after they're 18. So I guess, I mean, to having explained all that, I just got to push hard on you and say, are you really going to go with your gut instead of what all these experts say about the outcomes for the patients?
So I think that a lot of the studies that have been conducted thus far have been for people outside of the age of 18. When we're looking at the youth specifically, this is a very much more niche case of children having to make the decisions.
I think I'm going to say that the burden has to be on you to show that those sort of outcomes are bad, because I've dug through a lot of these studies.
I can show those.
A lot of these cohort studies do include older people, but the particular use case of these hormone blockers that prevent puberty, like that's a treatment that's generally obviously only given to, if we're going to try to prevent puberty, we have to give that treatment to pubescent people. So the data around that sort of care is what these doctors are looking at when they make these sort of decisions for their patients. And I really do need to see a study that says otherwise, because
are you
doctors don't give treatments that are ineffective in the way that you're concerned about.
Also, you're not going to find any studies on hormone replacement regret on people under the age of 18, because that doesn't happen. Like we've already covered today, the only thing we're going to give them is a puberty blocker. But for the most part, transitioning under the age of 18 is just social things like, what are you wearing? What do you look like? What is your name? What are your pronouns? That's the only thing that's
puberty blockers.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
And that can have long-term effects on bone density.
Yep.
It has
yes, as any medicine has any sort of side effect, and we should validate these children while they are discovering themselves, because the side effects aren't that harmful long-term.
Straightforwardly, Colin. The regret that you're describing, where somebody maybe doesn't go through... You're right. If somebody doesn't go through their male puberty when they're 12, when their body was going to, and they go through it when they're 18 or 19, because they get to 18 years old and they decide they don't want to be on the hormone blockers anymore, you're correct. I said it earlier in the show to the previous caller. You're not going to be as tall. You're not going to have as deep a voice. You're not going to grow as impressive a beard. Like, there are things about your body that are going to be different because of that. And I recognize that that might happen to a small percentage of the people who get that care. But my question for you, caller, is what percentage of those patients need to be saved from self-unaliving for you to accept that that's going to happen to 1%, 2%, or 3% of patients?
Okay, so that's what I wanted to get to, and you just explained it, so that makes more sense now. You're saying that the possibility of them not having to unalive themselves greatly outweighs the small percent chance that they regret it.
Yeah. Also, I would point out, if you want to be consistent, you should apply this type of reasoning to other medical procedures. And if you did that, you'd want to collapse the entire medical system, because as we pointed out about things, there's certain types of care like knee surgeries and back surgeries that have like atrocious rates of success, where it's like, hey, there's like a 1/3 chance you're going to regret this back surgery for the rest of your life, and a 2/3 chance that you're going to think it's probably okay. And we're moving away from doing surgeries like that because those statistics suck. If the statistics were like that, I might be on your team, but the only reason I'm not is just because they aren't.
So if the statistics show that someone at the age of, let's just, this is a hypothetical, at the age of 8, the statistics show that an 8-year-old who wanted to transition had the better overall survival rates while taking hormone blockers, let's say that they
wouldn't be on hormone blockers at 8.
They wouldn't be on hormone blockers. So let's just say that the statistics show that a social transition would make that child's life better off during their youth years. Would you be supportive of an 8-year-old socially transitioning?
Sure. What does it mean for an 8-year-old to socially transition, right? Like, what's...
In my mind, though, I don't care what the statistics say for something like that. If I had an 8-year-old son and my son wanted to dress like a girl, go by a girl's name, me and my wife, we would not allow that to happen, because even if the statistics say that that's what we should be doing, is we should be accepting that, I don't think that they have the mental capacity to understand what it means to be a girl yet. And I think that's the
So
distinction.
what I would want you this is the sort of thing that it's like sometimes very difficult to do as a parent. If you imagine yourself as a parent, I'm not a parent and I'm not going to be, but I've worked with kids a lot. I've worked with a lot of parents. I've been the educator who's talking to a parent about maybe something they don't like about their kid and trying to get them to behave in a way that's more accepting of who the kid is. I've been in those shoes, and what I worry about with your type of thinking is that you don't like the fact that your kid wants to dress that way, so you're trying to force them not to, and that might change the outcome. That might change the fact that, okay, I can stop my kid from wearing a dress. I can make them wear shorts. That doesn't make them not want to wear a dress, though, and that's the thing that you're upset about. So if that upsets you as a parent, tough shit.
But it does. It does make them stop, because like if my child wants to do something,
It just
growing
increases
up,
the chance of self-unaliving.
Yeah.
You're basically saying that you're okay with your
At the
child
age of 8?
self-unaliving. Yes, at the age of 8,
At
it
the age of
happens.
It can
8?
start that young.
Okay,
Yeah.
if my child is addicted to sugar and all they want to eat is sugar, and I'm saying that you can no longer have
Your
Skittles
kid's
and you
not
can no
gonna
longer have
self-unalive
muffins.
for not having Skittles. That's just ignorant.
Hold on. Let's not.
Okay,
let's
and
not.
you're
Let's,
being ignorant because
Raven.
there's
Let's not
a
step on
given
toes. He's listening.
enough.
But the experts can tell you that giving your kid a sugary diet leads to those bad outcomes, but the experts will not tell you that about letting your kid wear the dress. That's the difference. It's that we know that there are objectively, obviously bad for everybody, things that will happen to a kid if they fuck. Like if you get a kid addicted to sugar when they're a kid, when they're 8 years old, and they don't make good dietary choices through their teen years, that is a person who's going to struggle their entire life with making good decisions in the grocery store, because their dopamine relationship with food is going to be broken in a way that's harmful for them if they consider it an important goal to live a long, happy, healthy life in terms of their physical health. That is obvious, but that's just not the case with a kid wearing a dress.
I'm just a little confused though, because when I think of the future of the America, and I'm picturing people going to, let's just say, Target or stores where you can get apparel, and you have a little kid in the cart, and you're pushing it along, and they're a boy, and they're seeing these pink things, and they're seeing these dolls, and they're seeing these dresses, and they're grabbing them, and then parents start equating grabbing them and having it all with pink and purple and dresses and dolls.
If your
and we just start accepting that as society.
I want to lay out a situation for you. What if your son was that kid at Target where they were picking out all the Barbie dolls and all the cute clothes, and they wanted to try on clothes, and can I try on just another outfit, whatever thing that would bother you so much in that way. What if that kid grew up to be like, what if they developed a fashion empire? What if that was their thing? What if maybe it wasn't that they were trans? Maybe it was just that they liked fashion, and they'd actually much prefer to be designing the clothes and putting them on somebody else's body, and like that's something that they're good at, and that's they've found something that they're passionate about. And what you're doing, regardless of out of concern that it might end up having something to do with gender, because again, with an 8-year-old, like talking a little young here for somebody to be exhibiting gender dysphoria, like it's not really very likely. Like it could just be something else, and all you're doing is quelling passion.
Exactly.
But that's not
That's
good.
what I'm saying, though.
But you shouldn't
it could
quell
be something
passion.
else.
Right. But
It
why?
could be something else.
But you don't you're not going to change anything about your kid by not allowing them to play with the things that they want to play with in the store.
Of course you will. Of course you will change.
You can say of
something
course
about them
when you say of course you will. Are you drawing upon common sense? I'm an educator. I'm a lifelong educator, and I'm going to push
I'm
back.
saying, of
and
course
say,
you will, in terms of if your kid is growing up doing a sport, and some parents don't want their kids to do certain sports, so you stop enrolling them in that specific sport, they're no longer going to have as much interest within it, and that is something completely different than gender. If your child grows up and wanting to wear dresses and wanting to do these things, and you tell them no, that's going to dissolve some of that desire for them to want to do that. If they get to the age of 15 and they still want to do that, then you can start to have questions. I'm saying there has to come a certain point where society is not accepting
I'm going to use
little
myself.
kids.
I'm going to use myself as an
me.
example again. When I was young, it was pretty clear to myself and everybody around me that I was a natural-born performer. Bo Burnham has a song. I'll perform. I'll sing it. He has a song called, I think it's Art is Dead, where he goes, "Have you ever been to a birthday party for children? One of the children won't stop screaming because he's just a little attention attractor. And when he grows up to be a comic or actor, he'll be rewarded for never maturing, for never understanding and learning that every day can't be about him. Just there's other people, you selfish asshole." I'm that kid. I'm that performer. I'm that attention whore. It's why I'm good at running this show. I suppressed that about myself because it's not the life I wanted to live. I didn't want to be a starving artist like everybody around me. I had people who were just a little bit older than me, and out of high school, they were suffering to like pay they were struggling to pay their bills, working jobs they hated while trying to spend every second of their lives chasing this passion they had. And I suppressed that in myself. I didn't have my parents do it. I suppressed it in myself in the same way that you might suppress that passion in your kid. And 10 years later, I can sit here and say that I regretted it because I've learned that you don't choose to be a starving artist. You know, people either are artists or they aren't, and some of us are starving. And I think my life would have been a happier one if I let myself lean into that passion and realize who I was earlier. And that just has to do with my relationship with art as a performer, because it is performative what I'm doing here. I'm trying to effectively navigate this conversation with you. I'm trying to keep the audience interested. I'm trying to keep the donors happy. There's like lots that I'm juggling here, but it's so performative what I'm doing. I'm putting on a show for everybody. And I wish that society was not this thing that convinced me I should suppress that in myself. That was fucking dumb, and I regret it. I think I would have gotten my life on track a lot earlier if I understood that about myself. And because you have these big feelings about gender, you're trying to suppress the passion of children or the proclivities of children in terms of how they want to express themselves to society, when the experts tell us that that's bad for their mental health. And I'm telling you that that's just bad for somebody trying to be the person they should be in this world, which is somebody who leverages the things they're passionate about to find something they're good at and live a successful life. Why do you want that for your kids? Why don't you want them why don't you want your kid to find what it took me 10 years as an adult to find, even if it means they like wearing a dress? Like, why is that important to you?
I do want them to find what they're passionate about. I'm saying at a certain age, though, I don't think that they have the level of development to understand that in the full context. And if my child grows up, they're not even going to have a single thought about gender at that young of an age, because it's not something that I'm going to be discussing at the dinner table. I'm going to enroll my boy in boys sports. I'm going to enroll my girl in boys and girls sports. If my son's not going to go play softball, he's going to play baseball with the other boys. Like, I just think those are going to be things that I do, and I think that society.
But that's because you have opinions about what things you want your kid to do. But your kid will be happier if you recognize that there are things that they are just going to want to do. Like, what do you care about? Your kid doing things with their life that you approve, or them being happy? Which of those two things is more important to you?
When they're growing up, I don't want them to do things that just purely make them happy. I think I would fail as a parent if I did that.
I'm not interested in you narrowing my question to developmental window when they're a kid. In their life, across the board, when you are on your deathbed, reflecting on what your child's life was like before you go.
I want them to be happy, but I think happy is a very contingent thing. So, I want them to be happy.
Right. So why are we so concerned about what makes you happy instead of what makes them happy?
Because I know that them being happy does not mean changing their gender at the age of 8. And I think that I have, as the parent, need to step up and say that this is not going to happen.
Once again,
and I don't know why we can't agree on that.
Well, no, because I gave you the example about how the experts at school detected that there was an abuse problem in my family, and they used their expertise to make some decisions.
Different circumstances,
right? But you recognize that it's the experts who we should listen to for that, and then suddenly, when it gets to a kid wanting to wear a dress, you're the expert, and I really just want to know what your experience is, because I'm sitting here as somebody who's worked with hundreds, actually I think thousands of students over the years in various capacities, and everything I've learned about early childhood development, everything I've learned about psychology and sociology and neurophysiology and society and economics and all the things I've spent my life learning about trying to figure out how people should navigate life tells me that the experts are also right in this case and you are wrong in this case, and I am just completely unsure of where your confidence comes from.
My confidence comes from psychology. If we look at psychology within the youth and we see the patterns of what children do at a young age, they will do anything and everything to gain some sort of social acceptance. If their favorite color isn't blue, but all of a sudden they say that their favorite color is blue and they receive a lot of attention from other people, guess what? Their new favorite color is blue. They simply disregard other people's opinions and only seek their own opinion to be accepted by other people.
I think that I think that you're using yourself as a case study of one person to decide how psychology works, and that's not what the experts do. They look at data, they do large studies, and they assess the statistical likelihood of the results of those studies being chance versus being an actual trend. And when you say it comes from psychology, what does that mean? Have you taken a psychology class? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm saying it comes from psychology in terms of attachment. Kids want to feel attached to the
No, but
people
where did
around
you
them.
learn
If
that?
they are, I took one psychology class a long time ago.
Okay. How old were you?
18.
18. You're 20 now? This is a high school
Yep.
psychology class?
No, it was college.
Okay. I mean, so you took a psychology class, and yes, there's like reward behaviors, like, but what I'm saying is that the best thing to do for parents is to reward the things that children are passionate about, as long as they aren't harmful to society, and that makes people grow into adults who are good at those things and serve those roles in society well. And I don't understand how you're making the leap to say that children shouldn't play with what toys they want to play with at Target.
I'm making the leap because I think as a parent, you have to make that distinction for yourself, and every parent will be different. However, I think it is sad that some parents would regard their 8-year-old wanting to wear a dress as a boy as something that is positive and should be encouraged. Whereas if I was the parent, I would just disregard them wanting to wear a dress and we would
But
move
why
to the
would you do
boys'
that?
clothes selection. Why would I do that? Because I think that there are social norms within society that must be maintained in order for us to
Why
progress.
must
After
societal
they
norms? Okay, so because I could rewind to a time where men in society wore dresses as a show of wealth, because that's been a thing throughout history. The more flamboyantly you can dress shows that you have the money to dress that way. We could say that if somebody from that day, from that era, got their wishes, it would have never changed, and your kid would be supposed to wear a dress.
Yeah, I think it's dependent on social norms at a given
Right,
time.
but the social norms change throughout history. Why is it that the ones that are current to you are so important, so much more
They're
important to
just
you?
they're a matter of fact. They're not rooted in something that is sustained throughout societies. It's a matter of a fact issue. So in that given society, you're saying that
But
people who
what
were
I'm
more
describing to
flamboyant.
you, what I'm describing to you is the fact that the idea that a boy should wear pants instead of a dress is just a social construct of the time, and because it's just a social construct of the time,
Yes.
it's not all that important, and it can change over the course of history. And having your child preserve that status quo is just not important, especially in consideration of something so much more important, like making sure that they're happy and successful in their life.
I'm saying that it's a matter of fact in terms of what we are disagreeing about. Like boys should wear boys' clothes in today's terms, but boys back then were boy terms and girls'
You
terms
say
today.
it's a matter of
Like-
fact, but it's a matter of fact that historically, like if we look at history longitudinally, longer than a single person's lifespan, it doesn't fucking matter what anybody's wearing.
But I'm saying that the primary idea has not changed. The primary
No, it
idea
has
of
flipped
what
back
boys
and
wears.
forth. There are places in the world
No,
today.
that's not the primary idea.
What is the primary idea? I
I'm
don't know
saying
what you're talking about.
the core idea is whether or not boys want to be like girls or girls want to be like boys. The matter of fact issue is them wearing different types of clothing. However, the main issue at hand is whether or not boys can become girls or girls can become boys, and that has not changed.
I don't understand your perspective on this. It goes against everything the experts have taught me.
Okay, can you explain yourself?
I just don't understand why it matters to you so much what clothes somebody wears. You know,
I'm saying
there's a
that-
Venn diagram here.
I'm
There's a
saying that
Venn
doesn't matter.
diagram
I'm
here.
saying that doesn't matter. You're not hearing my point. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that societies at a given time today, our definition of what a boy's clothing is different from that a century ago. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's the point that I brought up.
Yes, you would agree. And my overall point is that just because those definitions are changing, the main core of what we are ultimately arguing about has stayed the same. That those boys' clothing in that time were boys' clothing, our boys' clothing in our time is boys' clothing today.
Okay, what is the
And
benefit?
interchanging between
what
those-
I'm saying is that creating that firm distinction where girls have to do one thing and boys have to do another historically has been very harmful to society. And it's good that we're not thinking about it that way very much anymore, which is why I'm sitting here trying to convince you to not think that way. You're right that society has functioned in that way. And I can point to the many, many people who have suffered because of that sort of societal norm. Why are you trying to preserve that type of societal norm?
If we want
I'm
to
trying
really
to
fact
preserve
check
it
it, that's
for-
only a European, like, Christian-based
Yeah,
view
it's
of
just a
the
very
world.
narrow worldview sort of thing. We are just kind of talking about our sphere, but like seriously, like this is a very harmful thing about society that throughout history has been shitty for the people who don't align with it very well. Why do you want that? What's the
I
benefit?
think it has been shitty
What
for
is
the
the
majority of
benefit?
circumstances.
What is the
However,
benefit of that divide? Why is it
the
important?
benefit of that divide is to protect your children from making making decisions that they have ultimately not thought about long enough. I'm saying I just don't know why we can't agree.
It's circular. You're saying that boys shouldn't behave like girls because it's bad for boys to behave like girls. I'm asking, what difference does it make? Who cares? Why is it good
Why
that
is it bad
society's
if
why is it good that society's been like that forever? I think it's bad that society's been that way forever.
That boys act like boys and girls act like girls? You think that's been bad for society for forever? So throughout our whole entire evolution and the survival of the fittest, do you think that boys weren't acting like boys and girls weren't acting like boys? I think that's how you and I have got to the place we are today.
I think that the survival of the fittest made us intelligent. Like it evolved us to where we are as a species, but it leads us to do a bunch of really horrible things. I had a long conversation with the previous caller about how xenophobia is like a pretty natural instinct for humans to have about people who are different from them, but it's bad. It's obviously very bad for society. And there's this wonderful thing where if we get people exposed to people who are not like them at a young age, it makes them less racist, less sexist, less homophobic, less transphobic. If these things are just normalized, that gets rid of a lot of these problems. Because what it is that, like, I recognize historically, like biologically, males and females are different from each other, and we've had different roles in like pre-society, like in early civilization, but we're getting to a point where we have so much prosperity that society doesn't have to function in that way anymore, and it's much better on average for everybody if people get to choose how to live their lives regardless of what the societal norms are, because we're just smarter than that now. We can just organize a society that makes use of what people are good at instead of assigning what they're going to be good at based on their physiology. We've come up
Do you
with
hope that one day there is no distinction between male and female? We're all just intertwined with each other. That distinction doesn't have to remain?
I live in this amazing world. I'm a creative. I'm talking about myself here just to try to like use the thing I know best, my own experience. I live in a world where, as a creative, I'm a musician. I do some work in the comedy scene here in Minneapolis. Like, I could go to one of the bars I run a show in wearing a dress. And I don't think, like, everybody would be like, why is Oskar wearing a dress? They might ask me. And if I said, I just felt like being pretty today, I don't think anybody would bat an eye on me, because I live in an enclave of society where these societal norms have been very much broken down. And it is not unusual for somebody who's not even trans as a male to show up to the bar wearing a dress and not have an eye batted at them. And I'm just here to tell you that it's pretty lovely to not spend our time worried about what other people wear. Like, it is just better. We have outsmarted the evolution that gave us all of this.
But again, I'm not concerned with what people are wearing. I'm concerned with the fact of the core principle being the idea. And we're going towards adults. I think if an adult wants to show up to a bar in a dress and not consider themselves trans or consider themselves trans, I think that's fully their right. I just get annoyed again by the fact that we have to bring the youth into it. I think
but my
that if
point
policies
is that
are going to be...
I just don't understand why are you respecting these social constructs that change throughout history? And as I have pointed out, a lot of them do come from our evolution and from some like ancient societal practices that have tainted the way society works today by being so hard to rid in society. I'm just trying to understand what benefit that state of affairs brings society, because I think it's harmful. I think it's like a non-issue for most people because most people's gender identity aligns with their chromosomal sex. I feel that way. I like wearing men's clothes. I like identifying as a man. I like, like all the normal things that come with being a cis het male person. Like that's great for me. Wonderful. Yay, privilege. But like there's this chunk of society for whom it doesn't line up like that. And just why is it so important to you that those people behave in a certain way?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying for 99% of people who are past the age of 18, they can do whatever they want. I'm saying that I'm acting this way because me and you have come to the decisions that we've come to today because of our life experiences. And a lot of those life experiences happen later in life, whether that is high school, college, or middle adult life. But like, we should not be expecting a person in their youth to make those decisions for themselves.
But it's not a permanent decision for a kid, an 8-year-old, to pick out a dress instead of a pair of pants at Target. Like it's just something they want to do. It's just a little bit of self-exploration. And
I think they do it because they want to be accepted by their parents.
Because I do have some, we talk about the experts. I am, when it comes to some of these things, an actual expert. I'm somebody who has a lot of experience with early childhood development. I've learned a lot of that in school, and I have a lot of on-the-job experience, both with early childhood care. I'm a person who's changed a 4 or 5 digit number of diapers in my life. I've worked with kids quite a lot. And what the experts, me maybe being one of them, will tell you is that the best thing we can do for kids is let them explore so they can figure out the things that they like doing. So if you say to your kid, you're not allowed to explore this part of yourself, you shouldn't do that, you need a damn good reason, because what you're more likely to be doing is closing off a little part of the mini-map that they're trying to uncover in this game of life that we're all playing. And that's harmful because there's maybe some cool stuff on that area of the mini-map that they would have found. You're making your child less likely to have that happy outcome, so you need a damn good reason to say don't go there, don't do that, that's bad, don't harm. And there are harmful things we can say to your kid, oh, don't do that, don't do that. There's nothing good for you to find on that part of the minimap. I'm going to, as your parent, guide you away from that part of the minimap so that you don't end up doing that bad stuff. I'm trying to understand why you think that wearing a dress is such a bad part of the minimap, and I'm not hearing other than that you don't like it.
Also, can we point out how oxymoronic it is for you to say that the child is wanting to wear a dress to be socially accepted by their parents when you as a parent are saying that you wouldn't accept that? So that's just incongruent.
Yeah, then they wouldn't be socially accepted because I would hinder them from being socially accepted. I'm saying if the parent were to accept them from wearing that dress, then they would deem themselves to have been accepted for a given purpose. That given purpose being them wearing
Why do you think that a
dress.
child's main purpose in life is to make their parents happy? Do you think children
we covered
are
that earlier,
way?
right? Like you admitted that it's not about your happiness. It's about you want to make sure that your kids are happy. That's what you're going to care about on your deathbed. And I'm just telling you, you're not talking about behaving with your kid in a way that yields that sort of outcome. And I really just don't understand why you're so concerned about the areas of exploration in childhood that have anything to do with gender, when gender's like a made up social thing that's like shitty for some people.
Also, if I may add in, like, the consequences of the way
Every
that
time you talk, you just sound really pissed. I don't know if you're doing that on purpose or
you're
not.
saying some pretty offensive things, and I'm actually being extremely graceful with you.
I'm saying offensive things that I don't think that children under the age of 10 should be able to transition. I think that's a reality check.
No.
Hold
on. Stop. I'm gonna take the floor as moderator because I think we're getting to a disingenuous part of this because I think you know perfectly well that we're not talking about, when you use that word transition as you just did, we're not talking about 8-year-olds
blockers.
We weren't even talking about that. We were talking about your kid being able to pick out their own clothes at Target. We had this whole big nuanced discussion where we talked about all these different things, about all these different issues of transitioning and what that actually means and what the experts say. And after hearing all of that, you're back on your heels a little bit, and now you're saying that you're talking about your kid transitioning. When I'm
encompassing everything that we've talked about.
If you let me finish talking, I will tell you why what you've said is extremely offensive to me. I'm a trans person that transitioned at 30 because my parents repressed my ability to feel joy. I wasn't able to feel joy from about the time of 8 until 30 when I started transitioning. I was devoid of the ability to feel joy because my parents pushed me into this box that they felt that I should be. I had to completely cut my parents off. I haven't spoken to my dad in almost 6 years now. I haven't spoken to my mom in 4 years, and that's the consequences of trying to control your children.
I think that the parents should be in the children's best interest, and I don't think it's in the kids' best interest to
by
be
suppressing my joy.
Yeah, and I'm not
they
saying that your
actively
parents
caused me harm.
But
your parents are not a representation.
To be clear, you're saying that you're going to treat your kid the way that Raven's parents treated her
directly,
and that was very harmful to Raven. And now Raven doesn't talk to her parents. Is that what you want for your kid?
I was also robbed of a teenage experience. I was robbed of a young adult experience. I was robbed of experience. I didn't start living until 30, and in those 4 years, I've accomplished a lot. If I would have had that joy and that motivation to live since I was 10, who knows where I could be right now? But that was stolen from me.
So you're saying at the age of 10, you wanted to transition and your parents didn't let you?
I was unaware that transitioning was even an option for me because I was raised in such a conservative Christian environment.
Maybe if Raven had gone to school where I went to school in New York, where these sorts of things were taught to me and exposed to me as a young child, Raven would have pursued that earlier. Maybe Raven would have gotten on some hormone blockers, and their transition could have been more graceful. That's what we want. And I think what it goes back to what I said about how you can tell your kid not to wear a dress, but it doesn't stop them from wanting to do it. And Raven's an example of a person who grew up in an environment that stopped them from accomplishing gender affirming care, but it didn't stop them from needing it. And it didn't stop the negative outcomes that come from not being able to get started early on that. And that's just a shame. And I just think your concern lies in the wrong place. You want to suppress. It really does seem to me like you want to value the societal norms more than the actual happiness of the kid. And I can't square that.
And yeah, that's not even touching on the fact that I struggled with unaliving ideations for the majority of my life because of that suppression of joy.
I'm saying that the suppression of joy should not come down. If your suppression of joy at the age of 8 or 9 or 10 is coming solely from your gender, then I think that your parents have developed a household where you are not pursuing
joy doesn't
what it means
purely
to be
come
happy.
from gender expression, but joy can be repressed by repressing gender expression.
I'm saying that if I grew up in a household and I am teaching my kids and I want my kids to be happy, their livelihood and what makes them happy is not going to be associated with their gender. They're not even going to
Hold on.
know.
You're missing the whole point.
Stop. You haven't had your kids yet. You don't know that. Why are you saying that?
Because I have lots of experience with my large family that growing up, we never even considered what it meant to be the opposite gender because we were never given that option.
Your large family is so small a percentage of the human condition that if you care about your children, you need to work hard to consider more than it in terms of how you're going to guide them through their life.
Okay, if we look at people, you could say the exact same sentence that you said, but about the transgender youth, if we look at the amount of kids that are transitioning, it's such a small percentage of the overall population that maybe we should reconsider.
It's a bigger percentage of the population than your family is.
Yeah, but I'm saying there are many families like mine that exist well beyond the rate
and the
of
children and the
transgender
children
people.
in those families who get treated the way that you want to treat your children have a really high likelihood of self-unaliving.
And a child with having just one,
It is.
a trans child
That's
that has
not
just
true
one
at all.
Yes, it
parent
is.
that can affirm them reduces their.
That's not true. Hold on. I'm not going to take that claim seriously because if we look at the United States of America, a lot of people dwelling in it come from Christian households and a lot of conservative households. If we compare that suicide rate to people of transgender youth,
You
it would
said
be
the word,
not even
dude. I'm
comparable.
sorry. I have to kick you because you said the TikTok term. He said the S word.
Yeah.
Which I have seen other hosts get away with letting their guests say, but I think that everybody's auto moderation algorithm is different. And I have received a 3-day ban for allowing that, for saying it myself by accident. And I didn't even say it in reference to the actual act. I said doing so would be political self-unaliving, but I didn't say self-unaliving. I said the thing, which just meant a career-ending mistake is what I was referring to.
But like I was trying to say, but he kept interrupting me. Having one affirming parent in a household for a trans child reduces self-unaliving ideation by, I think, somewhere around 60%.
Yeah, it's the sources on that. I think we have some of them bookmarked, and we could maybe get them ready. If please call back another day, caller. I consider that type of conversation wildly productive, even if it's frustrating for everybody. So sorry, everybody. But I mean, honestly, for me, for this being episode 100, the fact that I've been in teacher mode the whole episode and I haven't been yelling is like really lovely. So I like yelling. I like the crash outs. I like the high energy stuff. I like having thick skin and a sharp tongue. But I also really like these episodes feel like a breath of fresh air against what normally feels like fighting in the octagon every day against monsters. And I just don't think that that's what today's episode has been. So I'm going to read some donations and then proceed and then maybe use the bathroom again because the coffee's running through me today. My goodness. But I'm going to hop over and start reading some donations because some people who think that the show is valuable and is doing good work have gone to the link tree in the bio and found the Venmo Cash App Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon Buy Me a Coffee's International. You can also find all my other accounts in there. And if you're watching on TikTok, it's good to follow this backup account in case I do catch a ban for accidentally platforming a word like that one. To that caller, I think it's very fucking silly that I have to follow these TikTok rules and I have to kick people when they say those sorts of phrases. And I know you did it totally by accident because you'd been working with us to say it the way that the TikTok gods require the whole time. And even though we were in a pretty stubborn place of the conversation, I do really appreciate you sitting and being cordial with me, because that is so much more than I can ask of so many of my callers who believe the things that you believe. But we were in a pretty dark part of the conversation, because I do believe that you're seeking an outcome for your children that potentially could lead them to doing something very bad to themselves, and I don't think you realize that, and I'd like to keep talking about it another day. But I am going to thank Jody for the $20 YouTube super chat, who said, would love to hop up on day and give a reasonable perspective from the Black/AA perspective, African American perspective, I assume they mean to say, POV. That guy that hopped up and went full screamo was highly unproductive. I'm a vet, father, and need this political climate unfucked. Meow. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He's talking about the leftist who was screaming at me, and who came up to help me? Hector came up to help me with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We think maybe some mental health issues were involved in that one.
I wasn't going to be mean to that guy, and I'm very glad Hector rescued me from that phone call, because I didn't feel like I was in a good position to navigate it in a way that was helpful to anybody. Kronos sent $2 to say, Raven beating my super chat with those numbers. Thank you, Kronos. Canadian Princess sent $2 to say, gender affirming care saves lives. It does. Thank you. Kronos sent $2 to say, there are studies on children too, caller. Yeah, I remember that part of the conversation. Andrew Vincent sent $7 to say, I can look back now and know I was a straight child because my first crush love was in kindergarten. Did I know that at the time? No. Now I do. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like, labels don't need to matter. We should all just do the things in our life that we want to do and stop worrying about what label that makes us. But we have to worry about what label that makes us if there's people who are out to get people who fit those labels. And that's why we need all this language around it. And that's very unfortunate. Caller, children are their own people. From Canadian Princess for $2. Thank you very much. Jammer Banks sent $5 to say, the way that you talk about art is so similar to me. I need to get back to it, but life has gotten in the way. You're helping me find my way back slowly. Find some time. Get up early. Take good care of yourself. Use those extra hours in the day that clarity gives you to find a hobby that you love, because you don't have to be a career artist to accept the fact that you're an artist. That's my advice to you. Go have fun. Metal God sent $5 to say, caller saying they won't talk about gender to kid, and then just means he wants to suppress his child's way of expressing themselves, which is worse. Yeah, I feel like you have to broach the topic of gender with your kid to explain to them why they're not allowed to wear a dress, and instead you could just not. Right? Like, just... Why are you making it an issue of gender at all? Because I tried to point out the example of, like, maybe they're just into fashion. Maybe they just like dresses, you know? The greatest names in fashion have all been men, right? That's probably also because of the patriarchy, but, well, you know. Anyway, that's complicated. Metal God sent $5 to say, hey, caller, Jesus kissed the men around him because that was just how they welcomed each other in ancient Rome. Yeah, societal norms change over time. Kronos sent $5 to say, bro hasn't even hit drinking age. Why should he think he knows his gender when he's so young? Good point. Andrew sent $3 Canadian to say, only for acceptance. Why are you rejecting them? Canadian Princess said, donut for Raven. I feel you. Same experience for me. Thank you, Canadian Princess. And sorry to everybody who gets a word in edgewise on the conversations. I really try to navigate whether it's an appropriate conversation for me to interrupt and say, hey, so-and-so sent $5 to add this to the conversation. But sometimes I just got to lock in. And the conversations we're having today are the sort where I feel like I just need to lock in. So, Ty sent $5 to say, caller is desperate to hold on to his transphobia. It's pathetic. Raven, we love you. I grew up in a similar environment, and I know that you're not alone. And know that you're not alone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. And Little Sal sent $5 to say, first time watching, but I've seen lots of your clips and love your stuff. What advice would you give to someone who wants to do what you do? Get doing it. Practice. Call into other people's shows. Just like get talking. And when you struggle with a conversation, learn why. Write it down and think, what do I need to research? Like, what do I need to educate myself on? Because I got asked a question I couldn't answer, or I got given an argument that I couldn't defeat, and I need to figure out if that was a good argument, if it was just a bad argument that I don't know why it was bad. Do the homework, you know? Like, that's what I did. I sat and started doing the lives and having these conversations, but I kept a notebook of things I needed to get better at understanding, and I created homework for myself. So don't be lazy, you know? It's fun to argue with people, but you're not going to get fantastic at this unless you're really self-critical. Listening to recordings of myself doing this early on when I wasn't good at it were highly constructive for that, even if it's uncomfortable. Same thing as when I was learning how to sing. Very uncomfortable listening to recordings of yourself singing badly, very uncomfortable listening to recordings of yourself giving bad arguments. But you get better if you're able to take a step back and critically assess yourself in, the calm of day. It's hard to tell if you're doing a good job when you're on the spot. It's easier to tell when you're reviewing later. So just some general advice from a lifelong performer. Speed Racer sent $5 to say, thank you, Raven, for your vulnerability. Also, a reminder to all parents, our kids do not belong to us. We are meant to guide and help them find their path. Thank you, Speed Racer.
I appreciate you. I like to say that my parents treated me like clay to be molded instead of a flower that needed to bloom.
All right. I think I remember where I left off on the Venmos. Let me just make sure that I don't miss anybody. Sorry, everybody. I feel like such an asshole complaining about the donations piling up, but I'm doing my best to keep track of them. Yeah, that one we read. Thank you, Jared, for that. And then Amy sent $10 to say, great job, 100 episodes. Thank you very much, Amy. And then Darius sent $3 to say, Caller does not have the mental capacity to understand. Caller doesn't have the mental capacity to understand what it's like to have gender issues. So by his own logic, he has no say, right? Yeah, I think there was a lot of egocentrism there. I think he just felt that he understood the whole thing better and that his reckoning about it was just going to be accurate in some way. And no. Frankie, $100 for 100 episodes. Thanks for all your hard work and extreme devotion for fostering a studious, curious, and empathetic community. Stay curious, everyone. Cheers, Oscar, Raven, and Jesse, and all those who contribute. And that's you, Frankie. Thank you for the $100. I really appreciate it. Today, I'm sitting here getting emotional about how today's gone, because today's one of these days where I'm like, this is why I do this, is so that I can have conversations like this one. So if you want to vote with your wallet by sending me $100 to say that I'm doing a good job, today's a day where, just both because of the episode count and also because of the way today's gone, that's really meaningful to me. So thank you, Frankie. It's living the fucking dream. Because when I was a high school teacher, I couldn't talk about these issues because you have to have like a educational environment that's like sanitary from these political issues, and that's way more important than actually addressing any of the issues with kids that young. So the fact that I get a platform where I get to catch some of these people as the school system shits them out into adulthood, and I can say, hey, that's a little transphobic, let's talk about it. I feel very, very fortunate that I get to dedicate myself to that. Thank you. Kara sent $1 to say, please ask him, does he honestly think that gender-affirming care is only reassignment surgery? I think I did ask him that. Also, does he think young kids have surgery at 9, 10, 11? Yeah, I think we covered that. Because
unfortunately, he fell back to it right there at the end.
He really did. Yeah. Thanks for all the gifts, everybody. Thank you, Eldritch Raven. There's a different Raven sending me gifts on TikTok. Look at that. Thank you. And then Maeve? Sorry if I don't know how to pronounce your name. Just $1 for real. Huge W for Raven for speaking out about their experience with such grace and kindness. Truly, thank you. And Molly sent $25 to say, thank you for your calm, reasonable debate about gender and gender-affirming care. I'm supportive of trans rights, and you and your moderator provided even more nuance than I typically hear. I'm also a specialist in early childhood. Well, there's a vote for me knowing what I'm talking about for early childhood development. Thank you very much for the donation, Molly. And Vera sent $50 to say therepublicanrepairshop.com. That might be the last time I do that, Vera. I appreciate the $50. I really do. But we're moving a little away from cheeky promos and the donations just because of the size of the show. But Vera has been, that's Miss V in the chat if she's here. She has been supporting for a very, very long time. So she sells some anti-Trump merch. But I'm getting a little reticent to read out a domain name on the air. Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say the worst things you can instill in a child is shame and guilt. Stop it, you silly goose. Thank you for the $2. It's got some cash apps too. Araxis sent $2 to say Chevron is gone. Judges decide it's trash. I don't know what that was in reference to. Did I miss something? Araxis sent another $2 to say the fittest is those most able to adapt and change. Well, historically, if we're going to talk about biology, the fittest are those who are most able to reproduce, and that is just not the measure of a person in the 21st century, right? Fuck evolution. Mother Nature, she a cold bitch, and she does not care about your children being happy. Don't listen to the sorts of instincts she gave you. We have outsmarted Mother Nature, and that's why we're so different from every other species on Earth. That's why we have skyscrapers and medicine and art. Fuck Mother Nature. Bobby sent $2 to say, to Raven, you are so strong. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we got through everything. Thank you, everybody. Raven, I think I'm going to give you the seat again. Too much coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah. W's in the chat for Scout. little mascot sitting over here. She has decided over the last week that my mouse pad is her favorite spot for a nap. So let's get some W's in the chat for all the donors and for Scout for being such a good mascot. All right, I'll be right back, everybody.
I'm back, chat. How's it going? But yeah, on the topic of parenting and how to raise your children, I love the analogy of children aren't clay, they're seeds, because all you have to do is plant them in the right environment, make sure they're getting the right nutrients, sun, water, and they'll grow into who they're meant to be. You just have to make sure that, you weed the soil every once in a while and give them room to grow. So I love that analogy. Also, another analogy, they talked about essentially pretty privilege at one point in a conversation today, and I like to talk about the beetle and the butterfly. The human reaction to seeing bugs like a beetle and a butterfly, one is to smash it, and one is to, revel in its beauty. And the only reason the butterfly doesn't get killed is because it's beautiful. So if we consider the fact that just because something is pretty doesn't give it, deservedness of life alone, then we can start to treat everything a little bit more equally. And I've been very privileged as a trans person to have pretty privilege, and it's important that I acknowledge that, but I don't necessarily have to feel bad about it. Kind of the same concept of white people and being so-called ashamed of being white. It's not that we want you to feel shame, it's that we just want you to acknowledge your privilege and understand that other people don't have that and treat them accordingly. It's not about treating yourself worse. It's about just not treating somebody else bad. So you can use the beetle and a butterfly analogy to help people understand that. Because a lot of people think trans people are weird because they just don't fit the norms. But, they're essentially the beetle in that situation, but they still deserve life. Oscar's back.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Episode 100 is going very nicely. I'm having a very nice day. Even though those conversations were a little bit intense, I'm still just kind of reveling in that I get to do what I enjoy most on the show today. And
I have a donation to read.
Oh, let's hear it.
Chrissy sent me $15 to my Venmo and said, "It hurts my heart that your parents did that to you. I have a trans son and I love him so much. I'm sending you virtual mom hugs. I appreciate it. I could use one. It's been a good few years since I've had a nice parent hug."
I can't remember, Raven. What is your Venmo handle?
My Venmo handle is, let me find it. Let me get to my profile. Raven's Blossom, just like my TikTok.
Yeah. Why don't you get in the chat so people can see how that's spelled?
Yeah. I'll do that.
And I'll thank Cosmic Travesty for the $2 to say free noodle. Maybe we'll free noodle. Oh gosh. I think we're gonna talk to Screechmeister.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. I think we're doing that with the
Is this gonna be trans part 3? Should I just get in the seat at this point?
If it becomes trans at part 3 with Screechmeister, we can get the, where's the futon? Yeah, you can come sit. You can come sit on camera for it if we end up doing trans call part 3. But strap in, everybody. We're gonna talk to Screechmeister, who is gonna remind me how old he is because I can't remember.
I'm not talking trans. I don't go that way.
Okay. How old are you again?
Haven't you
I
made
don't talk
transphobic
trans, so that we're
comments
not
the
going
last
to do
2
that.
times you've come up talking about how kids
Do you
identify as
understand
cats?
that, Oscar, right from the gate?
How old are you again, please?
55.
Okay.
I don't do that conversation. That's for some other idiots.
Okay. What are we talking about?
I found Fox News, January 23rd, 2026,
What's the
that
title
Ilhan Omar,
What's the title of the article? Because I know you're going to bring up your claim that
does
Ilhan
Ilhan Omar condone...
Please, yeah. Just you're interrupting me already. You're being kind of difficult. I'm just.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The
I
audience
apologize.
doesn't know why you've called in. Most people,
Okay.
there's only like a couple hundred people who watch every day. The rest of them are new. So you said that Ilhan Omar supported violence in the past. You called back in saying you couldn't find evidence. You're calling and you admitted you were wrong, but now you're calling in and saying that you have found evidence that Ilhan Omar supports violence. And
It took some
So I'm just going to say that when I asked for an article on the show, I asked for the publication, which you said is Fox News, and the name of the article. And the reason I like that is because it makes it very easy for anybody else to Google it. We don't have to deal with like a URL or anything. So we're going to look this up together in real time. What's the name of the article?
Ilhan Omar condoned violence. January 23rd, 2026.
Okay.
She was getting ripped in the media over
January 23rd?
Yes.
Or is
as
it,
far as
is it January 13th? That's what I'm seeing.
Okay, that's the one. So I was off by 10 days.
So I
know
just want to
that sounds-
ask before I click on it. Let me get this.
Okay.
Sorry, I got my page a little disorganized here because I was using it for something different yesterday. There we go. Before I click on it, just while we're looking at this headline, before I click on it and go into this article, are you going by the headline or did they say what she said in this article? We are going to look at it.
I'm going by what they said in the video and the article.
Okay, so let's see what they said, because you remember that when you brought this up the first time, what I was really interested in is what she said. I wanted to see the words that she said. Oh, they need me to allow ads? I do allow ads. I don't even have an ad blocker. Are you kidding me, Fox? I don't have an ad blocker on this browser.
And that didn't do that for me, so.
What is going on here?
Does the X not work?
Yeah, the X is not working.
Wow.
Hold on, let me see if I can get around this. Oh, I might have to switch browsers to one that actually lets me. Why is this happening?
Did the red box click?
Hold on, let's see. If I need to switch accounts or something, I just don't want that screen capped. Allow ads. Okay, yeah, and then refresh page. But I didn't... Oh, they just assumed I had... No, they...
What the...
Yeah, I don't have an ad blocker installed on... Now it's making noise. How great for my show.
And we are going to make sure... We are going to make sure that these people pay for what they have done to us.
And please don't ask me to turn my camera on today because I...
Hold on, let's just listen to what she says.
Leave you with this.
Because it's playing her even though the ad block thing's up.
This community raised me as an immigrant. This community also sent me to Washington, D.C. as a refugee to represent you. I carry that...
Oh, I don't hear.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through to this, but I don't know why it thinks I have an ad blocker. This is a burner Chrome account that doesn't have any extensions.
We are going to show all of them.
And now it's playing audio that I can't turn off because... Okay, so Fox News is broken, but I really do want to look at this with you because the audience has been very curious about this claim of yours that Ilhan Omar has condoned violence, but I am just... All right, hold on. I am going to try to open this in a different... like in my Chrome browser that does have an ad block on it, and I'm going to see if I can disable it, because as much as I don't like spending airtime like this, like fiddling with the source just because it's bad for the show, I certainly don't want to be accused of running away from this one. Yeah, funny. I'm looking at this article through a page that does have an ad blocker. Okay, wait, no. So now it gives me the same pop-up. I'm going to go to allow ads. So we're going to go to my ad blocker.
And trust me, Oscar, I spent a lot of time researching this.
Sorry, Chrome is like slowing down trying to run this web page right now. You and I are seriously at odds. You're proper opposition. You and I have kind of butt heads seriously, but I will say you are at least willing to continuously call in and engage and be reasonably cooperative in the conversation. So I have to throw you the bone for that and say that I want to have this conversation with you and I want to look at all this.
And if you're wrong, you will admit it, right?
Yes, I will. And I can't even
According
mute
to
this
the
video
article-
that's playing in the background right now because it won't let me, because it's behind the ad blocker, which is just Fox News having an absolutely broken website.
According to that article, that audio is what she said, which nothing in that is inciting violence.
Yeah, so that I think is probably the concern that we're going to have here. I know that it's a little quiet for the caller, but the audience can hear it. And this is the article that the caller has brought me, so I assume he's watched this 2-minute video. Oh, we do have a volume slider. Okay, I've gotten through. I'm not going to show it because it's not on my private Chrome account. I don't want to dox myself by doing this through my private Chrome profile that's connected to my personal email. But can I just play the audio of what she said? I'm perfectly happy to spend 2 minutes of airtime with us both quietly listening to what Ilhan Omar has to say, so that we can judge this together. Are you ready for that?
Sure, go ahead.
You buy a house, but you
And they
won't
play
get
an
a home
ad.
because with every fix.
Okay, I'm going to mute it while the ad plays, so for 25 seconds. Here's Screechmaster. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to listen to this speech by Ilhan Omar that Fox is using evidence of Ilhan Omar inciting violence, and I want you to pay close attention, and I want you to tell me exactly where it is, what she says that is inciting violence. So when she says it, write it down, remember it, whatever you need to do. We're going to listen together, and then we're going to unpack it after. Sound good?
I will work on it the best I can because, like I said, I'm on and just got done getting cataract surgery, so I'm a little out there. But I researched this all last night.
Well, I hope that you have the quote ready, because you can watch the video on your end, or hopefully you'll be able to hear it now, because I was able to turn the volume up. So for 2 minutes, we're going to listen to Ilhan Omar, and we're going to see if she's inciting violence.
To show all of them the door out. And we are going to make sure that these people pay for what they have done to us.
Is it playing?
It is.
I can't hear it.
I am going to leave you with this.
Okay, so I will just say that what she just heard, and I believe the audience heard her say, is that these people
I didn't hear it.
I'm addressing that because there's been a problem lately where the caller can't hear what is playing on my computer, but the audience can. So I think maybe the line that we're going to get stuck on is that she said that these people are going to pay for what they've done. Is that her inciting violence? Is that what you think?
That's exactly the kind of thing that happened on J6 when somebody said, let's come to the Capitol and let, that's the type of thing that gets people.
To incite an action, it's very different to say. No, you don't even know what I was about to say.
No, that's why I shut up. Go ahead.
Okay. Giving somebody a specific action, like go to this place, is, I think, not on its own an incitement of violence, to be clear. But that is different than just saying these people are going to pay.
Okay.
I don't understand how you get from these people are going to pay.
Then let's just say this. Okay, let's say, for instance, I tell Raven that's on your show, and because I was upset yesterday with you, I messaged Raven. This is hypothetical because we both know I didn't do that. Let's just say yesterday.
Sometimes people do message Raven after getting mad at me, and then Raven updates me on what they were upset about later. It's quite funny. Okay. So I believed you for a second there, but you.
But what I'm saying, let's just say I hypothetically messaged Raven after you and I's little spat yesterday, okay? And I said, I want you to know that Oscar's going to pay for that bullshit yesterday, okay? And
right, but that could mean that my audience is going to turn on me because I said such bullshit on my show.
Your audience is going to turn on
you.
I'm just saying, how would you take that as an individual? If I said as a caller, you're going to pay, and let's say that you kind of, in certain aspects, put a location on where you've been in Minneapolis, and I said that, you could take that as a threat to you.
I say that I want these ICE agents to pay for what they've done, and that's because I want there to be trials.
Okay, then why didn't you say that? Because you know what I mean?
Right, but you're asking for her to add something additionally that would clarify, but you're the one doing the work of saying that this is an incitement of violence. When I say all the time that I want people to pay for what they've done to this country, I want Donald Trump to pay for what he's done to this country. I want the Republicans sitting in Congress that refuse to impeach him to pay for what they've done to this country. I absolutely do. I think what they're doing is treasonous, and I think there's consequences for that. Ironically enough, one of the consequences for treason that the government has is violent. We have capital punishment for treason. But I'm not even talking about that. There's just a bunch of people I want to go to prison. A bunch of people whose careers I want to end.
Let's expand on that a little bit.
Okay.
Capital punishment. I agree with that. I believe that.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that it's not necessarily capital punishment that I'm referring to. I'm just saying that when somebody should pay for what they've done, maybe that means they go to jail. Maybe that means that they lose their jobs. Maybe that means that they lose their popularity. I just don't think it's fair to call that an incitement of violence.
But do you remember how yesterday I also said, and I've also said it a couple of times last week, that I believe that I'm the type of individual that I'm black and white, and even my wife could tell you that that I need to be up there and I need to know what you're saying, because if you say for me, let's pay, that could mean to me you're taking and wanting 50 or 60 people to go down and start taking AKs.
Right. But if I said, man, I really don't like that Screechmeister caller. He's got some backwards regressive ideologies, and I really don't like that. I think we need to make sure that such ideologies become less common in society. If somebody goes and like does something violent to you, that'd be horrible. But like, I'm still allowed to think that your beliefs are reprehensible, even if that position of mine encourages somebody to do something bad. I'm also perfectly happy to say that nobody should do anything bad to you.
But you've never come across saying that somebody should do anything to me. Do you understand?
But I say phrases like what Ilhan Omar said all the time. I say all the time that it's a terrible shame that there aren't consequences for the people who are letting what's happened to our country happen. I think that there should be consequences for members of the media for failing to put a proper spotlight on some of these things. I think there should be consequences for the people at Fox News who so dishonestly play a clip like this and call it an incitement of violence when Donald Trump said things in his speech at the Capitol that day that did lead to real violence happening at a wide scale, hundreds of convictions. I don't think this is fair. I think that if you want to consider this an incitement of violence from Ilhan Omar, if that's your burden for what an incitement of violence is, you should be terrified of the Republican Party because they talk like this all the time.
What I'm saying, Oscar, is that's the start of something. You get what I'm saying? That could promote it. It is, whether you want. See, that's the problem with the left and the right hand, is that there's never a medium ground. There's never understanding that could.
It sounds like I'm understanding that and you're not, and you're saying yourself
I am understanding that, but you're not willing to admit that could possibly lead to violence. You see what I'm saying? That somebody, some airhead that's a loose cannon, like I acted yesterday, over a Charlie Kirk thing that you said, that literally lit the fucking fuse to me. I could have been a loose cannon that could have taken and read into something about that. You see what I'm saying? That's what I've been trying to say about J6.
Right. But imagine how carefully I'd have to run my show if I had to run it in consideration of what any nincompoop might think with what I'm saying. And I don't want to be responsible for some nincompoop misunderstanding my perspective or misunderstanding what I want them to do. I wouldn't be able to run my show at all. There's no way to say anything about
because you and Parker and Dean are very well known for being outspoken and speaking your mind. I get it.
Right. But what I'm saying is I can say things like what I just said, that there's lots of people who I want to pay for what they've done to this country. And I can sit here.
And you don't think I don't?
I'm sorry. Do you think that people should pay for what they've done to this country?
I think they should.
So are you inciting violence?
No. I think that they should pay with time in prison for what they've done.
Why is it okay for you to say it, but not Ilhan Omar?
Because I just said what I believe that they should do.
Why is it okay for you to say it, but not Ilhan Omar?
Because she didn't put it in the terms I did. She just left it the way
she has an
she
entire
did.
Political career with a lot of context that you haven't taken in through any window other than what Fox News is showing you, and you're saying that about her baselessly.
You do know I'm going to go and continue this until I prove you wrong, right?
Please, we can do this. We have this little chapter frequently. But what I'm saying is that if you wanted to find, like, somebody could scour all 100 episodes of this show that there are and all the episodes that were aired before that, before I started numbering them, and put together a supercut that makes me sound really violent because I talk about violence and political violence and, like, people who I think there should be consequences for. You could edit it together to give
now, there you go. That's the word right there that should be spoken. I think they should pay with consequences that leads to prison time. And then right there, you and I are on the same page.
Right.
I just don't like it being left at pay because that could go different ways.
But I asked you point blank if you thought people should pay, and you said yes. You didn't bring up the type of payment that it is. You're willing to recognize that that's...
I also said...
You're willing to recognize that that's open-minded when you or me say it, but for some reason when Ilhan Omar says it, she's done something irresponsible. Even
because she's a public figure. Aaron Black.
There's a very good chance. There's a very good chance that there are more people listening to you and me right now than were listening to Ilhan Omar when she said that. And the only reason so many people have heard it is because Fox News decided to run it as a story. She's a local politician. Yes, she's an elected representative. Yes, she's important to American politics. But you and I are sitting here in the public sphere, and I reach about 20 million viewers a month across all my platforms with all the clips that I do. I have a few that go really big. 10 to 20 million accounts is not unusual for my reach for a given period. So I actually don't accept that she's a public figure and I'm not. I think that I'm, in a lot of ways, outside of her political influence, like across the country, I might be a more popular voice. More people spend time listening to my voice than they do Ilhan Omar's. That's an obvious fact. People have listened to my voice for more than 100 years in the last 5 months.
Me, you want to know truthfully about what you just said? I'm not a Democrat. We know I'm a Republican. I would actually vote for Dean to run as president and you to be the vice president, because I hate Dean so much that I would actually vote him to be president, because I believe he could run the country better than Donald Trump. And that's
Fair,
coming from a Republican.
But that's a
And
real
I
pivot
believe
away
you could
from
be a
this
good vice president.
Sure.
You do. I really do.
Thank you.
As sad as that you may think that I'm sitting there talking out my ass, I'm like literally believe that you.
I don't.
You
I was talking about
country.
you. I was talking about you with producer Jesse yesterday. I think the whole thing is that you don't actually talk out of your ass. I don't think you have a filter. I think that when you call in, we get to hear your thoughts live directly from your brain, which is why sometimes you say crazy shit that you should have filtered out. But I think I think that this little aside that you have about me and Dean being president and vice president is just another example of that, because it really was just a thought you had that really has nothing to do with this standard.
That's a thought?
I think
that's not a thought. I've been thinking about that since I started listening to Dean first. That I actually thought and then I came to your show.
It's a thought that you've been having a lot. So you had it just now and you felt the need to share it.
So I just nominated both of you for the ticket for presidency for 2029.
I don't think Dean will be old enough. And that's not an election year.
Isn't 28 is the election year, but 29 is when you take office.
Yeah, but Dean's not going to be old enough. He's only 21, dude. But
is he? Oh, well then, yeah.
I won't even be old enough. I'm 31, dude.
But so then you won't even be old enough because you got to be 35 for the next election.
Right. But again, we just have sidestepped this concern about why you hold it.
Then the other thing is...
Wait, stop. Please listen. Do you recognize it's actually probably true what I said, that more people, like if we counted up every minute that people spend listening to me, that number is bigger right now for me than it is for Ilhan Omar? Do you recognize that that's almost certainly true?
I agree with you 100%. That's why I didn't say anything when Raven and you were talking before you let me up and said, oh, man, I hope this isn't trans 3, because I know better than to have that conversation.
Okay, so we're not, so again, we're getting lost, but I'm going to do the thing.
No, we're not getting, I'm just saying that's when you said I don't have a filter, I actually did. I made sure that my filter didn't go that direction.
Just because you've made a decision or two doesn't mean you have a filter.
It just means I'm smart.
I think it means you're good at covering your ass.
Okay, I just
means that I'm not going to give my opinion.
There's a specific thing that we got away from that I want to get back to, which is that the reason I bring up the fact that I think more time gets spent by Americans listening to my voice than Ilhan Omar's right now is because you said that like she's a public figure, like she has some extra responsibility, and I do agree that being a public figure gives you extra responsibility for the way that you speak. I'm intimately familiar with that now because I'm rapidly becoming a public figure in the ways that I just described. So I'm with you. I hear you. I need to be careful to not say dumb things, or if I say something silly, I need it to be really obvious that I'm joking. I'm aware of that sort of burden. I live with it as a professional who does this every day. That's important to me. But what I'm totally not understanding is why your standards for Ilhan Omar are not only different from somebody like Donald Trump's, but they're different from the standards you hold me to. And you don't even seem to like me very much. I mean, maybe you do. You want me to be vice president.
I never said I didn't. I never said I didn't either. But the reason why I hold her to a higher standard than you is because she is in the position she is, and because she runs her little cock holster.
Then why don't? Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't appreciate you referring to her mouth as a cock holster, to be perfectly fucking clear.
All right, well then I won't say that again. I apologize.
But okay, so fine, you're right, because she has more political influence than I do, even if she doesn't necessarily have as much radio reach as I do. But Donald Trump certainly is in a higher position of power to her. Why don't you hold him to that standard?
I do.
So when he was assassinated, he raised up his fist and said, "Fight, fight, fight." What does that mean?
He was assassinated? When did he get assassinated?
And there's an attempt to assassinate him, and he injured his ear. He got up and he said to the crowd, "Fight, fight, fight." What did he mean?
What did he mean? That could have gone in several different directions. What it means is keep fighting for us to take the country.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything violent, but Ilhan Omar saying that people need to pay for what they've done, that's violent? Is that your argument?
Because I've seen her in videos walk down some of these streets where ICE was at and did whatever they did, and sit there and continually to say that. And to me, it's like she's wanting more people to be out on the streets fighting with ICE than she is.
Donald Trump reposted somebody's Truth Social saying that they should hang Democrats who made the video reminding servicemen that they shouldn't obey illegal orders. In fact, that they can't obey illegal orders because it would be a violation of their oath. So what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean?
Yeah, what the fuck is Donald Trump talking about with that?
Yeah.
I don't understand what he's referring to.
Oh, so there were some lawmakers who made a video just saying, "Hey, servicemen, you're not remember your oath. Don't obey unconstitutional orders. You have to disobey them." Donald Trump got offended because it was clear that they were talking about him, even though they didn't. If you read between the lines, what they're saying is if Donald Trump gives you an illegal order, you shouldn't follow it. But they just said any president, because that is the truth. That you shouldn't obey an illegal order from any commander in chief. That's what the oath that people take when they serve.
But where is Trump said giving them an illegal order?
Nobody said that he did. He said that if the president gives you an illegal order, you have to disobey it. And the reason they did that, very clearly to those of us reading between the lines, is because Donald Trump has floated some things for the military to do.
He's done. The boat bombings are
there have been some illegal orders given, but
that was the context for the video, but it was unstated clearly.
Yeah, so
but the Democrats also in the voting, like you're saying, the Democrats want those mail-in ballots extra from across the world, so they get
elected. Getting lost.
No, that's the truth. See, every time I show you the truth, you divert.
I didn't say that what you just said is wrong. I just said you're getting lost. Because because what I'm saying is that it's perfectly allowable for an elected official to remind the public that if you're a serviceman, you have to obey your oath, which means you have to disobey an illegal order from the president. That's an allowable thing for an elected official to say, right?
Yes, and even you and me, you have to do the same thing. She could look at Elon Omar and the president.
Great. So they did that, and Donald Trump was offended because he knew that reading between the lines, they were talking about him because he's the commander in chief, and they're concerned about him giving illegal orders. So he said that was seditious behavior, punishable by death, and then he retruthed, because this was on Truth Social that he said this. He immediately after saying that that's seditious behavior, punishable by death, he retruthed somebody who'd said, "Hang them, George Washington would." I think that that's very obviously violent. I think that that's very obviously urging people to think violently about these elected officials doing something that they're constitutionally allowed to do. I think that if a Democratic president did something like that, Fox News would have a fucking field day with it, especially in consideration of the fact that they decided to have a field day about Ilhan Omar saying that people need to pay for what they've done, which is just something that you yourself said you agree with. I think.
But where did Donald Trump say hang them? I don't know. I've never seen that.
I just explained it. Do you want me to? Raven, why don't you try to pull up on the wrong one? It's going to be this Chrome profile. Why don't you try to pull up the Truth Social, because it should be. I think it's a series of 3 Truth Socials. The first one saying that it's like seditious behavior and bad or whatever, and then the other one saying that it's seditious and punishable by death, and then the third one isn't his. He retruthed what somebody else posted, which is to that hang them, George Washington would. I think was exactly what it said. So Raven's going to try to.
But that's kind of the truth, don't you think?
No, because
you don't think George? I did a lot of education on George Washington, so I can tell you that George Washington, if you did anything against the government or anything, he would have hung you. So George Washington,
right. But the question is, did they do something that was against the government? Was what they did sedition? Because I don't think it's seditious to remind servicemen to obey their oath.
Well, telling him to reminded him, no, that's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Because that's like you reminded me not to say stupid stuff so that I don't get restricted.
Right. But again, what they did, they didn't say anything wrong or illegal or seditious. He said seditious behavior, punishable by death, and then retruthed somebody responding to it. He immediately thereafter retruthed somebody saying, "Hang them, George Washington would," for doing a thing that's not only not illegal or seditious, but like pretty reasonable.
Well, nobody needs to be hung for being
right. But this
reasonable.
Would you agree that this is
because Donald Trump said it, right? If Donald Trump said it, it must, you know what I mean?
I'm asking you to read this and consider just whether, regardless of who said what, do you think this is a more obvious call to violence than Ilhan Omar saying that they should pay for what they've done?
Well, this could be more. I mean, that could be more of what I was saying Ilhan Omar did.
Yeah, is this
You
a
know what I
better
mean?
is this a better example or a worse example of trying to incite violence than Ilhan Omar saying they need to pay for what they've done?
I would think it's almost, I don't know.
I
To
think
me, it's
hold
not
on.
a threat. It's like if you're going to do
Hold on.
stupid stuff.
I don't want you to change the question because I can hear you stewing on it. I really want you to think about the way that I asked the question. If we're just going to try to give these a score, which of these two things is a more clear and obvious request for violence? These pair of truth socials or what Ilhan Omar said, which is that these people need to pay for what they've done to our country?
I would say they're both in the same class to me.
The issue I have with that is that pay, like we're borrowing the word pay from
The thing is also you got to remember you're biased towards Ilhan Omar, okay, and I'm biased towards Trump.
But pay could mean lots of things. Pay could mean
I agree with you.
It could mean pay a fine.
Pay a bill.
It could be pay a
I want to pay
settlement.
my bond.
I
want to pay.
It could be
my fine.
It could be a bond. It could be maybe you need to pay a payout in a civil litigation. Like maybe you sexually assaulted somebody and you need to pay them $5 million because the court said you did it. Like maybe something like that. Like that could be pay. That's one way that pay could mean consequences. So you can recognize that pay doesn't necessarily mean anything to do with violence. It could just mean any sort of consequence at all, right?
Right, but when you use it in the term that Ilhan Omar did towards ICE, that's saying that go stand up.
That's you saying
and
that
resist and fight.
That's
no, how
you
is that? She said she does that.
But we covered earlier in the conversation that I said that the way that I want most ICE agents to pay for what they've done is for them to go to prison. That's what I want.
That's the difference. You said that.
Okay,
so
but she just said pay. Sounds like you're the one who's making the violent leap. But my question is, it sounds like you have to make that leap to make what Ilhan Omar said violent. But you don't have to make that leap because it says right here. Where's my finger? Right here. Oh, there. It says it right there. Hang them. It doesn't say pay. It doesn't say make them pay. George Washington would make them pay. It says hang them.
But that's not Trump. Oh, that is Trump that said that.
Well, no.
Okay.
Trump. Somebody else posted this, and Trump retweeted it. Like he reposted it immediately after saying seditious. Where's my finger? Fuck.
Okay, I see it.
There we go. Trump said seditious behavior punishable by death, and then he later on, like 2 seconds later, reposted somebody who said hang them George Washington would. And what I'm really asking you to sit and stew on and answer honestly is who's being more violent, Trump here or Ilhan Omar when she said that these people need to pay for what they've done to our country?
I would say Trump. That means if you do something stupid, we're going to hang you.
Thank you for your honesty.
I told you I don't lie. I mean, what do you want me to do? I'm
just putting it. Look, my audience doesn't like you at all, so I am just doing.
I know they don't. Fuck your audience.
I'm doing.
Okay, I can say that. That's my.
Sometimes I say fuck my audience for not recognizing that somebody like you is being honest, because I do think that in this moment you're being honest. So I am just trying to. I'm on your team with that. Okay, I am glad you admitted.
Your audience. Okay, that's how much I respect your audience.
What?
You know what I mean?
I didn't hear what you said.
Your audience. Oh, here.
I can't see your middle finger, dude.
Okay, that's basically what I did. Okay, your audience
here,
is like...
I'll do it for you as a gesture of good faith. Fuck off, audience. I'm talking to Screechmeister, okay?
Your audience.
Great. Okay. I'm very glad you recognize that this is more violent than what Ilhan Omar did. Are you now
me flipping somebody off? How did I say? Or Donald Trump.
We're getting lost. Now that you have admitted that Donald Trump has, at least in one instance, done something far more violent than what Ilhan Omar condoned in that speech.
It could be taken at that, yes.
Okay, does that change your thinking about Ilhan Omar and Donald Trump at all?
No.
My audience is flipping me off back. This is fun.
Also, can we bring up the fact that at one point you did say that you said that somebody would not be inciting violence, but you were just stuck on Ilhan Omar saying it means violence.
I don't know why it's so important to you that Ilhan Omar said it. You said it yourself. Donald Trump said it.
If you say it in an angry tone, what do you think somebody's going to say? If I look at...
I want these fucking ICE agents to fucking pay for what they've done to Minneapolis. $600 million in economic damage, 2 dead neighbors,
what do you
children
mean by
in the
that,
hospital
Oscar?
for fucking tear gas.
What do you mean by that, Oscar?
I think they should go to prison.
Nuremberg 2.0.
Minneapolis 1.0.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
You know,
So is that
then the other question I have
is
is
that
why
violence?
does the rest of the country
Wait,
have to step in
no,
and fight
you said
Minneapolis fucking
stop.
issue?
You understand the point I was making. You said it's the tone that matters.
Yes.
So does
that could have come across threatening?
Okay, but you asked me point blank what I wanted. I said I wanted him to go to prison. Actually, I think that, I'm a little worried about political violence in this country. We were talking about that earlier in the fucking show, but I don't condone it. I don't want anybody to get hurt. Like, people can understand that, but like,
neither do I.
Why are you so quick to make those assumptions about somebody like Ilhan Omar, and then so quickly to breeze past the fact that there's Donald Trump retweeting somebody's call for elected officials to be hanged for reminding servicemen to fucking follow their oath? Like, what the fuck, dude?
I don't know. Just maybe because I want Ilhan Omar's head on a platter. I want to see her go to prison. Do you understand what I'm saying? I want her to go to prison for the things that she's
spoken
done.
on today's episode.
Hold on. No. The most obvious.
You know what I mean?
Dude, you just asked for her to be beheaded.
All right, that was wrong terminology. That was wrong. I meant what I mean by hung is I want her to go to prison.
You said head on a platter.
Doesn't Donald Trump say that?
He might, but we're talking about. But we're talking about Ilhan Omar saying that these people need to pay for what they've done to the country. You're mad at her about inciting violence. We've given you an example of Donald Trump.
Drama with the country.
You just asked for her head on a platter. What if one of the 1,200 people?
Now if that happens with my luck in my life, that would happen.
Yeah, there's 1,200 people listening. What if one of them goes and fucking beheads her because of you?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now you got what I'm trying to talk about.
Right,
if you
but she said pay. She said
somebody
pay.
Else may take
she didn't say
it and go do it.
Trump said hang them. You said head on a platter. She said pay.
It's the same thing, dude.
It's not. You can pay a fine in the court. You can pay a settlement in a civil litigation. You can pay your debt to society. You can pay your debt to society.
It's a felony, Oscar.
You can pay. It's not.
Then you committed a felony on the show.
She's inciting violence in cities across the country.
Would you agree with Raven that what she just said, that if Ilhan Omar committed a felony when she did that means that you also just committed a felony on my show?
By what? Saying I would love for her. Everybody says that on a daily basis. I would love Screech's head on a platter.
You said it about Ilhan Omar. Why is that not a felony? But her saying that these people should pay for what they've done to our country.
It's the same thing.
So you committed a felony.
So did she. The difference is she will go longer than I will because I will just get a misdemeanor for it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, dude. I don't understand how you're making the leap from it being a misdemeanor for you to say that you want somebody's head on a platter, but it's a felony for her to say that people are going to pay.
I want her to go and be punished for her actions.
Do you want her to pay?
That she's done. She has caused. I don't want her head on a platter, Oscar.
I didn't ask that. I said, do you want her to pay for what she's done?
I want her to go to prison and pay for what she's done, yes.
Are you inciting violence?
It could be. That's my whole point, is saying words could incite riots. By her saying that, it is fucked up Denver, it's fucked up New York, it's fucked up Florida, it's fucked up California, it's fucked up Denver, Colorado, it's now fucked up Minneapolis. And it's also started in Portland.
To be perfectly clear, I'm just gonna represent some of my protest buddies here. I'm pretty sure we'd be raised in hell if Ilhan Omar had never been born, to be clear.
We would be raised in hell. I wouldn't say that.
I just did it. I don't believe in hell. I'm an atheist, but I just used the English language that I speak. Raising hell can mean all sorts of things. Raising hell can mean just like throwing a really like raging party that rules. There's context here, which is why when the courts process things like threats, there has to be a clear and direct threat. I am going to do this. This is going to happen. If you don't do this, the consequence will be that. We have to get these things dead to rights because people speak in vague terms about things they want all the time. You yourself accidentally use the phrase that you want her to pay when the thing that you're upset about her doing is using the phrase. I didn't
say that. I do want her to pay, but I don't want her dead.
You said you want her head on a platter.
That's meaning, in my terminology, it meaning I want her to go to prison and go and pay.
So here's what's going on, and this is genuinely what I think is going on with you, Screech Micro. I'm doing a little bit of psychoanalysis here, but no, here's what I really think it is. I think that you suffer from something called egocentrism, which is not necessarily an insult. Please listen, please. I know I've earned some of your favor just by being cordial with you, so please let me tap into the well of karma I have with you to explain this to you, which is that I think that you struggle to understand that your immediate impression of something is not somebody else's immediate impression of that, which is why you can say that you want her head on a platter. And you know that you mean that figuratively. I actually know that you mean that figuratively. I actually don't think that you're inciting violence against her. I think you're just speaking English. And when you say I want her head on a platter, all you mean is that you want her to pay. You want there to be consequences for her actions. But when you hear Ilhan Omar say that she wants people to pay, you aren't picturing those sorts of consequences. You are picturing violence, and you are not recognizing that just because you respond that way in this context, everybody else is going to. Because I can point out that that's then hypocritical of you, because other people could listen to what you said and not have your immediate impression of it, because they will take you saying that you want her head on a platter as an incitement of violence in the same way that you're taking her saying that people need to pay as an incitement of violence. I think you need to consider very carefully whether your conclusions about things are driven by logic and reason, or if they are just the way you feel about them. That is my accusation, that you are just simply not able to understand and take to heart that other people react differently to things than you do.
Yeah. All right. It's your show. I'll let you have your 100th, win, whatever you want to call it. But that's not what it is.
I need you to work really hard to convince me of otherwise, because I think it's very obviously what's going on.
I just want her, just most of the Democrats just to go to jail, because what they've cost this country in the last year and a half, or actually almost 5.5, 6 years, is absolutely bullshit. And it started with 2020.
I think you're running. I think that's another pivot. I think that's a defense mechanism.
It's not a pivot. It's the truth.
I think I hurt your feelings with what I just said. And
no, you didn't hurt my feelings. You got to have thick skin to be on your show. Really, dude. Mm-hmm. I really found that out. And
I think that if you had thicker skin, you'd have stayed on that question and defended yourself instead of running away to something else.
What? What's there to defend? I believe she should go to prison. Specifically,
the accusation that I don't think that you are capable of properly understanding that other people have a different worldview than you do. It's a problem called egocentrism.
But they do. Everybody has an opinion. I have a problem understanding that at times, but I also understand everybody has an opinion. I try to force my opinion on people. So I gave you the win.
There's an experiment that we do on children to establish.
Oh my God! Do not go do it as an adult, dude. Do not treat me like a kid or this.
I'm just teaching you about something that we do.
You're not going to teach me anything.
That might be true, but can I try?
What are you going to teach me next year? Try to teach me about the TRANS.
I want to teach you. I want to teach you about what egocentrism means to a psychologist. Can I teach you that, please?
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Next, you're going to tell me you got a psychologist degree.
I don't. I've taken some.
Good. Finally, you told the truth. Go ahead.
Okay. There's an experiment that we do with younger kids where we'll take like a box of Skittles and we'll say what's in, and we'll say what's in this box. What do you think the kid says?
I don't know.
Like we say, hey, look, it says Skittles on the side. What do you think is in the box?
Well, how old was the kid? Can he read?
10.
10. I would say Skittles.
Right. Yeah. And then the person doing the interview will open the box and roll out a bunch of pencils and go, tricked you. It's not Skittles in there. It's pencils. Now you know that there's pencils in there. I'm going to put the pencils back in the box. And
so you tricked me on a few things. So
it's reasonable to think a box of Skittles has Skittles in it, but I'm showing you now that there's pencils in the box, not Skittles. So I close up the box. Now I can ask the question, what's in the box, now that you've seen that it's full of pencils?
Skittles. I'll be the dumbass and say Skittles.
No. You're falling for the wrong trap. I'm not looking for that. Use your brain.
So
it's
pencils.
It's not a trap. I really want you to answer honestly. Okay, so pencils. You know now that it's pencils, not Skittles. But here's what.
Shut up, Leanne. I always see you in other lives. Fuck off.
Eyes up here, buddy.
Go
eyes
away.
Up here. We're trying to get you through the example. So you know now that it doesn't actually have Skittles in it. This box. It's got pencils in it. We've tricked you, but we've shown you that you were tricked. Now Billy Bob, our friend, walks in through the door. He has not seen the Skittle box open. It's just sitting there on the table. And I ask, hey, Billy Bob, what do you think is in this box? What is Billy Bob going to say?
Billy Bob, no matter how old he's at, we're all going to assume it's Skittles.
Right. So that's an example of you not being egocentric, because you understand that Billy Bob's perspective of the world is different than yours, because you have been shown that there's pencils in the box, not Skittles, but Billy Bob hasn't. And because Billy Bob's perspective is different, you're able to critically reason that his answer to this question is actually going to be the wrong one, because you know you have a more accurate worldview about this box that says Skittles on it than Billy Bob, right?
But you also understand with that Oscar, that if you have 100 people and you bring each of those 100 people in, whether it's a 5-year-old to a 100-year-old or whatever, and you show us independently, not together, independently, you show us that box and it says Skittles without it being opened, and you take each of us into a different room and keep us in there until the experiment is done, 100% of the time you're going to get Skittles.
Yeah, people are going to think it's Skittles. That's what I'm saying. But wait, we're not getting
But
to
am I
here.
correct?
About what?
Because if I did that and reverse that on you, you're going to think it's Skittles.
Yeah. That's fine. It's not about tricking Billy Bob into thinking it's Skittles. It's reasonable to think that there's Skittles in a box that says Skittles on it. It's not about the trick. It's about understanding that somebody's going to be tricked.
Exactly.
Right. And you're failing to do that equally between people listening to language from Trump and people listening to language from Ilhan Omar, because you are using your background knowledge that somebody else listening to one of them doesn't have to make an opinion about how their language should be interpreted, which you are able to do reasonably in my Skittles and pencils example, but you don't seem to be able to do that reasonably.
Okay, fine. Then reasonably they both should go to jail, or they both should be sat down and interrogated what they meant by the word pay, or what do you mean by the word hang? Do you get what I'm saying?
I think
that you retreated, or other
so
stuff.
We've made a little progress here, but my problem with what you just said is that I think that it's not necessarily violent for somebody to have to pay, but it is necessarily violent to hang somebody.
Oh, well, I always lose, dude. What are you worried? They're worried about me worrying about losing.
Are you admitting that you lose? What is that? I really want to know what you think about what I just said.
I think at the same time that they both need to be pulled in a different room and been asked that same question.
Okay, but
what did you mean by each of your statements?
But I can come up with things that she would have meant by pay that aren't violent, like maybe going to prison or having to pay a fine.
But now you just directed her.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm just saying that it could be something else, and you're filling the gap and saying that it is violent. But what could Trump say if he was pulled into the room and asked, "What did you mean by hang them? What did you mean that wasn't violent by
knowing Donald Trump?" And the way
knowing Donald Trump is exactly what I'm talking about. That's the egocentric.
Knowing Donald Trump, he's going to say exactly what I said in the tweet. Donald Trump won't lie to you. He'll be straight up and tell you.
I think you're missing the point here, which is
How
that
am I missing the point? You asked a direct question.
My point is that I can imagine.
It wasn't rhetorical.
Both you and me, because we've both done it in this call, we're both capable of imagining a non-violent way to mean pay. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay,
but there's a difference between what Trump said and
so I want to understand what the non-violent way that he could have meant hang them is.
Take them to court, give them a trial, arrest them, make them pay for their, what they've done.
And hang them?
And eventually, if it leads to that, but you can't hang no more. The only thing that's left, I think, in the United States is in Canyon City at the territorial prison that they don't hang. It's just a thing where you go in as a historical thing and you can see the old hanging chamber. I think that's the only one left in the United States.
I would argue that even if it's a legally sanctioned hanging, it is still violent.
If they deserve it and it's still
Why,
legal,
why do you add all these ifs and context when we're talking about Trump, but you don't care about the ifs and the context when we're talking about Ilhan Omar? That's the difference that I'm seeing.
Because what you're not understanding, what I've been trying to teach you for the last 3 or 4 weeks that I've been on your show, is that the reason why all of this has been going on since Donald Trump has first been in office to now, okay, first term to second term, is that he has Trump. If it was any other president doing this, I promise you, you guys would not be on the streets. You guys would not be protesting ICE. You would not be doing any of this. And none of what Ilhan Omar said would be front and center. And the only reason why Ilhan Omar is front and center,
can I just add before I introduce? Before I introduce Law of the Wild. Thank you, Law of the Wild, for hopping up. Before that, I just want to ask. Do you think that you judge fairly the actions of Ilhan Omar against the actions of Donald Trump, or do you think that you judge them with a bias that has to do with how much you like those people?
I judge them fairly, whether you believe that or not.
I very thoroughly do not believe that.
Whatever you want to believe, but I judge them fairly.
Okay. I don't think that you do.
Did I or did I not tell you that Ilhan Omar should, and to this day still, be issued a warrant for her arrest for her actions in that chamber during the State of the Union address? That is not how you act.
But
That is not-
I
and
think if you
even
I
the,
think if you applied that standard to
Pelosi should have been arrested.
I think if you applied that standard to Trump with the things that you yourself have admitted that he's done, and in consideration of the fact that he's in a much higher position of power than those other people, I think you'd also want him in jail. And I just don't see you very upset about Trump.
No.
Okay, yeah, that's the inconsistency.
Because
But I'm very
expect
curious
it
what
out
Law of the
him.
Wild
I
has
don't
to say.
expect it out of Elon.
Law of the Wild, how you doing?
Doing all right. Screech, what was the felony that you think that Ilhan Omar committed?
Law of the Wild is a lawyer, by the way, for everybody listening.
Ask me that question again, Law.
What felony do you think Ilhan Omar committed?
I claim the 5th.
You're not self-incriminating yourself.
Screech has talked to
I
a lawyer
still
before.
I claim the 5th Amendment when it comes time to lawyers. Sorry.
I'm not a prosecutor.
Can I ask the question? What is the felony that you think that she committed?
Treason. She's invoking violence, inciting riots.
All right. So,
Inciting violence. Cool. So if somebody got up on a crowd before a crowd of people and said that if the president, Congress, and Supreme Court continues to suppress the white Caucasian race, there will be revenge. Is that incitement?
Who said that? But wait a minute. I'm claiming the 5th.
Yeah, you're going to plead the 5th because to you it matters who said it. But what we're saying is it shouldn't matter who said it.
It should.
It should matter who said it?
Yeah.
So you don't believe in equal protection under law?
If it's a black person that said it, it could cause nothing. If it's a white man that said it, it could incite the black community against the white community. It could incite violence.
I think if I told you, I'm gonna sidestep the shit out of that by saying that I think if I told you that it was a white person who said it, I think you'd still want to know which one.
I wouldn't care who did it. It's inciting
then why
a race
did you
war.
ask who did it?
Well, at first I did.
Why did?
But when
Okay,
you said
but
white,
so
I
when you
kind
tell
of
me that you
assumed that it would be Trump.
So when you tell me that you don't care who did it, I'm left wondering why you did just a moment ago ask who did it.
Because I'd like to know who did it in my party.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming it's a Republican, right?
But here's where we get with equal protection under law. You should be able to answer what the consequences for that should be, not knowing who did it.
Well, it's inciting violence.
So that person
It's causing a race war.
So you think that person is also guilty of a felony and should go to prison?
It depends on where it was at. If it was a public figure, yeah, it's a felony.
So it does suddenly matter who says it.
If it's you and I, it's probably a misdemeanor. But us walking the streets, that could cause problems. Because
so your position in life does not change how the law applies to you. That's part of equal protection. So whether you're a poor person or a rich person.
Why did you bring up an attorney? I hate attorneys.
Because I'm not a lawyer and we're talking about what's legal, and Law of the Wild is an expert who goes around on these lives and makes sure that people like me are held accountable about saying.
I don't know that. That could just be some dude on TikTok that says he's an attorney.
I'm just some dude on TikTok who says I'm not an attorney.
Well, I believe you more than him.
He is an attorney. Okay, I believe that he's an attorney. I've met him in person. I've seen his business card. I've talked to him about the cases he deals with.
So what do you ask me, Law? What do you want to ask me?
He's a famous attorney. Let's put
Real
it that
quick,
way.
Let me provide a little anonymity here, but I do happen to am in my office right now. So I don't normally do this, but there's from the Supreme Court of Minnesota. It's got my information there. I'm also here. Let me cover this up here. I'm also barred in federal court. So there you go.
So he is a lawyer.
All right. So now I'm curious of who he is. Because if he's a famous lawyer, then who he is. Who is he?
He's Law of the Wild. You can look him up. That's his TikTok account. You can follow it. Let's see. Yeah, he's got 51,000 followers. He got more followers on here than me. So he would have gotten in trouble if he was.
For now.
Yeah, for now. We'll see about that soon. Law of the Wild. Thanks for all the help. But no, if you have 51,000 followers going around telling people that you're a lawyer when you're not, Law of the Wild, you get in trouble for that sort of thing, right?
You can, and I'll
It's
tell you,
like
I used
saying
to go
you're a
by
cop and you're
I
not.
used to go by my real name on this app. It's not very hard to figure out who I am, but I used to go by my real name, and then all of a sudden
Well, I'll
people
ask
started
my
writing.
uncle because he used to run a radio station in Minneapolis. So if I'll ask him who you are.
Oh, cool. But the issue was people from TikTok who got butthurt
Oh my
would
God.
call the Minnesota Bar Association and try to file complaints against me. Fun fact is the Minnesota Bar Association is a professional membership association. They don't actually have any oversight of attorneys. That's all handled by the by the state of Minnesota, not an independent organization. So it was rather hilarious. But in order to avoid just that headache, I do give at least a couple degrees of separation for making it too easy. But to go down this constitutional law minute, the person who said that, his name was Clarence Brandenburg. He was a leader of the Triple K in Ohio, and he gave that at a speech. He said that there's going to be revenge, and then he said we're going to march on the Capitol on July 4th, and we're going to be 400,000 people strong.
Okay.
And why this is relevant is he was charged with incitement, the very crime that you're saying that Ilhan Omar committed, inciting violence. And the Supreme Court came back in 1969 with a very specific threshold for somebody to be incited with, charged with incitement of violence, because it's very important that people have the freedom of speech, that they be able to say things that are provocative, things that are maybe insulting or things that people don't like. And to balance that. And what the test that the Supreme Court came back with is that the speech has to inspire imminent lawless action, and that the speech is likely to produce that action. So imminent means something direct. So if you're standing in front of a crowd with torches and pitchforks and point to a building and say, burn that effer down, that's not free speech. That's incitement. But if you're saying that somebody should do something, I want somebody held accountable, you could say that I hope somebody unalives, or you could say I hope that somebody unalives that person.
I will
None
actually
of that is
I'm going to jump in
because it's not imminent.
Now,
Hold on, Screech. I just want to jump in because Law of the Wild used a really interesting example about burning the building down. Sometimes I say there's this question of whether or not we need to reform a system or burn it down and make a new one, and it's really obvious from that type of speech that I mean that very figuratively. I'm talking about catastrophically changing systems of rules, not like actually setting anything on fire. I'm not talking about a chemical reaction. I'm talking about policy. So once again, it's just the you can't just go by the word, in this case, pay. Ilhan Omar wanted people to pay, but you have to look at that sort of context and whether it's actually a threat of something happening. I just wanted to jump in because Law of the Wild, I happen to use the phrase burn it all down quite a lot when I'm talking about things like reforming police. It's like,
but there's a difference between you saying that and me saying it, okay? And I'm going to tell you why, and I'm going to give you a perfect, truthful example. I'm a convicted arsonist in the state of Colorado. If I make a statement like that, I could go to jail for that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I have been convicted of that, and anybody in the United States of America could think and believe that I just created a threat. Do you understand? Because
so wait.
Colorado has a lot of
I want to make sure I'm
forest
following
fires going on
correctly. We just learned what the felony was. You said you were convicted of arson?
First degree attempted arson, yes, in the state of Colorado.
Fascinating, but I'm so glad. I'm
being truthful and honest.
No, it's fascinating for this conversation because I'm so glad we have Law of the Wild here because I have a question for him because I actually don't know if whether or not we were trying to prosecute you for making such a threat. I know that that prior conviction probably matters quite a lot for sentencing, but law, how would that have to do with the prosecution? Would that be able to be admissible for consideration for the jury for a second charge?
No, it would likely be inadmissible unless it's propensity evidence. So if you want to show that somebody has propensity, but first you would have to get over a motion to dismiss for protected speech. You would have to show what happened in the past is irrelevant to the analysis of whether or not what you did was criminal conduct. It would only come into play if what you did was criminal conduct and you've done it before.
And see, that's what I'm saying. You notice how I didn't say it because I don't want anything to be brought up just in case. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why I said if you say it, it's different than me saying it.
But if somebody said, if you were accused of trying to incite arson based on this conversation because you used some of these phrases, I would defend you. I would say that that's not appropriate.
I don't believe you would defend me because you don't like me. I don't believe Raven would defend me because I don't like trans. Do you get what I'm saying?
Merlin is showing everybody that Raven is showing everybody that Merlin is in fact alive.
I like that cat.
Yeah,
I'd defend you, Screech.
Yeah, because I don't think that would be fair, and I'm really interested in equal protection under law.
Whether I'm a Republican and against you or not.
Yeah, because I think if I saw that somebody was going after you for having this conversation with me and saying that this guy's trying to commit arson again or trying to incite arson, I would say, no. As much as I don't like this Screech guy, as much as I'm politically at odds with him, I do not want to live in a country where somebody's speech is gone after in that way, so I would defend you even though I don't like you.
And I'm a criminal defense attorney. Do you think I like all of my clients?
No, I'm sure you don't. And I'm sure you don't like me, but that'd be great that you would defend me.
But the thing is, I would defend you publicly. I'd be like, it's terrible that this guy called into my show.
I'm not going to do it again. Does that make sense?
Watch
I love
it,
seeing
buddy.
it. No, I'm just saying I can say that all day long. I just can't say the other thing that was said. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I love watching.
Watching it. Again, I also love fire. I'm the type of guy to go, yes, fire, burn, when I'm starting a beach bonfire. Yes, I like fire, sure. But again, like, I don't want people to be gone after for speech like that, and I don't want Ilhan Omar to be gone after for speech like that. So do you recognize that maybe I'm exercising a little bit more fairness by recognizing that I should defend you? Because it sounds to me like you recognize in principle.
You showed me that a little bit, all right? I'll give that to you.
So it sounds, but are you able to stretch as far to say?
I process that, yes. I'm not I'm not going to say that word. I almost slipped again.
Good catch. Thank you. Because I want the conversation to continue. But again,
I'm glad I caught.
Thank you.
I learned.
Thank you. Where look at that. Maybe you're developing a filter. That's probably a good thing for you. So, but the place I want to go is, I don't know if you've made it this far, but in recognition of all this, don't you see that even if you don't like Ilhan Omar, you should really defend the law being used against her in a way that's unfair?
I'll give you that. I'll defend the law, and I'll stand by the law and the Constitution.
Right.
If she's being mistreated in the law, yes, I'll stand up for her, whether I like her or I don't. I'm like that attorney, whether I like you or not.
But you were just advocating for her to be criminally charged for
yes, but I said
speech.
whether.
I don't know if you caught it out of the wild. He actually said that he wants her head on a platter. Is the language he used?
That's a little worse.
It is a little worse than what she said, and that's the disconnect that we're not bridging here.
Okay, you win that one. Okay, so it is worse than what she said.
Okay,
but
the reason the reason you called in was because you a week or two ago called in and said that Ilhan Omar had incited violence. We couldn't find it live on the air. You called back in saying you couldn't find it and apologized and said you were wrong. But now you've called back in again a week later and said that you did.
I haven't called in. I'm on TikTok, so.
I don't pay
the tolls.
We need to get like a tally board for every time somebody has a problem with me saying that you called in. Come on,
it's been a while.
You're talking to me with your voice on a telephone, are you not?
Yeah, all right, fine.
Yeah, okay. So see how that derails the conversation I was getting to?
Not really, but all right. You win that. I'll give you that.
So
round
you've called back in, and the whole purpose of you calling in today is because you'd found this clip of Ilhan Omar saying that she wants people to pay for what they've done to this country. And we're sitting here with a lawyer, and we're trying to puzzle this out, and it sounds like you recognize some of the hypocrisy about it. So when you give me the W, when you concede as you did just a second ago, can we go back to the original claim that we have been talking about for like 2 weeks now, which is that it is simply not fair to say that Ilhan Omar is inciting violence? That's my position.
For right at this moment in time, for this conversation, sure.
And I just want to add in that
I will find it. Trust me, I know it's out there. I will find it.
I just want to add in that
God
damn it.
Also,
go ahead, Law.
While there's a little break, I would also defend you, Screech.
I believe in free speech, yo.
Our Supreme Court case law is built, our First Amendment freedoms are built on people saying horrible things. So Brandenburg was a Triple K leader. Another about your ability to participate in a parade that comes from Schnazis marching in a Jewish town in Illinois. Whether it's about flag burning, about your right to freedom of expression, whether it's wearing a jacket that says fuck the draft. All of these things are things that you would probably staunchly disagree with, but they have built the protections because we can't allow the government to punish people for saying things that the government just doesn't like. We punish it for the actual outcomes or the imminence of outcomes that they might have. But we don't punish people for saying things we don't like because one day the government might not like what you're saying and then they could get to punish you. And if we give way on the horrible things, that means when the government decides what you're saying is horrible, you're unprotected.
It makes sense a little bit. I get it. But I don't understand. I don't understand. The only thing I don't agree with you on is the flag being flipped upside down and the flag being burnt. I just don't.
As a veteran, can I add in
I
my
understand you
perspective?
don't
I
like
don't
it, but-
agree with Sophie Cunningham being scrutinized for her opinion. You see what I'm saying? But people are allowed to do that.
I guess, like, I know everybody's got something to say about those couple extra things you brought up, but what I want to say to you is that if you are upset about those things, what you need to understand is that you being upset, your feelings about it, is not enough to say that the government should go after it. Because when we get into the nitty gritty of actually looking at equal protection under law, what we find is that if we allow your feelings to give the outcome that you want, for there to be consequences, maybe for those people to pay for burning those flags or something like that, we give power to the government that can be used in a way that you yourself see as very problematic.
I get it.
Specifically,
But you see
the
how you
Supreme
said
Court.
the word
Specifically, the
It's
Supreme
not how
Court.
she said it.
Specifically, it is exactly how she said it. The specific thing about the flag burning is that the Supreme Court looked at it in, I think, like 1989 or something. I bet Law knows better than me. And the reason they said it's okay to burn a flag is because you can say that it's illegal to start a fire. I think you, caller, have some experience with that being the case. You can say that it's a problem to start a fire in a particular place, but if it's a place where you're allowed to light a fire, saying that you're not allowed to light a fire using a flag as your fuel is making a legislative choice about what's allowed based solely on what the meaning of the action is. It's not about danger. It's not about fire safety. It's not about arson. It's about whether or not you're offending people by burning the flag. And the Supreme Court ruled that it's unacceptable for the government to say that you can't offend people in that way, which is why flag burning, so long as you are allowed to start a fire in that place in the first place, is not just something that there isn't a law against. It's constitutionally protected behavior because of that precedent. Please fact check everything I just said, Law.
I agree with that. I just don't agree with burning the flag.
Right, and you can say that's bad. You can say it's offensive.
We were like Russia, that if you burn the flag, you have consequences for your actions.
No, that's where the divide is. You can be as upset as you want. You can tell somebody that you hate them for burning the flag, and I would defend your right to say that to that person. But for the same reason that we don't want you going to jail for having a conversation about arson, I don't want you to go to jail for saying that you want Ilhan Omar's head on a platter, because I believe with my heart that you meant that completely figuratively. You just meant you just meant that you wanted her to pay for what she did, which I again disagree with you about, but I recognize your right to have that opinion, and I will defend your right to have that opinion. I'm just devastated that you won't defend her right to have her opinion about people paying for what they did to this country.
She has a right to have her opinion, but I think that she's misleading her people by saying we need to stand up to ICE. When you say stand up to ICE, that to me, in certain aspects, as a public figure, means we need to go down to the hall.
You always have to put. But that's you. I mean, I'm actually going to jump back and read a donation I saw earlier because they've been piling up. But it is actually the next YouTube super chat because Andrew sent $3 Canadian to say violent mindset, violent assumptions, which gets back to what we were saying earlier in the conversation, which is that you recognize you're a violent person, you recognize you're an emotional person. You said on a previous call.
I never said I.
You said that because
I said I won't carry a gun because I have a bad temper.
Right.
And I acknowledge that as myself, and I protect myself by not owning one or going to get one illegally. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. So you recognize that about yourself, but I really think what's going on is that you're seeing violence where it's not necessarily there. And I feel like we've demonstrated that very thoroughly on this call by the way that you talk about these things. Because I do believe that you're honest in the response that you give to these other examples that we're giving. But that because you're being honest, your inconsistency and your cognitive dissonance on this is on full display. But
if you stayed on one little platform and you asked me millions of different questions, Oscar, you would find out that you and I are probably not that far off on agreeing on things, even though we're on different sides of the spectrum. That's what I told you before.
I disagree. I sometimes I feel that way.
You don't think you and I couldn't sit down and have a iced tea at a restaurant and sit there and just have a conversation, whether you like me and I don't like you or whatever, or whether we like each other or don't?
I think that would go just fine, but I think that that's a compliment for me, not for you.
Why?
Because I think I have a unique ability to remain cordial with people like yourself.
No, well, so I lost it on your show. I wouldn't lose it in public.
We don't know that.
Maybe this is
We don't know that. I'm talking to a convicted attempted arsonist, am I not?
Oh, geez. It's been 33 or 35 years, dude. 36 years, 1990. So it's been 36 years.
Okay.
I haven't did 4, so I was out in 97. I violated probation, so I went to prison. That's it.
Okay. And
You understand what I'm saying?
I think that's long enough for reform. And it sounds like you have some self-awareness about you having some problematic tendencies. I just think that it's really quite problematic that you don't realize that those problematic tendencies are influencing the way that you judge somebody like Ilhan Omar, when we have demonstrated numerous times that Republican officials have done much worse than the example that you brought us of her saying that they'll pay for what they did. Because you've conceded that it wasn't that big a deal for her to say that, but you seem still quite lost on the fact that there is that sort of behavior broadly coming from all over the place on the right, and you don't seem to take issue with that. I'm concerned that you don't judge it fairly.
How is it coming from the right? We're trying to stop it.
We showed you an example of Donald Trump asking for elected officials to be hanged.
Fuck what Donald Trump is doing. It's the right. The people on the right, we're tired of the violence. We're tired of the people blocking our paths. We're tired of the people not standing back when we're trying to turn right, almost getting creamed when we're trying to come into an intersection. We're tired of the noise it's on a Saturday morning of protesters sitting there chanting the same fucking thing that we heard a year and a half. We heard
chanting violent?
It's still loud. It's waking it up.
Right. But again, that's your feelings. Is that violence? Would it be fair to call that violence?
At this moment in time, they're not doing anything stupid, so no.
You keep saying it. You keep saying at this moment in time,
yes.
And when you say at this moment in time or in this exact context or something like that, you're giving yourself this out of saying that with you looking at it right now, that's how you feel about it. And once again, that is just your feelings.
Right at the amount of time, Oscar, you asked that question: is there a problem with them? No, because they finally did what I went to the city for, and they finally moved back, so you can actually see. So you're not going to get in a head-on collision or T-bone somebody or run a protester over. So you can actually make a right now and see clearly from the light. That's all we were asking. Now they can do whatever they want.
I don't know the specific example that you're saying, but I was asking about violence.
Okay, then let me set the stage for you. Do you know that? Remember, go back when Donald Trump first took office and Elon Musk was in the middle of it. Okay, his Tesla dealership. Okay. That dealership made national news because it got burnt. Some lady, I was walking my dog. I happened to see the flame go up, but I didn't realize what was going on. And then the next morning on the news, and it was national news, found out that they burnt the Tesla dealership. Burnt like 6 cars. And I guess she got arrested. They finally found out who she was.
That's property damage.
Yes, so she went to prison.
Okay.
And then they've been protesting there since then.
But see, I feel like you're just all over the place because we're talking about...
How am I all over? I accept the tone to explain to you what the problem with the protesters that I was having. Not anymore. But now if you ask me 6 months from now, it could be they're burning flags, blocking traffic, destroying things. But I can't go on hypotheticals because you don't know. 6 months ago, they may not be there anymore. Does that make sense?
I'm just not understanding why you ball all this in with violence. We were talking about violence.
Because you think that I'm violent and I'm not. Arson is violent, but that was way back then.
Yeah, but you said yourself that you shouldn't own a firearm because you're ill-tempered.
Because at times I do get angry.
Yeah, and the concern there is that you would do something violent with the gun, right?
I doubt it, but yeah.
Straightforwardly, I have a question. Because there's a study that shows that something like 70% of the political violence comes from the right. Is that sort of statistic at all interesting to you?
Not really.
Why not?
Because the mass has actually been the left.
You're just asserting that, but I'm telling you that there's data that says...
truth.
According to whom?
Oh, my God. Reuters, look it up.
Reuters has an article saying that most of the violence comes from the left.
They've investigated, what is it, ABC investigations,
hey, I've got a lot of donations to read. Do you want to teacup and go find your evidence that that most of the violence comes from the left, and I can ask my Discord to find me some evidence that it comes from the right, and then after I read the donations, we can wrap the show by looking at it together?
Fine, go ahead.
Can I make a quick prediction on what he's going to find?
Sure.
I'm going to find that there was never.
May I speak, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Over the last year and a half, the politically motivated violence has been majoritarily the left because of all the ICE confrontations and things. So the right has been using just the last year or so as a window for looking at the studies or, the statistics and conflating it to be 100% left-wing violence.
Right, and probably not weighing the, grievousness of the offenses, right? Like
Exactly.
throwing a snowball at a car is different than murdering Melissa Hortman in her sleep. But I feel like
Right.
somebody on the right might be willing to count each of those as one.
But what about the school and the theater and
Hold
Tim.
on. I want where we could sit here and smell each other's farts about our examples for another 15 minutes, but I am just going to insist that I read the donations, and then when we come back, we can see if my Discord has found something or if you've found something. All right, can we move on to that?
Yeah, I'll mute. Go ahead.
Okay, appreciate you. Kronos, $5 on YouTube Super Chat. He says, forgot to mention that we are starting a Cult of Kronos club. Oh, God, that's a lot of Ks. Who wants to climb on the KOKK bandwagon? Rides bumpy but enjoyable. Holy shit, Kronos, watch out. Kronos sent another $5 to say, to be clear, please blame Canadian Vicky for any similarities with any other group's name. We aren't affiliated with any other Ks. See, I'm capable of having a fucking sense of humor on the show. I'm a dirty motherfucker. I run comedy shows in Minneapolis. You guys wouldn't believe the things I say when I don't have to sit behind a TikTok filter. I think that's kind of funny. Anyway, Jazz sent $10 to say, I feel it important to keep in mind that ICE agents who have committed violence are being shielded from consequences by the government. They still aren't paying for their crimes, just doing more. There's a lot to unpack about this whole paying for their crimes thing, and we simply did not get there. And I do believe the Discord found what I was looking for, so thank you very much. I'll click on that after I'm done with the donations. Quinn Craft Table sent $5 to say, I don't think he's disingenuous. I think he's vile and tried to justify it. He's just openly stupid. Quinn, I kind of agree. I don't think he's being disingenuous. A lot of people get so upset. You can't just call somebody disingenuous when you don't like what they're saying. Disingenuous is a very specific accusation about a particular type of debate strategy, and I just don't think that is what's going on here. I don't think we'd get concessions from such a person, so credit to the caller on that one. Snake sent $5 to say, have to head out early today, but keep up the good fight, and congrats on 100 again. Thank you, Snake. W's in the chat for Snake. He's usually doing the news over on Discord. Andrew sent another $3 to say, a person that knows everything learns nothing. Good point. Sean sent $2 to say, happy 100th episode. Thank you for sharing, Raven. Thank you, Sean. Quinn Craft Table said, taking a quick break from work to say, fuck this caller. Thank you for the $2. The Long Debrief sent $2. No message, just thank you for the $2. The Long Debrief sent $5 to then say, so incredibly tired of maggots. I think he might have been talking about this caller. Kronos sent $5 to say, that's a fake cat. We all know what Jesse did while hungry last stream. Inside jokes galore over on the YouTube chat. Love you, Kronos. Onadale? I don't know how to pronounce his username, but they became a member over on YouTube. Thank you for doing that. Welcome to the team. Good people don't get beers with dumbass bigots. I don't know, man. Like, I platform bigots. I might think it's good for America for me to have a beer with somebody like Screechmeister. I think, yeah, what's the difference between us doing it at the bar versus doing here if it means that he might be more open and might educate me on how better able to communicate with somebody like him? If I see the benefit, I'm going to go for it. Anyway, that's kind of whatever. Bobby, I don't think I read this one. He, for $2 on Cash App, said, to Raven, you were so strong. Thank you for sharing. I might have read that one already, but thanks anyway. Canadian Vicky became a supporter on Cash App for $5 and said, Kronos is trying to blame me for shit. I didn't do fucking shit. All I wanted is for us to gather wearing our orange dunce caps and praise our Cult of Kronos club. I do like the inside jokes. Kristen on Venmo for $5 says, hello from Leah. Oh, hello, Leah. Leopard on TikTok. Thank you for what you do and for being an LGBTQIA plus accomplice. I love from a queer, cisgender, fluid woman. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jared sent another $5 to say, I'm always jealous of people that have parents that love them. IDKY, but my mother has always treated me horribly, especially compared to my siblings. She even blamed me directly for trying to self-delete. Sorry to hear that, Jared. Yeah, it's been on my mind a lot lately for some reasons in my personal life. My parents loved me, but there's somebody in my life who has been going through some difficulties with one of their parents lately, so it's been reflecting on that. So I'm sorry to hear that you're just another such person. Michelle sent $10 to say, happy 100. I've been listening for a few months, and this is the first time I've ever sent money to a TikTok creator. Thank you for all you do. Raven, as a mom of trans kids, I want to give you a hug. I'm so glad you finally feel joy. I sent you a message, so look for a message from Michelle.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm going to respond after the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. David, cool David, sent another $5 to say, of course Screech sees that as a call to violence. He admits he doesn't own a weapon because of what he would do. Yeah, some inconsistencies here. Emily, I think that's the one sending the galaxies, but she sent $100 on Venmo. 100 for 100. Love you guys. I keep missing part of this I keep missing this part because of work meetings, but someone please help me get in the Discord. Linktree in the bio has a Discord thing where you can prove to the mods who you are on socials, and they'll let you in. So, Emily, absolutely, we can get you in the Discord. And seriously,
Mods, just in case Emily's not watching, can a mod reach out and send a message to Emily saying Discord link tree is in the bio for Oscar?
Oh, yeah. She may have missed it because that came in a little bit ago, but I did see her in the TikTok chat. I don't know if she's still here. Nina sent $5 to say, Screech is a screeching racist moron. Who hurt him? We didn't get to the rub of the thing that a lot of people have probably been sitting here wondering about. I think maybe his disdain for Ilhan Omar has potentially something to do with race, but I've decided to not even go that direction yet with the concern. Because we're learning things about Screech Mitra along the way, and maybe we wouldn't be if I had pulled the race card right away. Georgia sent $20 to say, please ask him to do his homework and list every reason why he hates Omar other than her being an outspoken Somali immigrant with some power. I can't think of one thing she's done to hurt him or any other person in this country. He hates her for no reason. What a well-timed donation, Reed, because I think we maybe know the reason. But, that's an assumption. Maybe we could talk to him about that. Rachel sent $5 to say, hello from Duluth. Really love the show. Keep up the amazing work. I hate Duluth. I would never visit such a place and buy a shirt. That doesn't sound like me at all. No, I love Duluth. Duluth. That drive down into Duluth with the big view of all the industry and the lake and everything. It's like one of my favorite views in all of Minnesota. I love coming up over the top of that when I get to the end of Highway 35. Before I switch to 61. I love Duluth. Andrea sent $2 to say, Andrea sent $2 to say, please make him see how Fox manipulates him because they could have easily clarified what Omar meant by asking her and didn't because they wanted him to continue the hate towards her, which again is just my across the board general grievance about all of this is that Fox News, which classifies themselves as an entertainment network because they got sued for libel, I believe it was, for misinformation, but they classified themselves as entertainment instead of news, so they could basically say, we're SNL, you can't sue SNL for saying something silly because SNL's a silly show. So they're not news. It's not a news network.
They changed their name to Fox Entertainment. Fox
Entertainment because it's satire, but people still watch it and respect it as news, which is really, really, really problematic. Lucky Phil popped back over onto Buy Me a Coffee to add for $2. Mr. Black and White complains about lack of middle ground. Make it make sense. Yeah, it's like he's aware of some of his own pitfalls and he wants me to work around them instead of trying to get his brain to work better. I think we should try to get his brain to work better. All right, I think I've gotten through everything. Screech, I'll give you the floor back unless Raven, did you have something?
A little more context for one of the donors had mentioned about asking Ilhan what they meant. In that article that you were looking at earlier, they, instead of going to Ilhan, they went to another Democratic representative and said, what do you think about us saying that she's inciting violence in this comment? And he basically says, that's insane. Why would you think that? And so then Fox then went on to say, see, the whole Democratic Party is fine with violence.
Screech, I'll bring it back to you.
Oh, okay. Hello. What are you doing? I just got back.
Okay. Did you? Yeah, I just got done with the donations. Did you?
I just went and had a cigarette. So can I say that on a live show?
I think we can say cigarette on the live show. Did you find evidence that there's more violence coming from the left?
I just said I left my phone here and I went and had a cigarette. So
okay, well that is not what that is.
I don't do that live on your show.
Okay. Here's
you're
the
host.
I do. I'm not gonna make it unfair. I want to give you a fair shot, but I just want to say that my Discord did the work I asked them to do, and they presented 2 articles that talked about how Vance and Trump are falsely claiming left-wing violence outpaces the right as DOJ deletes reports stating otherwise. There's an article there, and then there's an article here that goes into some of the concerns we had about how it's difficult to count this stuff, but it's an analysis on what data shows about political extremist violence from PBS. So my audience can go look at those if they want to, but I don't want to dig into them because we're running up on the 4 hours that we were going to run for the show today. And I think there's an interesting pattern with Screechmeister, which in spite of how difficult he is as a guest, he does seem willing to do homework and to come back later and talk about it. So I think instead of Ilhan Omar's incitement to violence, I think the new claim that I hope to start the conversation.
For fuck's sake, I fell off the fucking. I'm seeing like 4 different things. Okay, go ahead.
I think that the new homework assignment for Screechmeister is to go find evidence that the left is committing more violence than the right, and that the next time that he calls in, we can have a conversation about that.
About Ilhan Omar, I'm almost done with all the shit with her.
Well, no, not about Ilhan Omar.
Find something else. Your chat, I heard you talking about something about let's get to the point or investigate. You don't have the balls to investigate me. Let's see if you can do that.
I don't think you're
See if
listening.
you can pull out what you think that you guys are talking about and see.
I don't think you're listening. I think I'm trying to wrap up the show and say that the next time we talk, I would like to talk with you about the claim that the left commits more violence than the right, and I'd like for you to bring evidence. Can that be the homework assignment this week, Screechmeister?
I have homework from Riot, so I got to do that here this afternoon. That's more important than your show.
That's understandable. You take as much time as you need. You can call back in whenever you want.
Okay, and then then the other thing that I wanted to ask you is when I first jumped on, I'm trying to figure out why you guys thought I was going to be or say something or be trans 3. What were you talking about on that?
We just had 2 calls that were really focused on transgender issues. I think it was Raven's comment if they want to defend themselves. I'm not the one who said it.
In Screechmeister 2.0 call, the first thing he said when he got on the line was something about kids identifying as cats in schools. And then when you tried to call him out on it being transphobic, he just pivoted to the actual subject he wanted to talk about.
Okay. So yeah, it sounds like Raven maybe remembered a little bit of transphobia that had come from you. And because we'd had 2 calls about trans issues today, she was just wondering if we were going to do a hat trick and have a trans issues episode with our 3 calls today.
No, I would prefer not. I mean, to me, what I was meaning was I don't want it to have that conversation because that has nothing to do with.
You're missing what I'm saying, which is that.
Yeah, I did say that, but I just didn't want to be the 3rd one in a row. You know what I mean?
Great. Aside from that, I think the next time we talk, it should be about this claim about violence from the left and right. I'd like to discuss that with you, and I'd like to give you all the time you need to go find your resources on it.
All right. Talk to you later.
Goodbye,
Screechmeister. Law of the Wild. Thanks for hopping up.
Thank you. If I could have a second, I did get a donation myself from Damien for $25 for helping undocumented. That's one of the things I do is pro bono immigration work. So thank you, Damien. I appreciate the donation for that.
W Law of the Wild. Anything else before I let you go?
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Everybody go give Law of the Wild a follow if you haven't. He's the most handsome lawyer in Minnesota.
Law of the Wild's also done a lot for my show. He's been a major support and a major assistance, both in terms of getting the show some traction, because it's good, just for him to hop up and show his followers that I'm live, but also he's offered material support with his expertise. Close and dear friend of the show, and somebody, as far as people who I've met on TikTok who I've gotten to have a beer with, I'm super excited that one of them is Law of the Wild. That was fun. We did have a beer together about a month ago. Because we live in the same part of the world, roughly. Anyway, that, I think, is mostly the show for today. But we should stretch a couple more minutes. And I should just say, thanks again, everybody. This is my full-time job. It's now most of the income for 2 of my friends who work for the show, who I trust to help. We have Raven in the producer's chair today, Jesse, who's in the producer's chair other days. Both of them work on editing. Jesse does a lot of the management stuff. And, of course, there's all this other stuff, like the very expensive webcam I purchased to run the show, and the fact that I just ordered a second iPhone 17 so the show can have 2 production iPhones for filming when we go out and do protest stuff, or when we get some traveling done. We'll have good small portable cameras for that, because iPhone 17s are amazing for social media content. And I can afford to do these sorts of things and have these greater projects because people donate money to the show, because people, like, straightforwardly, like, the ad money might be enough for me to do this by myself. But it would not be enough for me to go 4 hours a day, because I'd have to deal with everything else, like getting all the content posted and stuff. Like the money that the platforms give me is like barely enough for me to survive. It's all these donations that make it so that we can make the show bigger and better and have more people run it, so that I have more time, so I can go 4 hours a day and we can still get the clips posted on social media and still do all these other projects like the evening show and the members only streams and like all this like exciting other stuff that we're working on. So to be sitting here thinking like not even feeling a little bit burnt out by this, because I've been able to structure my life in a way that this is sustainable, I'm sitting here thinking like, cheers to 100 more. Like, that's, hell yeah. I'm here for it. I'm so happy I decided to do the numbers with 3 digits from the very beginning, because I thought, fuck this, I'm in it for the long haul. So yeah, I gotta make sure the donors know what they're doing for my life. But I think if they listen to the show at all, they do, because I talk about it all the time, that it's huge for me that people like Jesus, who sends $3 on Venmo, get to make my life that much easier and make all of this that much bigger. He said, where do you do comedy shows? I want to go. I live in St. Paul. I'm not much of a saloon gay anymore. Me and my husband got over the gay scene. Shoot me a message elsewhere. And I'll tell you, I try not to advertise too much on the show just to, just to fend off the chuds. But if I see a message from Jesus, I might tell you which bar you can find me at on which nights, because I do some other stuff. But Raven, do you have anything to add before we conclude?
I mean, if you really want to get into it, we could have a quick discussion on whether we think Screech is actually a good caller, like a productive caller. Because I would argue that his aversion to speak to anyone with actual, like, good knowledge on a subject, like he's afraid of Law of the Wild, he's afraid of me to talk about trans issues, I think that shows that he is inherently disingenuous. I
think that it's a defense mechanism, and it was shown through in a very interesting way, because Law of the Wild asked him a question and he pled the fifth because he was talking to a lawyer, and then I said, fine, I'll ask it, I'm not a lawyer, and I asked the same question, and then he did answer it, which tells me that he's simple-minded, not...
Yes,
I think it's a defense mechanism.
Dissonance is very, 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 very strong.
Well, and I don't think that anybody's just 100% genuine or 100% disingenuous. I just actually think that like 90% of what comes out of Screechmeister's mouth is actually what he thinks and feels in that moment, and that's a more transparent window into the heart and mind of a maggot, if we're going to be cruel about it, which maybe we should be with Screech. And I think that that's what the show is about. The show is about understanding them.
Right.
And I'm trying to understand this guy, and everybody's watching me do it, which is why I navigate the conversation in the way that I do.
Right. I guess the final point of the disingenuousness is after an hour of discussing, he did end up exactly right back where we started.
Yep. He regressed. Yeah. That happened last week when he called in. So yeah, we can continuously wonder about all of that.
I think in the future when we talk about him, we should try to break through why he is so averse to speaking to people with actual knowledge.
That'll be a good one to put in the Screechmeister file. Chris, for $20 on Cash App, thank you very much. All I had to say was happy 100th show. It's been a very happy 100th show. Seriously, in terms of what I actually want to accomplish on this show, we had 2 young callers who I was in like full teacher mode with, and then we had one really lost bigot, hateful monster, really, who I think... I just think that like most people who are as problematic as Screechmeister, it's impossible to have any kind of meaningful conversation with, and he's unique in that way, where we can at least try to understand him, and I think that that's really exciting. So I'm very, very happy that I've given 4 hours of my life to those 3 callers. I'm excited about today's VOD. I'm excited about today. Today's been a good one for me.
It's a great day.
Leanne sent $5 to say, please don't defend Screech. He told me to go die. He needs to be banned. Fucking maybe. Did he do that?
He did at one point.
On the call? Did I miss it?
Yeah, I think so. Somebody said something in chat, whoever that was, and he responded with, hey, blank in chat, you can fuck off and go die.
Somebody give me a timestamp. We shall have a trial. Because to the point of what we were talking about, first of all, very, very fucking sorry, Leanne. That's terrible. I wish I'd caught it. Or maybe I did and I didn't catch it as serious, because what we're talking about is like, if I said that somebody can eat shit and die, straightforwardly, I don't think that that's a death threat. I think that's...
But for an arsonist...
That's a figure of speech. But coming from an arsonist in the context, maybe we need to have a greater conversation about that. I'm going to listen back to it, because I take that seriously. So somebody give me a timestamp on that.
Yeah, he actually did say it specifically by name, Leanne.
Fuck. I shall review. Now I'm conflicted. And Leanne's in the chat. She's saying just because he did say her name and it's because she said to kick him. I might talk with Leanne offline. But yeah, I got to consider that stuff, because I mean, I platform monsters. That's what I sit here and do. But I have to draw the fucking line somewhere in terms of that. But what fucking irony if he gets banned from the show for inciting violence?
Literally.
Right? I mean, what the fuck, dude? Anyway, message me, Leanne. Christine sent $5 to say, keep doing the hard work, sending love from Wisconsin. I'm sending love to Wisconsin. I've been paying attention to what's going on in Madison. Appreciate you. Really do. Okay. Now we have homework to do to feel about... Now we have ethical homework to do about whether or not we keep platforming that piece of shit. Anything else, Raven?
I think besides everybody needs to go listen to Fall by Sensing Agony.
I think people should go listen to Fall by Sensing Agony. Their lead singer is this really cool person named Jessie, who's the producer of this show. And she would really appreciate it if you went and listened to Fall by Sensing Agony. Google it. It's on everything.